for creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
world updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
What's up, gamers? Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall. It's your last chance qualifiers. We're kicking it off today, Saturday evening, if you are in the CEST time zone. To get started, to find out who will be going to our grand finals next week. My name is Sam, also known as Tekel. I'm going to be your host. And we got Avenger, you saw him last week, and a new face joining us. Saga, you're here now. We were waiting for you. What's up, friend? How have you been?
Yeah, honestly, it was a lot of fun to see Martin. Didn't hear him that much last week, so hopefully maybe we'll get some of that lovely Danish accent coming through. But no, it's exciting. It's a really solid set of games coming up. The LCQs, we've already got 8 teams qualified to the finals. We've got to find out who's going to join them at the end of this weekend.
Some banger games last week. Avenger, you expecting the same this week?
Yes, I'm very excited to have Budget Calaris here now that we can have the real one on the desk. And of course, to see our bottom 16 teams come in and frag out. We have some surprises, and yeah, if they don't come in dominating, they're obviously not going to the finals, and they're not going to have a chance at those juicy PGC points.
We'll talk about those surprises in a little bit, but first, let's just remind you of how this entire event works. It's pretty straightforward. Last week, we had the group stages, and 8 teams made it through to the grand finals, but the bottom teams from the group stages have now moved into our last chance playoffs. 2 days, 6 matches a day, and at the end of these 2 days, we will know which other 8 teams will be going through to the grand finals. And it's all pretty much stuff we've seen before. If you're a PUBG fan, Avenger, everyone knows how the points work. You got to play till the end game, and then you got to shoot all the opposition.
Yeah, and obviously now that we are playing the same 16 teams, it should be a little bit easier for the drop spots to be decided and for the teams to predict timings and rotations a little bit easier. So again, the big teams and the more experienced teams, they should be coming out on top for this tournament here.
There we go. When you say more experienced teams, I mean, we'll get to that in a little bit, but who for you is the most experienced team in this lobby right now?
There's no doubt about it. That should be FaZe Clan.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, fair point.
I agree.
So, Saka's like, I will put my name on this as well. And of course, all the teams are playing for their share of that incredible prize pool. Money is up for grabs, but also, more importantly, the illustrious PGC points. Walk us through these points. How important is it, Saga, for teams that aren't partner teams to grab their hands on those?
It's quite literally the only reason to continue playing this game. If you're not one of the big boys who gets the direct invites, but if you're one of the even regional partners, not just like the open qualifier teams, this is the end goal. This is what they're here for. And yes, the prize money is great, fantastic, amazing, but if you're going to PGC, you're pretty much guaranteed to already get the prize pool on top of that, plus the experience of playing against the best teams in the world. That's what everyone is here for, that level of competition. So those PGC points matter so much. It really can't be understated.
Final opportunity to get your hands on them. And now we'll talk a little bit about the teams that have surprised us finding their way here into the last chance qualifiers. Obviously, Avenger mentioned FaZe. They had a very disappointing group stage. But for you, who else, Saga, do you think kind of looks a little bit questionable?
I don't think it's a coincidence that my answer to this question is going to be BBL. It's a team that, you know, they've had quite a few roster changes. They've experimented with going with the full Turkish rosters and then going a little bit more European. Now they're back to a full Turkish roster with individual players that have had good levels of success from the MEA region, even a little bit of international experience on that team. And we would expect a team of this caliber with players like such that they have to come out swinging, but then FaZe Clan announces that they're switching up their drop spots just for this event, and BBL's game plan goes out the window, and BBL is not a team who's backing away from a hot drop. We found that out in 2018, 2019. So they are really kind of them alongside FaZe, they're kind of hurting themselves a little bit on the Miramar hot drops in particular. That's 1/3 of the maps played, so we'll see whether that's able to sort itself out today.
As we take a look at the leaderboard from the group stages, you'll get a chance to see which 8 teams have already made it through to the grand finals, as well as the teams that will be competing today. Avenger, are you in agreement with Saga? Do you think the hot dropping was what hit BBL harder, or was there more to it?
Yeah, we kind of alluded to it a little bit, right? If they had those extra games to kind of play a little bit more, it might have been a difference. It turned out that our top 8 actually was far and above the rest of the lobby here, so it might not have made that difference, but they definitely have to stay here and make some, considerate decisions in terms of where they're going to drop. Otherwise, I don't see them in the top 8 if they don't do that.
And those 3 teams that we see there, Win or Die, Fairy Tail Gaming, Gladiators, holy hell, they were so close to qualifying. It was a fight down to the final match before we were able to see who was going to make it through. Obviously, Primal and Stardust doing just that. Are you expecting it to be just as close this weekend, or do you think there's going to be a very clear distinction in the lobby, Avenger?
I'm pretty sure we're going to see the same teams dominate that were kind of in our mid-pack here. We're going to see Win or Die, Gaming Gladiators last day. If Faceland has to come in and completely smash his lobby. And there's a few teams that will surprise us, of course, but our usual suspects of our 4 or 5 teams that I just mentioned, plus minus, those are obviously the teams that should be coming in dominating. If one of those or 2 of those teams don't end up on triple digits, I would be surprised, to be honest.
As we mentioned before, 6 matches each day. That's 12 games to be played to get the points to qualify for the PEC Fall Grand Finals. We are kickstarting today on Erangel, as you can see. And this is kind of the action that you can expect during the course of the day. We'll switch it up tomorrow. But not a lot of opportunities for these teams, which means they need to come out of the gates swinging. Now, we mentioned that FaZe was a surprise. They should have been in the top 8. Saga, for you, other than the drop spot and changing where they plan to loot and things like that, what else do you think just didn't work for FaZe during the group stages?
Particularly towards the second day, the latter half of the second day in particular, it almost seemed as though they'd realized that the first day didn't go great for them. They made a couple of misplays on some fights, maybe some miscommunications on rotation. We did see little hints of their brilliance, like Gustav's 1v4 against Iga's Power on the Tego game, just rescuing the team and keeping them in it. But if it weren't for those individual moments, things just weren't really clicking. And then by sort of midpoint of day 2, they kind of realized, look, we've got 50-ish points. That's not going to be enough. Let's just start limit testing. And they started going for things like bridge camps and gatekeeping and sending it into fights that maybe they wouldn't otherwise. They always have that safety net, of course, of being the global partner team. They're going to PGS regardless of what happens. Obviously, they want to still get some of the prize money, and the PGC points are all important. But it's one of those things where a lot of the teams who have found themselves in the LCQ have found themselves here because they get drawn into some of that chaos, particularly in the early stages of the game. People start doing silly things like hot dropping, and then a team like Lil W shows up and tries to third party, and then they get killed. Or maybe Win or Die, just send a guy to walk into your compound at the start of the game, and then BBL looks bad because they're dead in phase 1 again. So there's a lot of chaotic things that can happen, particularly when there's so many moving parts through the open qualifier lobbies, and it's just kind of avoiding getting drawn into that is probably the key factor that we expect from some of the more experienced teams to succeed.
Do you think it'll be a little less chaotic today, Avenger, now that these teams have gone through the group stages? Obviously, maybe also feeling a little bit more apprehensive because they know what is on the line?
It will be a little bit slower style play for a lot of the teams. We'll see a lot of edge play, I think, again, like we saw in last weekend here. We're going to see a few teams take advantage of that. They're going to go play center heavy, maybe send it a little bit earlier than they're used to. But it really is dependent, of course, on the circle and where they manage to kind of grab a drop spot compared to where the circle is. You always have this kind of priority. If you are one of the 3-4 closest teams to that circle, then you know you're gonna have like a top 2, top 3 priority to some of the compounds, and then you usually go there either with your full team or in a 2-2 split to lock some of these compounds down early on, right? I actually had the pleasure of talking to James. We did some content here that's gonna be aired next week, and I asked him a little bit about, like, in terms of what was the plan and what was kind of what is going on with everything, and how's the pressure now that they're going into the last chance here. And he said, actually, I love the pressure that we're going to have now that we have to do it. No matter if we're going to PGS or not, those points, they're 8th out of the 8th going there. So they have to do well here just to secure a spot. They can't fully rely on that. And also, he's like, we need those extra reps. We have not practiced enough to be certain of going into the final. So having these extra 12 games here in this weekend here is actually huge for us, because it's a lobby that we're almost certain that we're going to go through and qualify from, and it's the most competitive games and practice we can have going into the final.
Saga, was there any other teams, when you take a look at this lobby now, any other teams going through the group stages that you were quite impressed with that we get a chance to see today?
Very much so. Fairy Tale in particular stood out to me. They were a team that consistently found themselves in some very solid positions and playing them not just confidently but competently, particularly holding on to 2-2 splits. That was a very big strong point for them, holding on to splits phase 3, even phase 4, sometimes even phase 5 before they regrouped the splits, and it kind of guaranteed them positioning in the end game. And as Martin says, if we're expecting teams in this lobby to play a little bit of like the edge style, but it's not going to be the same sort of edge style that you see from a BB team or a Na'Vi, where you're going to see IGLs in gliders flying all over the place and very controlled areas of space. It's probably going to be, we're not in the zone, we have to fight someone and take their spot. So there's probably going to be a lot of people dying on the edge, so maybe that does free up some space. But there's also a lot of MEA teams in this lobby, so maybe if they're looking to hold a 2-2 split, like Fairy Tale has been doing extremely well, either they need to be able to defend them or give them up completely. That might be a little bit of a change in playstyle that we see from them, but certainly in the group stages, they stood out to me as a team that definitely has what it takes in a lobby like this to thrive.
Avenger, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, Fairy Tale, they had that big game, 23 points out of the 44 on their big day. They have to replicate that, and they have to do it on both days. Otherwise, it's not gonna come into fruition here. Obviously, they're doing some things quite well. They're getting the points. They're getting kind of their salvage games out of the way too, but still, they have to win a game or have a big game on both days. Otherwise, they're not going to go through to the top 8, I feel like.
Would you say this is an easier lobby for these teams than what they faced off against in the group stages, Avenger?
Surely, like this, logically, this would have to be the case, right? We have some of the best teams that's already in the finals now that they don't have to worry about, but it's also a harder and more chaotic lobby. This is also something James actually mentioned to me and saying, we're not used to having so many teams do random stuff, because we're more used to playing on LAN. We just came off LAN. Everything is very predictable and very linear in terms of how the game is going. And you know that the teams that have priority towards the center, they're going to take those compounds. But here you're going to have a bigger amount of teams playing on the edge and doing more questionable things in terms of maximizing their points. And sometimes teams are just going to do these things where they're like, okay, we're just going to go for points now, even though they might still have a chance to take a chance at winning a game. And from my perspective, often we see these lesser experienced teams, they don't play for the win for as long as they should be. Like, there's so many cases where they could still have a chance at a rotation or going towards a center compound or breaching something. They're just kind of giving up and then playing on the edge a little bit more, and that makes it a lot harder for the teams that are used to and kind of always plays edge, because you have so many more teams that are fighting for those same spots.
Saga, off the back of what Avenger said, do you think it is just an experience thing that leads to that more chaotic play style, or is there more to it?
Yes, quite possibly. It's not just experience in terms of like playing the game more, but it's also playing the game in a very controlled way. And I think that's something that a team like Twisted Minds, they've been doing this for years. BB team, they've been playing their play style for years. But there's also been discussions quite recently about, it's best to switch up your playstyle every now and then so you don't fall into the trap of just relying on comfort and muscle memory. It's kind of like there's a comparison between players that switch their sense every 25 seconds in game and start tweaking things so their sprays are a little bit all over the place, but it's kind of just to keep yourself sharp, so you have to constantly adapt on the fly. And in a lobby like this, where there is going to be teams who you haven't studied as much as a team like Twisted Minds or Na'Vi, you don't know their playstyle, you have to rely a little bit more on your eyes and ears, your scouting in game, the way that you're able to hold space and control it. It really comes down to a lot more of focusing on those micro mechanics in a lobby like this, and that's not something that you always get as a team that plays at the highest level, where macro is much more of a factor. So I totally understand where James is coming from with saying that this is probably the best kind of practice that they can get for a style that sometimes they might not get a chance to play.
Let's have a little bit of fun now, because it is the start of the LCQ and we can only do this once. Which teams do you think are making it through to the grand finals, Avenger?
Do you want all 8 teams?
Hell, you know what? Yes I do.
Okay. Win or Die, Gaming Gladiators, Last Day, Sakura Sensen, FaZe Clan, BBL, Eternal Fire.
Okay,
You didn't say
Saga,
business.
you look.
I didn't
This
say
is a
business.
joke.
You
Business are 100% in. Those boys are absolute stonkers. They're going to slap everyone, and we're going to, let's just get rid of Sakura Zenson. I don't think we need them in the finals. We'll replace them with Business instead. I'll take the L on that.
I'm a little bit horrified by that decision. Why would you replace Sakura Zenson?
Funny.
That's it? That's the answer? You thought it was funny to do that?
Yeah. Well, we'll take it.
There's
a lot
top
of
tier analysis
there.
happening right there. Yeah, I mean, that was top tier analysis. Why would you do this? It's funny. I appreciate that. I respect that. There is a lot of personality, but something that was really interesting during the group stages is chatting to them about their communication, because it feels like all that personality saga sometimes just causes absolute chaos in the server as opposed to an actual game plan.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can kind of see in the way the Sakura Zenson plays that there is like conflicting ideas where maybe someone will be pushing and someone will be holding down a compound and Hitman is just in the middle getting dragged in multiple directions. Like, I don't know who to help here, and it can result in one or two players going down. I think in a lobby like this, though, in the last chance qualifiers, the individuals on that team are good enough to get away with that. Whether it's kind of they come into this lobby and say, okay, let's work on that, expecting that we're going to get to the finals and go up against more controlled opposition, or whether they're just like, let's just be EU's version of donkey destroyers and just dominate everyone who's just like statistically worse than us. There's two real approaches, and either of them could be very successful for Sakura Zenson, but we'll have to see what they go for.
Avenger, this is something that I've always just been curious about, so I'll throw this question to you, though. Is how does a young team, Sakura Zenson, this doesn't count because they have very experienced names, but how does a young team learn how to communicate without having that experience with them?
You mean young as in a new team?
Inexperienced, yeah, like a new...
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like
so
an inexperienced team.
I feel like the only way to... Of course, there's something that, like, training in terms of communication, stuff like that, depending on how much experience you have from other games is a factor, but sitting down and actually having like agreements and ideas of how we want to communicate is extremely crucial, right? Because there's so much information going on in PUBG that you want it as accurate and as short every single time. Like if you can remove just one word, one syllable, something, that is like more effective communication. And when working on that, it's just simply having as many games as possible, playing ranked together, and obviously sometimes a little bit more loose, but still communication is something that needs to be trained and agreed on how we want to communicate and how we want to work. And now, of course, having 3D markers in the game makes it extremely easy on saying color first and then information, rather than saying over here or super basic stuff, right? But all these guys, they have name for compounds that are fun, easy to remember, 1 or 2 syllables less than the actual description of the compound, and all these things. And it really comes down to just repping it, getting as many games practice in as possible here. That really makes it the best way possible for a new team.
So we are just waiting for one more team to join the lobby, which is why you're getting the PEC4 podcast to start the day. Saga, I mean, communication-wise, so Avengers kind of outlined what you need to do, but how the hell, if you are a new team coming into this, you're trying to grind up into the higher levels, how the hell do you beat a team like Twisted Minds, where some of those players have been together for so many years, they can probably guess what someone's going to say before they even say it? I mean, that must be really tough, right?
Honestly, if I knew the answer to that question, I'd probably be playing today. I'm just sitting here watching.
Fair point.
But honestly, it's so useful that we get things like the comms streams, right, these days, because if I think back to the group stages where Gustav is pulling off that miraculous sort of 1v4 play with a little bit of third-party assistance against Aga's power, and he kind of saves the game for FaZe Clan, I don't think anyone commed anything for the entire time where he's in that fight, apart from maybe one person said he's throwing a grenade, and so he's slightly repositioned. And that was just, sitting back, clearing up the airways, letting him play sound. sound is so important in any FPS, but in particular in this one. So it's really about finding that balance between giving the information and not clogging up the airwaves for the rest of your team. But in terms of how to then convert that into a win against Twisted Minds, that's something that the best teams in the world struggle with. So honestly, if you are a new team and you find yourself getting absolutely dominated by Twisted Minds, perhaps go somewhere else and fight someone else. Get the reps in there and then go back to take on the world champs, because that is a tough fight for anyone.
Okay, so hear me out. I mean, I mentioned Twisted Minds, but let's throw some names out. Which teams around the world would you say are the best to listen to? If you want to learn how to really accurately improve your communication in game, Avenger,
There's
which teams would you
no
be
doubt
paying
about
attention to?
It's TSM. Yeah.
Why?
Because it is the most calm and accurate comms that you can probably have from across all the members. Like, they are so good with their comms. It's actually incredible. And especially, like, I think we talked a little bit about it in the podcast as well. Like, an underrated player that could be that could be kind of looked at is, and you don't take this into account because when you're looking at stuff like that, the stats. But Alo has insane comms, really calm, super nice personality, and it's just the same for the entire team. So, like, if you want to look at replicating some of the best comms in the game. Without, we're talking English here, of course. We can't really say for some of the Vietnamese, Thai, or CIS teams.
I can say for Vietnamese and Thai, it's like having 4 Marcelex on your team. It's
yes.
probably not the best.
It's not going to help you at all.
Probably not.
Okay, let's move over to the teams that we've seen already qualify for the grand finals, right here for PUBG EMEA Champs Falls. I mean, we had some very dominating performances from the teams at the top, the likes of Twisted Mind. Ascend as well, Saga, was a surprise for me, doing a really great job. What was it about their gameplay, do you think, that just led them to be able to sponge up those points?
I think Ascend was one of the teams that actually... I don't think it's much of a coincidence that when we're seeing a lobby like this where there is that randomness element, it's the teams that avoid getting sucked into all of that chaos. I think Ascend is a pretty good example. Sometimes they did a little bit of silly shenanigans, but that's just how the game goes sometimes. Na'Vi as well is a prime example of this. There are a lot of teams that like to play a very slow, edge-heavy style, and then when they see something going on ahead of them, maybe a chance to look for a third party or make a send into a compound to try and take away a spot on the edge, they second guess themselves, they think again and take the higher percentage, lower risk play. Na'Vi in particular always tends to wrap back around the outside and then find a position somewhere else, and they profit very heavily from that. Sometimes Ascend does the same, especially when Brexco has access to the glider. When he doesn't, sometimes they make crazy sends into the middle and it's a bit of a coin flip. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but it's just being able to have that level of information scouting control and then knowing how to use it effectively that separates teams who've already qualified from those who sometimes fall short.
So realistically, Avenger, do you think that there are teams here in the LCQ that could win this whole damn thing? Or do you think that that top 8 is kind of solidified themselves as one of the potential winners already?
I think there's a low chance that we could see a team like FaZe or maybe Gaming Gladiators do it. But yeah, they need the reps in, and they need to do it super well here. Of course, it's crucial for some of the teams. FaZe, as I said before, they're currently 8th in the PGS points, so they need to do well here to ensure their PGC flights.
So we spoke a lot. We gave you a bit of a podcast, but it turns out we are ready to get into game. The game will start, but the speaking won't, because Kylaris and Toby are now on the mics.
Well, we're gonna do some evolving here. Dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun dun. That's the right one. There you go. Hey! All right, we're good to go for the day. It's gonna be a good one. We have got the last chance qualifier here. My name is Kylaris. We got Toby as well to get things rolling. Toby, how are you feeling for this one, mate?
I'm good. I'm just curious. Are you Saga Senior or is he James Junior?
Should we do a comparison again? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm not too sure either. You have become one and the same person. It's a little scary, not gonna lie. But here we go. Match number 1 underway. And yeah, we're changing things up from last week. Last week was all starts on Wrangle. This time around we are headed... Oh, sorry, Miramar. This time around we're headed on over to Wrangle.
Yes, we are. All right, let's get into things then. These teams have 12 games to try and qualify into that grand final. They've already tried to play it through the groups. They were not successful. We, of course, have one team coming in, Quantum Realm, that we're going to get to be able to talk about. But for the most part, I think there might still continue being chaos here. We'll see as things unfold, though, Toby.
I will say, if last week is any indicator of kind of the cerebral PUBG compared to Wild West PUBG, we'll see. With how many more established teams we had last week playing that are now waiting in the grand finals, and how many more, I guess, Wild West teams we're throwing into the mix here, I could only imagine that it's going to be equally or more chaotic than what it was last week. And that's saying something, because last week was one of the most hectic EMEA weeks of PUBG Esports I think I've ever seen.
It was interesting, eh? And actually, I think it's proliferated a little bit. Oh, my days.
That's a start. That's a start. We go there. That's fine.
That is a start. That's a start. But I think it's perforated. It's gone through some of the other regions as well. I mean, I've been watching so many of the other regions because there's a million tournaments on at any given time. And there seems like there is just more chaos across the board and more early fighting. You're seeing people, you're getting to the 15-minute mark. Suddenly there's only 40 some people alive in a lot of these games. So it's getting crazy, man, out there.
Definitely is. One thing that fortunately isn't going too crazy is BBL Hot Drop's early game this time around. They will get Pachinki all to themselves. We don't have FaZe contesting them. Maybe it'll change once we head on over to Miramar, but I do believe that FaZe tried the whole center thing, and you know what? Now they're back to the tried and tested. They're back to Milta.
And they're not going to be complaining about this circle, are they? With that one.
Oh, not at all.
Taking those priority compounds wherever you may. Full Tilt is obviously already over there, so they have the potential to be able to take whatever they want as well. But the thing is that you don't even, with a circle like this, if you're starting over here in mini power, power as well, mini power is oftentimes a great place to kind of set up on anyway, right? So you don't even sometimes need to go out for some of those other compounds.
No, it's definitely for Full Tilt here. It's going to be very easy pickings on what to lock down. Hopefully they dare to split a bit wide. Maybe four split locations could be a bit too thin with knowing multiple teams will be coming in, but at least take 3. And of course, make sure to position your vehicles and whatnot in a way so that you can regroup and get back to teammates in time and not get pulled up on and caught by surprise.
Would be scary. I do want to mention and kind of touch on Quantum Realm coming in, though, after, of course, we had Tate Race be disqualified. This is a roster where, if you're not as familiar with the name of the roster in particular, like their team name that they're going by, you're familiar with the players, right? You've got Voldemort, you've got Global Army, you've got Shiplist in there. So these guys, no stranger to this kind of stage. We've seen them multiple times. They can definitely pack a punch in a lobby like this.
Oh, definitely. They're, I would say, a team that, honestly, like many of the teams in this lobby, fare pretty well in the chaotic kind of open qualifier vibe lobby, which this has sort of turned out to be. We do have, the likes of FaZe. Maybe you could throw Gaming Gladiator into that conversation too, but honestly, for me, really just FaZe and maybe Eternal Fire out of the more teams you're used to see at the top all the time. But pretty much everyone else is very, very tried and tested in the kind of the fire that is chaotic lobbies.
And Winner Dies, one of them can also do something with it. True. They did well for themselves in the group stage. They didn't quite eke it out. They were basically the one team on kind of that barrier, as it were. But the barrier wasn't like 1 or 2 points. It was about 7 or 8 points, right? So they were just a little bit further down the pole there to be able to try and get themselves on board. But Win or Die, if you look at them, if you think about names that should be advancing from this 16 teams, they're definitely one of them.
Yeah, you'd think so. Let alone Melman packs quite a big weight in terms of players with success over the course of the last couple of years in the EMEA. So we'll see if he and the troops can rally together and get things going. And then we had the desk mentioned Sakura Sanson before. Saga doesn't think they're gonna make top 8. Martin thinks they will. I would say, obviously, their gameplay. What do you say? It showed for itself that they weren't capable of making finals, at least not right off the bat. But I went back and watched some of their VODs because some of these guys are streaming. A lot of the different players are streaming, obviously with the delay. So if you do want to watch and hear their team comps, their POVs as well, you can do that. As Moldog tries to make sure again. Do you see? Nice. Now you can do a U-turn and go back to the compound, unless if Sakura Sanson turns around, which they won't. Do they pull up on this in like a full U-turn, or are they just going...
I think we're going past.
Yeah, these fast is driving straight south, and it seems like now the troops are following. But it seems like after the final game of the group stages, they were pretty heated. Like, they were definitely in a debate mode and not in agreement. So hopefully they've figured things out here coming into this week, because they have had a whole week to figure things out. And, well, for how, that's not how you would want to start the last chance.
No, absolutely not. With a circle like this, obviously, we're going to get an accelerated game state very, very quickly here. With all of these teams trying to find themselves a scrambles position in a circle, which realistically is about 60-some% water, right? So that limits how much play that these guys are going to have. You can already see all of these teams accidentally running into each other, bumping into each other, because they know that, unfortunately, there's just less room to play with. So it's going to be tough to find a spot here.
Definitely is, unless if you want to commit to boats. I mean, coming in from that southwest side is incredibly dangerous. Seeing how the plane path went really far south as well, it's just going to be incredibly difficult. Mika, now spotted out on the wall, will try and get out of there. Should be able to do so in his coupe. Full tilt's grown. It's up here on the roof, trying to make space for him and his teammates. Marcelik is on the other side, kind of jumping around, peeking. Does he not see him? Now he spots him over towards the southeast. And just able to get down to cover with a hair, like just about 10 HP.
And not quite the first player to almost go down. Obviously, we've had one death already, but there was a few moments in the previous one where Marcelik was first. But he was ill as well, bear in mind. I think he's not now, which means he's probably going to be more flamboyant on the comms, which could be a detriment or could be a boon. Who knows? We'll see.
When you already have 3 IGLs in one team, I think having one guy starting to talk more is maybe not what you're looking for, but who knows? Maybe they've committed to the Marcelik IGL and it should be talking. We'll see. We'll see how they up to structure things. It was an interesting insight we heard from Mika halfway through the group stage last week, and now we'll see again. I mean, with Sakura Sanson, how they're going to up to play this one. Again, I'll advocate that everyone has the map stream open. There's a lot you can see. For example, the Sakura Sanson split that's currently being set up. A lot of splits kind of gone in between one another out on that southeast peninsula towards Milter Power. And here we see Hawkey, fortunately for him, able to spot Win or Die over on the northern side, because they were set up very raiding for that push on over.
Well, the rotation that Sakura Sanson actually made was very interesting to me, because I thought what they were going to do when you asked if they were going to U-turn and maybe pull up on where Molodok was, I thought maybe they were going to try and take north of Milter Power, which actually is not that bad a spot to survive for a long while in these games. Of course, we get the shifts away from water, so that's tough, but the split that they went for eventually in this, the 2 in Milter Power as well as the 2 way south of some Prio compounds, is very bold to get things going.
I mean, they can definitely regroup, because obviously First Phase and Marcelik will spot people coming in on the southern side, and they will be able to drive north. As long as you go along the shoreline, they should be fine. Hitman and Marcelik can do the same thing from the north. So for now, it's fine. The only danger really becomes if anyone gets in between them. Then obviously regrouping would be that much more difficult. As we go back here to Sakura Sanson, as you can see, they're trying to maintain full control. Aiga's Power, not really too much to ride home about for the performance last week. Of course, hoping for a bit of a turnaround here.
I guess Power, they definitely need a turnaround. Nothing went their way, right? Like in the group stage, absolutely nothing went their way. It was tough, and Ombre now maybe being stalked a little bit. See if they can find him. I mean, information was relayed over as to exactly where he was. Now he hears the shots as well. And any more noise that you make from this point on there, if you want to try and vault, you're going to make some noise here. You've got to be a little bit wary about how you move. Oh, reinforcements are on the way.
Good info there for Jerick's turnaround, not just stand completely exposed up on the hillside, but now using the shots from Ombre to kind of reposition himself. Neeks will find Krell, so Jerick, you need to start sprinting, my friend. Your friends are in trouble.
Ooh. Yes, they are, and for Aiga's Power, obviously, we just came off the back of saying nothing went their way, and you really don't want it to start falling apart right now. Not to mention you have less games than in the groups. Well, actually, no, you don't have less games. We just have less games.
The total games are less.
Oh, my.
What?
Okay, well...
Entropic has figured it out. We're going no war, boys. That's what's happening.
No, abandon ship. Get up for the other.
This is going to be spicy, because again, keep in mind, next circle doesn't have to go on land. It does have to center on land, which makes it practically impossible to go southwest here. But this is definitely a very southern tip circle center, and a lot of space taking it. I mean, teams are going to have to default into Milter here.
I was going to say, it's funny the way I phrased it before. I was like, abandon ship. But no, actually, just abandon the Novo ship and get in a ship and get to the other side. Yeah. This is rough. So let's see how this is going to go down. Already you've seen Semler take a few members of Aegaz up towards the north as well, whilst they're all going to have to get moving. And it's going to be a bit of chaos here. Lil W's already taking some shots at Semler as they're running on past up at the top. But there's just no room down there. All of the compounds are basically already taken.
Yeah, it's chaotic. It is very chaotic. Milta is already taken at this point too. I mean, we've shifted out Big Milta. We do have areas on the eastern side that you can fight for, which is what we're seeing all these teams try and get through issues. Lil W has set up their camp, so they're ready and waiting now. QI is going to come in here as well.
Yeah, spray coming in from Lurex, see what they can do. Already takes down Shipless. Not the best start for Quantum Realm here, but Tarkus will hit him on that rotate pass as well. So not too bad in terms of the trade. They need to be able to finish this fight off quick, though, because the longer this fight lasts outside of the circle, they will be giving up ground as time goes on. So they need to blast into here, try and clean this up and get the members on the feet.
Yeah, Quantum trying to get the Resason up. As you can see, Blaze are not really too keen on pushing further forward until Schenken gets here. Now he's up front. That's going to allow for Blaze to try to at least hold the left flank. For now, not allow for anyone to wrap around. Now nades are close. They have been able to reset, so get into those cars, see if you can reposition. I like this play by Quantum Realm. I'm just worried that it's going to be a bit too late. Schenken spraying, but can't connect.
Just a few bullets here and there. Yeah, Quantum Realm were very quick to try and get out of there. Global Army, 70 damage coming in on the retreat out as well. That's what it talks about when we were saying that, hey, these guys can hang. You do not necessarily want to think of them as fish coming into this lobby.
No, it was a nice reaction play on their side. Get the knock in return and then kind of reset and just dip. They knew there was nothing more to come for. Lil W was actively going out and getting off angles. So smart for them to realize, you know what, guys, the circle's going further south. There's no reason for us to fight for this. We already have a really tough task ahead of us and trying to scout our way into the circle. Why settle for a fight here? In the meantime, Entropic saw what we saw, that the circle most likely won't go Novo, so might as well try and swim over. And I love the fact that they're doing it now, because one circle from now, you could be pretty sure that there will be a team set down and around here. So right now, smart decision making on their part.
I mean, again, the cliff sides along this, we saw it over on the east side. Actually, sometimes it gives you quite a bit of cover. Here, it's not too bad either. It can provide some cover. The one thing I'm concerned about, Toby, is how many teams are already in Milta. I think it's like 5.
And with how the next circle, I don't want to say should, but will most likely go, it's probably going to go somewhat east. So a lot of the teams that collapsed in on the southern and western side will have to make moves.
Jeez.
Yeah, James got knocked there, but not too big an issue. They should be able to get an easy res up. But you can see here, 5 teams in Milta proper already. It's all dangerous. You just have the 2 AP players still coming in on the western side. You have Gaming Gladiators out there. Full Tilt 2 on the western side. Let's see how brutal this circle is gonna be. And oh my lord, we have 3 compounds left in phase 3.
No way.
We questioned whether this week was going to be more wild, and the game goes, guys, just let me cook this one. And here we are. I think, what is this? 65% water in phase 3? We're doomed.
That's brutal.
Cube any hill, because this is going to be chaotic.
Yeah, everybody's about to die. This is absolutely terrifying here. Gaming Gladiators are already on the move here, trying to blitz past this beach as fast as they can, but Win or Die has kind of just been leapfrogged completely. They had no opportunity to actually move before Gaming Gladiators was rocketing past them here. Meanwhile, you're seeing Fairy Tail's also going to try for the move as well. Faye's landing a few shots as they go past Fex with some brilliant shots onto April. He was blistering past, and Fex was able to hit it.
Started off slowly, then went into 5th gear, just and gets them all down. Solid shots coming through. Semler will fall first of probably many teams to go down in this circle shift, because we still have half the server outside the next circle. Entropic laughing right now, having just swum across from Novo. And now, here we are, all these teams that have to try and make their way on in. Now, Win or Die and FaZe are still currently in, but obviously the next circle having to try and shift away from water should go straight north, maybe a bit northeast, and now we get the E pickup from BBL. But where in the world do you go?
Aegaz is going for it. Can you see them on the east going for a boat?
Yeah, they're taking a boat. They're taking a boat all the way south.
It's not bad.
I mean, we'll see if Tropic should both hear and see them, but maybe they won't. I mean, okay, that would be the biggest blunder of modern day PUBG Esports if Entropic somehow let them beach the boat. But we'll see. We'll see. BBL. This could be. I mean, this timing from AP could be absolutely insane. If BBL and Entropic are forced into a fight now here on the hillside, and AP just comes rolling up behind him and take him out, that would be insane timing.
Well, this is not a potentially bad move here. I understand exactly why they're doing it, trying to get into these ridge lines, and they do manage to survive. Yanni's just going down into the water, kind of giving up this ridge line completely.
Okay, he did not want to take the fight. I mean, he was surrounded, so it kind of makes sense. He realized that he had players behind him too, or at least he got the info from his teammates. Detrix maybe the one to spot Lyron there. Now they're looking for Yanni down below. So maybe for now, just try and be the bait, trying to allow for a team to get over and help on out. But now, AP is starting to make their way in this direction. Where do they go off of this? Because if they time this right, I mean, if you're in Tropic, if you're BBL, you can't really focus the guys out in the water. You have to continue this fight between one another.
Yeah, you do. Muzzle breakers abound here. Voldemort still kind of a little lurking around against Lil W. I hate seeing a holographic sight on anything. I
mean, you know what? After the change shit that you can change the
dot.
I can't think. Yeah, like the
reticle.
Yeah, the reticle. I think it's actually gotten quite good.
I'm just a red dot lover, you know. But anyway, we've got nades going forwards. Gedrox hits global armor to get things rocking. They're still trading a little bit of util here and there. Shitless finds Lurex. This is just going to kind of stalemate, and I think this is going to be kind of both teams kind of killing each other off here, unfortunately. Shilla's far in the distance, probably looking over this way and wanting to get a few pot shots himself.
I mean, incredible turnaround, though. It was Quantum Realm that kind of were the ones running into Little W initially. Then they're able to swing around them, get on the inside of the circle. Now fend off. Issue is Shenkin is still yet to be taken down. Gets one more, but won't find the last. Will go down in the end. Nice play here from Quantum Realm to swing the one around Issuers. They are now not inside the next circle, and that push on in is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yes, it is. FaZe here with this circle soon going to be able to push them as well. I mean, technically they're in, and oh no.
You know what? When you're a duo, I respect this. Like, what else were they going to do?
Yeah, well, especially with BBL taking their emergency pickup and hitting the cliffs as well.
Yeah. And there's none of them looking this way. If you just swim from here, like, there's none of them. Look at the arrows. Look at the arrows on BBL and Entropic. There's none of them are looking south. Okay, maybe Detrix is now. I'm not too sure exactly what's going on their feeds, but I'm not sure they actually realized AP was coming in on the water because they were so busy nading and shooting and, fighting one another.
You'd have thought somebody would have seen the boat coming along, right?
You definitely hope so, but it is last chance. I mean, you never know. Maybe it slipped past.
Boat's going to go down when the dinos that they have to get moving pretty soon. And Gladiators, I thought they were going to go a little bit deeper, but they decided to rock up alongside this ridgeline. And actually, it's a really good position to start holding off some of those teams that would still want to come from Milta. So I love the leapfrog into the potential hold. Pre-nade going to go out here to try and go for things. Spray goes down as well. They're just shutting them down hard.
Incredible shots coming through Dante with the nade first on over. Leosh able to find one in return there. Yes, now, I mean, they have to fall back a bit. Where does FaZe pop up? When do they engage in this fight? Right now, it's still just between the two, but here comes FaZe over the top. They now want to try and see if they can set up a third party. The Slip extends down on the other side. Gustav somehow able to catch him through the reefs there.
How does he have eyes like that? I didn't see a single pixel, but anyway, that's from Gustav is better than us as he's trying to shut down extends. They made the perfect timing on this move, though, for FaZe, right? Like, you just need to capitalize on the potential chaos that occurs ahead of you when you feel like you're held out a little bit. You third party this quite happily, and now Gladiators is scrambling a little bit, but there's also lines of sight from those prio compounds in the middle of this that Full Tilt currently holds.
And this is how you play Edge. This is how you set up third parties. FaZe has 6 kills already, and they've had minimal risk involved on their own part. At least from the points that we've seen them being able to get. It was Fex shooting a guy driving past. It was now them starting a third party situation. This is how you want to get points. This is how you want to get that momentum going to then go into your last fights of the game and have to really, risk everything to win it. This is incredibly well timed by FaZe. Let's see. Next circle is going to center up towards the water once more. We're really being giving chaos to start things off here.
Yeah, if you this is as close to a shoreline as we could really feasibly get, considering circles. So that's nuts. That and for all those teams in the compound, it's not too bad. Secure Ascent finally finished off their position, but Eternal Flame, Fire even also found themselves an okay spot.
And look who came in on the southern side.
Yeah,
AP able to swim ashore, have made their way in on this one. I guess Power will be vibing down on the cliffside for a while. I hope they can get up here. I think they should be able to. But for now, for good reason, they are not too interested in doing that because they have no clue what's happening on the other side.
I think with Cherry X's, I don't know if you can Well, anyway, I've not
They
actually
should be
tried that
able to
location.
jump and vault up. They
Yeah.
should be doable from down there.
Yeah, I figured, but all right. Well, we'll see. I think they're probably just going to eventually get weeded out by Entropic.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah. So we'll see how it fares. We'll see how they fare. FaZe, meanwhile, is still needing to get through this situation. I mean, the problem is that, yes, actually, they took a good time against Gladiators, but they didn't do enough. Oh, dear me, last day. How much can you do here in terms of crashing on through this? That's going to be difficult.
Still 4 alive. Nice swing around there. Able to find one. Finds one more, but now Molotov peeks on over. Gets the double in return. Last day will be taken out, but not before doing a lot of damage to Quantum on the other side. FaZe, they'll take that time to try and push further forward themselves. They know exactly where Penn is positioned. His teammate is down, so just one more player away from full Northwestern control, really.
Using the cliff edges as a potential flank move around, and perfect stuff from FaZe. 9 kills already. A lot of people, a lot of pundits came in saying that this was going to be FaZe's lobby to absolutely batter. And so far, so good for them. 9 on the board.
Home turf circle, but not one that has played out like usual Milter circles will. So tough fighting for them all the way through. Able to get the points here. Marcelik able to get a double, showing that yes, he was sick last week, but this time around is not the case. And once again, I mean, we talked about Voldemort Global Army from Quantum Realm, and they continue to impress. BBL now forced out of the compound for the first time for them. Only 1 kill so far, but looking for something more as they come off the cliffs.
And Lyra moving away from that for the second there, and now Schiller will take down Global Army. Interesting to see that actually go down, but there you go, that's how MEA is. But one thing that was interesting was that Full Tilt actually came out of the North Prio compound that isn't in the circle anymore, and they went west. I was concerned as to which direction they were going to end up heading. But yeah, that was always going to be hard for them.
Definitely was. Definitely was. Global Army will go down. Voldemort in trouble. Has an arm in hand. Maybe not the gun you want to be playing with when you have 3 BBL players come wrapping around the other side. But the thing is, when you go north, you look straight into Savim. Where do you go from here if you're Voldemort left alive alone?
Looking to peek over once again. Takes down Voldemort. He is gone out in 9th here to get things rolling. And I mean, yeah, they got a point or 2 here. So not bad at all.
Nope. I mean, for Quantum Realm, a team that didn't have to play the group stages, all now coming in. Game 1, 8 kills in a really tough circle. That is exactly what you want to make happen, considering how tough a north side rotation they had, trying to surpass full W and all that. That is a very, very good start to the day for them. Win or die will go down as we only now make our way into the top 7.
I do wonder if a Fairy Tale, those were their smokes to try and block off the Eternal Fire lines of sight so they can now make a move. They are out of the circle here, so they're wanting to preempt this and get a little bit ahead of the circle before it starts really rocking them. As Entropic in the distance, still looking towards FaZe. Fex, once again, another knock. It opens up pathways here for FaZe. Even though there's nades moving forwards against them, they needed that knock to start pushing up further.
I mean, it's a perfect timing too. Gustav coming up in the vehicle, baits the attention from Dedrix and Grannies to peek on over. And then, of course, being able to rely on your teammate to hit crucial shots when need be wouldn't be any better now. As you said, Gustav right up close here. BBL, they're going full speed forward on this one too, trying to claim center.
Yes, they are. Don't mind it. Don't mind it at all here. This hillside is going to be where a huge amount of conflict is, considering the amount of potential cover it can afford these teams on either side. James gets flashed himself. He's right in the... Oh, no. Hawkeye takes him down. M249 in hand. Takes down Gustav as well. Can he finish this off here? Fex is the last one remaining, but in the distance, he gets peppered and has to get prone.
Amazing timing here for Hawkeye. FaZe will fall, and again, I mean, I don't think FaZe had any clue that it was a full 4-man on that southwest side. Had they known, they would have done more to flank south to kind of clear them out, or maybe throw some smokes to isolate some angles. But nice by Hawkeye to lay low for as long as he did. Kind of used his teammates as a bit of a bait, but sprung the trap exactly when he had to. Now he finds once more prone down with the M249 in hand. It's practically a 0 recoil gun.
I was gonna say though, well, especially when you got the bipod out, right? I was gonna say though, he has about 100 bullets left, which actually doesn't really last you that long with an M249. So you're gonna be a bit cautious about how you're using it.
Definitely. Baron Peak still on the shoreline towards the south, trying to fend off against Jenny. Has found one, and keep in mind we still have AP in. Now, we question whether or not they could get up, considering they still haven't gotten up. I'm not sure they can anymore from down there, but they could still make the circle if they go further towards the east. It just becomes about whether or not Baron Peak actually hears them in the water down below splashing around. Can we get eyes on an AP for a second? Here they are, set down below. You're definitely not getting up there.
No.
But they're hearing the footsteps above.
Yeah, they're just...
Ooh.
Baron Peak does what he does best.
Swim.
A little peek. The nade went away! There's nowhere to go!
Now they're aware. So is it just Baron Peak now on duty to go fishing here, or do they send one more down? Look at the control. BBL sent 2 center, kept Baron Peak on the southern side, had CC out towards the east in case one of the Sabim or Eternal Fire players were leaving, and now they have the entire circle. Incredibly heads-up play. They've been able to keep 4 alive, and that's off of that really full send E-pickup towards the south earlier. Full Sabim play style, and well, yeah, works out for them. Here they are, and they get a crate.
It was absolutely perfect, right? Because, I mean, there was no way they were getting to where they did on foot. Like, considering how many teams they would have had to gone through Milta, through the hills, through these compounds, not a chance. But look at this. Hey, guys, I am very happy to see that they've got themselves at least a 5th place off the back of this.
from a Milta circle to taking the boat all the way towards, like, west of Sharkfin. When you full commit that hard as a duo, you know what? You earned it. You earned your 3 placement points.
For sure.
Maybe 4, depending on whether this fight comes to an end before they start fishing on the southern side. Fuss will fall as the Mad peaks on out, able to get 1, but with where their current position should be able to get the rest. Having said that, though, the blue is closing in, so maybe the time won't be there. Marsalik now falls as well.
Yeah, getting caught from those angles up on the hill as well is going to be problematic here for Security Center. And it's been a bit of a quiet game for them, to be perfectly honest. They found themselves this compound early, and from there, they've not been able to really get much materialized on their end. Marsalik with the 2, but I mean, getting those guys back off of the roof is going to be difficult. They'll try and drop down and get rezzed up. Marsalik is up now, but I mean, you're losing so much time here, and there's so many barriers in front of you, be it BBL or Eternal Fire.
Once Eternal Fire came into the compound and took the gas station, it really made it hard, if not near impossible, for Sabim to flex out and take control. They had to allow for BBL over the top, and then, you know, I mean, we're completely circled in here, completely surrounded. We have to just, you know, sit back, get the placement points, maybe try and make a run for it late game, but you can see here now what that run looks like, and it's practically impossible to execute.
That being said, arm on towards Eternal Fire. I mean, BBL's just starting to shoot at anything at this point. Only 2 shots left for Schiller. But, I mean, he's going to be okay with that, because by the time he expends these shots, it's going to be all auto range anyway. Sprays into the smoke to try and finish it off. E-Man on the roof, drops down and gets blasted.
Baron saw 2 on the southern side before as well, and still hasn't found Cherix. So you know what? Maybe it's a 2nd place.
Maybe.
But Cherix will see where the final circle takes us. Sheila sprays down the mat just like that. It's a full Turkish brawl here on the northern side of the circle, and it seems to me like BBL will come out on top.
And maybe Aegaz gets that 2nd. Baron Peak's looking for him, but I mean, the thing is that Eternal Fire, once their smokes are dissipated, they've got nothing here. Spray through against her from CCNX, trying to deal with as much damage as possible, but 10 kills on the board for BBL after the E pickup. It's huge, Toby.
Insane. Absolutely insane. It's 13 bullets left for Schiller. Still has heals to get back up, but will tap and get knocks off of it too. Quetba got rest, but fell instantly back down, and now, I mean, all he can do really is try to tap on through. Oh, no more bullets in that gun. 12 is all you got.
Well, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep. Just a little cheeky. You gotta do something. No,
Do we get a second place? Do we get a second place for Cherix? Don't get greedy here, BBL. You can still throw it away. Matt down to 7 HP. I mean, there's still 3 up. They've burned through pretty much all their util already. So now it's going to be a heal off on the southern side against the guys over on the other. CC, no lethal utils, but do he? Oh, they're just down below.
Blinded. Schiller made those 12 bullets work for himself, by the way.
Definitely. Right now, Cherix going, guys, come on. I want my 2nd place. But it's not looking likely. Unless if BBL opts to make a move first. Yeah, he is now going to be in the blue. Try to heal on through. Not going to happen. But you know what? 5 placement points. Congratulations to you, I guess, Power. That's what you get this game when you lose the first 2 players of the game. Matt down. Marco half HP. He shouldn't be able to get rest on up here. 1 flash and a peek on over should do it. And there you have it. BBL 14 kills to kick things off.
We spoke about how much actual cover those cliff sides do give you for a long time. You can survive there for quite a while, and that really helped BBL. Again, that emergency pickup, it was about 15 minutes ago that they went for that emergency pickup play. Nobody was really there to contest them. Only maybe Entropic, but even they really didn't get decent shots off against them. So they had free reign over a lot of this, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, taking out Yanni on the side of Entropic there to be able to flex further towards the east, and then they're pushed towards the center when they realized Entropic and FaZe were fighting. I mean, the timing was perfect.
All right, well, the desk is ready here after our first Erangel of the day. Let's hear from them and BBL winning.
We did say in the pre-game that BBL needed to step up. They did just that. 14 kills. Another team we said needed to step up. FaZe, they might not have finished in the top 4, but 9 kills. All in all, a great start to day number 1 of the LCQ. What did you think of this entire game, Avenger?
Yeah, it was a great one. Obviously love having an E-pick-up situation evolve into something as awesome as this, right? And also this circle, like, it was such a rough one. We had so much water, as the guys pointed out, and it just makes it so complicated for all the teams. But we actually saw some really good solutions, some really good plays, and some perfect execution towards the end here to maximize points.
Also a nice one for Eternal Fire Saga. They're also only 4 kills, but those 10 placement points are going to be great for them.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, and they're a team that really could do with it. They're a very hot and cold kind of team, and again, they kind of played this game in their own classic Howl style, which is drive to the middle. They kind of held off from doing it for a while, and to be fair, there wasn't really many other options in the zone like this. By the time we saw that phase 3, it was either you're playing the middle or you're dying to phase. Like, those are the options. So good enough that they managed to get into the compound. It is a difficult compound that Sakura Zenson had hold of to control the entire thing, so they didn't even bother. They said, look, you guys have the west, we'll take the east, and we'll deal with that problem when it comes later into the game. So a good second place pickup for Eternal Fire.
So one of the teams that was in contention to make the top 8, fighting really hard for points, was Win or Die. I'm going to make Saga's life a little bit tough now. Analyze exactly why it didn't work out for them. Yeah, and Erangel.
So what I can say is, if we think back about 33 minutes to the pre-show where I said sometimes in the group stages, some teams did some silly things. They tried to play a little bit chaotic, a little bit aggressive, do some bridge camping or whatever for some points in the early phases of the game. Win or Die gave us a pretty good example of, yes, you can get some points from doing that, but then don't expect to actually win a game from doing that kind of thing. So they came from just a little bit over to where Fairy Tail is currently located on this view, holding out the bridge. It actually forced Entropic's hand. They were considering coming over the bridge, but heard some of those shots, so they had to turn back and go the swimming route. And then when that phase 3 shift comes in all the way to the east, all the way over to that peninsula, they did manage to get a little bit of presence towards the eastern tip of Milta, but getting out from that position is practically impossible with Gaming Gladiators on the east and FaZe on the north. So for Win or Die, it just became a bit of a heel off, and successfully managed to get a single placement point out of it on top of the kills that they were able to get. So not the end of the world.
Avenger, were you surprised a lot of the teams that were in contention for those final spots in the group stages didn't really show up in game number 1? Do you think there's a reason for that? We
have to get a bigger sample size. If we get some more circles here with 60% water in phase 3, maybe we'll see something different. But yeah, it is a hard game, and actually I want to give it to Win or Die here in a situation where you have to maximize points when things goes against you, and this was exactly the case. They managed to defend the kind of compound inside Milta they were in. They managed to maximize points in terms of healing, and you just want to really avoid, when you're playing 12 games, you just want to avoid having those 1 or 0 point games or even 2 points. And here they managed to do so, and that average is up. So they just need one decent game and continue that average, and they should be in the top 8 quite easily.
Avenger, it's fair to say though that the more experienced teams handled the difficult circle a little bit better when you take a look at the leaderboard.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there's some decision making that comes into it, some circle that kind of goes the way of someone that's already in a position, but decision making overall for what's happening is, I feel like it's kind of maximized to what we saw here. Of course, also an E-pick-up from the western side or northern side of Milta for BBL to come in here and then get 24 points off that. Staying 4 guys alive is extremely hard, but they scouted that hill. They were like, hey guys, we gotta take this, and we gotta clear the southern side where we have all the water, and that's just exactly how we want to see an E-pick-up like that executed in kind of mid to late game situations.
Right, first game is done for the LCQs. We have 5 more today to find out who at the halftime point will be in contention to get to the grand finals. We have another Erangel on the way, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
for the future of humanity.
I'm not shooting, I'm waiting shooting.
I knocked this guy out. Knocked on green, king of black.
Where is he? Shooting last buggy. Shoot last buggy.
Yeah.
Hit once. Twice.
Oh,
Nice.
Action him.
Just don't got nailed as well, man.
Yeah, I know.
Thunder you. Owned mark.
Nading it.
Knocked. One more on the car to the right of him.
Yeah.
The USC. On the USC.
I'm nading it.
He's
No,
moving on
no
green.
QC, no QC.
It's last green then.
Last
Yeah, green is alive, green is alive.
Yeah, green light.
Following it. Is green correct mark?
No, he
Yeah,
he
it
moved
is,
to
it
the-
is. No.
One car.
Go, go, go!
Hit hard, hit hard, hit hard.
One with knife.
Knock two! Let's go!
Flush them, flush them, flush them.
Yeah, flush,
I can't see any of the flushes.
All that.
Dropping on yellow.
Yeah.
Off the left guy.
Yeah, and on
I'm
me.
dead.
One knocked. One peeking on Gustav. I did.
To do it now.
Coming.
Yeah.
But they're holding right side. Knocked one BBL inside the open garage. Knocked one BBL inside the open garage.
Okay,
nine
coming
later.
towards us.
Yeah.
I'm not shooting, I'm waiting shooting.
I knocked this guy out. Knocked on green, king of black.
Where is he? Shooting last buggy. Shoot last buggy.
Yeah.
Hit once. Twice.
Oh,
Nice. Shoot.
All right, a great start. Some calculated players coming out from BBL with the E pickup into the hold, into the hill, doing all right for themselves. They almost ran out of some ammo, but it worked out, Toby.
Definitely did. It was a good showing for them. I think in a circle where when we first saw them E-pick, I was like, where are they gonna go? I mean, you have Entropic down there, but honestly, whether it was by coincidence or by design, I'm not sure. But the way that they were able to isolate Yanni from the rest of the group and doing it at a time where Entropic was still looking towards the northwest, they really couldn't have pulled off that E-pick up any better. They were able to 3-1 like isolate Yanni from the rest of his team, making it incredibly hard for Entropic to fight back against them. And if they can do stuff like that, just jumping straight into arguably one of the hardest to engage in areas of the map and come up victorious with a win and not lose a single player until the very final, I guess, fight of the match. That's, yeah. It's like, I want more. I want more of that BBL roster.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. I expect we'll probably see more E-pickups coming from them in the upcoming games, since they seem to manage to find success on one of the harder circles with it for this one. And if it is a harder circle like this, I suppose for some teams, they're seeing this as in inverted commas, salvage game where they're trying to just get as many points, right? So for FaZe, for Quantum Realm, these two teams in particular, who are really at present at two ends of the spectrum when it comes to who we think is going to do well, or somebody who's just come in and is only just playing now. But it was a great game for them in terms of the points gained.
Definitely was. I mean, they played out their matches in similar fashion, except for the fact that they were on each their side of the action. FaZe kind of fending off, trying to take whoever was coming out of Milta down before they had to make a move of their own. And Quantum Realm on the northern side, again, I mean, incredibly nice disengage against Old W. Sometimes you gotta, I don't want to say admit defeat, but realize there's more to be gained by disengaging and going elsewhere. They got the res, they reset, they were starting to feel the pressure on the flanks, because Old W were actually setting up to make an incredibly smart push. And then they're like, you know what? We can wrap east. They're trying to flank us on the left. That means we have open access to the shoreline. Let's just go all the way around them. And then they take them out in the following fight on the eastern side of the shoreline. So incredibly smart play by Quantum Realm. Again, as I said with PBL, more of that. It's what I feel like we missed last week. The really cerebral heads-up PUBG, seeing something happening and coming up with a good counter strategy to it. I feel like last time was just, let's all just yell our strategies at the same time so no one can counter anything and see what happens when we all do it, you know? Here it was hectic, sure, but then you stop for a split second and go, wait, we can actually do something here. And you come up with a really smart counter to it. So nicely done by Quantum Realm at that moment there.
Well, you definitely see some of that bulldozer action on Rondo, right? Like that's
true.
That's true.
No, it's called the Pico. It's called Pico Bus action.
Ah, yes, the Pico ramming bus. Oh, well. Here we go. We have a melee circle for this one, and we actually have a hot drop over towards Primosk as well. So, gonna have to be careful. MP5, it's not that bad, actually. He controls it. Perfect stuff. Out of the air. Groen has gone down. MP5,
is that the fastest MP5 kill in PUBG Esports history?
It may be. It may be, yeah.
Could very well be. If we were to go back to the last match we had just before, I just want to make sure that I'm not getting this one wrong. I believe in the previous match we had it was business looting here. So it's clearly full tilt coming to say hello. They didn't get their Milta Power plane that they would have hoped for this time around. So coming to say hi, and now maybe not too happy that they did.
Yeah, a bit tougher to drop Milta Power on this plane path for them, right? Like, you know that Eternal Fire is kind of dropping around that shelter split, so vehicles would have gone from there. You know that last day is also kind of dropping around that Lepovka split, so vehicles would have gone from there, and then you may end up losing one as you even try and challenge for those. So it is tough, but I mean, hey, here we are, and it's not going so well yet.
And most annoying thing is, I think, for both of these teams, is that usually when you loot Primorsk and you get a melee circle, like Prim teams have a tendency to come out pretty successfully, because obviously, I mean, taking a boat early, getting across, getting cast on the western shoreline, you have pretty free pickings of what you want to do. But now, because they're forced to slow things down and take the fight here, you might have to wrap north around. You still have the boats, obviously, so you could sail over, but there could be people having gone ferry pier boats. There could be people already set up on the shoreline by the time you get over there. So it's kind of the reward of looting here in circles like these is lost because they have to fight one another instead.
Well, good to know 50% of our Erangel games in the last chance qualifier are rough, because I mean melee circle is the most standard rough circle, right? Because it is it's not mainland. Vanos has already taken down Madzi here. This is not going well for full tilt, and considering that there's the push on the way here too, and they are just going to divide and cut. They're just bailing. They're getting out of here. This is, I mean, I get it. It's a mature way to play this if you want to try and get yourself some placement points. Play the Agaz strategy from last game, but that's been disastrous here in
what? If Full Tilt gets third place this game, job well done, guys. You deserve it. Again, I mean, similar situation to Agaz of the last game. I did not think they were going to get third. No. But if they disengage here, 62 left alive on a melee circle, and they as a duo get second, I want to know what their strat book looks like, because that's going to be a tough one.
All right, hear me out.
Okay, I'm listening.
E-pickups. Not this one.
Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, and there you go. Gaming Gladiators is doing exactly that they heard from James Wade. You get second place if you take E-pickups, and woohoo! Off they are.
They're on the way. They're on the way. I mean, the funny thing is that actually from where Gaming Gladiators were, they didn't even technically need to get, but there's got an E-pickup. It's happening. Mm-hmm. Oh, full tilt. You know what? If you had it, you had it. It's going to work, I guess. We'll see.
Well, FaZe opting to play it slow in from the eastern side. Obviously, a short rotation for them to get to this location. Full tilt in the meantime as well, getting the pick-up going. We'll see where they opt to set up shop. Surprisingly, no one's claimed observatory just yet. The radio hill on the eastern side still available. Usually the military team would go there, but Entropic obviously looting military base and then seeing the circle, it would have been a bit of a stretch to try and claim melee base proper and then go out east as well, knowing that the likes of FaZe and Milta and other teams would be coming in. If you're watching the map right now, it's like playing air traffic control simulator and trying to figure out how do we not get all these helicopters to collide with one another, because there are a lot of lines on this map right now.
Yeah, there are. And all things considered, we're not surprised, right? Like, it's
quote me again what Batulin said about teams and e-pickups.
I can't do justice to the exact wording, so I'm not even going to do it. But, you know, it's for iGas Power, this is perfect again, right? I mean, they had the Stalber Kamensky
they have the
drop
formula. They know what they got to do.
Yeah, and how much did they end up getting in the previous 6 points, right? So
you know what? If you can average 6 points, you're qualified. So I think for that part, then I mean, 6 points average, 12 games, 72 points. Yeah,
you'd be on the bubble.
Unless if we get an incredibly top-heavy game, I think 72 should qualify them.
Should. Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll see. Because the thing is that we're expecting, to a degree, teams like FaZe and BBL to really sponge up quite a lot of points, right?
You would assume so.
And if they continue on this track, that would be the case. But we have a last day boatation along with it. This is a long one all the way from where Lipovka was. But it will get them in.
Not to be confused with the actual last day that is tomorrow. Their second to last day rotation, making their rotation down around the southern side of Milta Power. That should be good. There's no one Novo, no one, I mean, East Coast at all, really. So free rotation for them to come on in. Not so free, though. For full tilt, they land, they get seen, they get shot. Entropic has realized, wait, when we let people e-pick up on us, we don't win games. So how about if we actually shoot them this time?
Yep, I was going to say exactly the same thing, because last one was problematic, this one not so much. That being said, there is still a potential of another team dropping right on top of them as well here, so they need to be fully prepared. I mean, technically speaking, if the circle comes this way, there is no reason that this couldn't continue throughout the entire game, considering how also good e-pickup would be to try and get yourself into something like military if the circle comes this way, because again, the edges of military are quite easy to hold for teams that are in military to a degree.
Yeah, you know, you're not wrong. It's if they can set up in HCC, as we were just mentioning before, they are the ones in charge of the e-pickups now, sitting in that air traffic control tower. So aGas scouting around, trying to see what looks available. They have Gaming Gladiators on the southern side, but they're split pretty thin, so I don't think they're seeing enough vehicles that they're too worried. But now let's see, where do you go? Do you go cars here, or do you full commit compounds? I think they're going to go west, and it's a good play on their part, because no cars are there, no doors are open. That one, my friend, is free for the taking.
That would be kind of a sick change if you could, in the air traffic control tower, see incoming things. But that is some great shots coming out from business in the end. It's not Gaming Gladiators that takes that one, but it will be Percival also going very, very low. And Levante's trying for it. They're expending a lot of ammo on that, actually. Levante's quite low now.
I'm just sitting and thinking about what you just said. Imagine, though, if you get the line of the helicopter. You don't get to know what team it is. You just get the line. It just appears when someone's about to do an e-pickup.
I know it's kind of an abandoned island, right? So there's not really probably a lot of electricity or things working. Yeah. But you know,
if anything should be working, you know what? For how isolated and abandoned that area is, having a guy sat out there just be the e-pickup scanner, that's definitely potentially busted, but also kind of fun.
Yeah, just fun. Yeah, I think it's just fun. Anyway, whatever.
It's just fun. Yeah. You get the same in Campo Militar on Erangel. Oh, sorry, on Miramar.
Nobody goes there.
Exactly, but that's the word. That's what you get for going. You get to see where the e-pickups are going, because you can't just look in the air and look at the helicopters, I guess.
I think, all right, okay, right. You knock your opponents and you get to take them to prison and then put them in the cells and then lock the cell. There you go. Let's just go full RP.
What is this? Why did we just turn this game into? I'm not sure anymore. Well, let's see here. Quantum Realm. Well, they're doing their rotato on the ferries, and they got their cast there with them. They do again. I mean, we have Gaming Gladiators in a 2-1-1 split, meaning I don't think we're going to see too much action from them as we get the off the shoreline. That's going to be the rest of Savim rotating I was going to say good timing because they get off into the water before Semmler comes in. But if Semmler stops to look south now, Rayo is going to have Fuzzface and Marcelik in the water. Yeah. Very easy to take out.
The only problem with a play like that is, I'm saying it's not bad. I mean, they've got themselves a spot for the circle, right? So they're able to get in okay. The only problem is you kind of abandon your vehicles. Are they looking for it?
I mean, you have to stop and see. There's a car parked right there. I mean, you have to look water now.
Yeah, I agree.
And none of the other guys on the shore looking the other way. That's what I'm most... No, now they are. They heard the cars. Him and Mika are now up on the shorelines looking north. Thank you. I was going to say, if they're just sat in compounds starting to loot and not protecting their team until they get to the other side, that'd be dangerous. In the meantime, Full Tilt will fall. That's the penalty of trying to hot drop business to then go E-pick up and then get demolished by James down on the southern side.
Royalty on their way with an E-pickup. They popped that before this circle actually popped, so that's coming in towards, once again, Entropic's location, since that was the center of the previous circle. So let's see where they're going to go. Another spray from Fex. Great stuff once again. Fex is on fire today here, as Kurexi will finish him off with the run over. So Fex is just razzing around. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, impressive play. I mean, not only do they get 1 point, but they also get to cut off Eternal Fire completely, because I think they were both kind of running for the same positions here. So good on FaZe to get the knock and the location off of a well-executed drive-by.
It's one of the better locations, especially if you've got some car cover. Lyrics finds Molodox down on this south side of everything that's going on as well. These two teams do need to keep moving, though. The fact that they are out of the circle and not really taking prime position is a problem. There is still kill points on the board, though. Baron Peak in the distance finds Quet, but Eternal Fire cannot get anything going here in this game.
Nope, it's a tough rotation going east to west in this circle, especially when so many teams are locked in already. Eternal Fire, as a matter of fact, will get eliminated. Down they fall. They had a good first game, but not to be this time around. Lil W, in the meantime, trying to maintain control here towards the south. They have Last Day, who pulled up on them, but seems like, at least for now, they're able to kind of dodge and weave and avoid all the commotion. Bumble is still on the southern side, could potentially be in trouble. In the meantime, Sakura Sanson, off of having swum to shore, has found some solo win or die players, and I guess a good start for them, able to take out one layer. I mean, they're not in a position to take this fight at all.
Kind of an important fight for Sakura Sanson in the north, if they can take out win or die, because I mean, there's so much room that would open up there. But still, this will stalemate over in the east. Schengen is in the distance with kind of stimming up a little bit. What's up, Toby?
Yeah, I was going to say, because Schengen was looking west. I just saw as soon as he swapped over to the mini, did he spot Bumble? But he's not at all looking in his direction right now. Bumble clearly aware of exactly where Schengen is, but Schengen is currently a bit isolated. This could be dangerous. If Nitro starts shooting, maybe bait some attention here, that could be Schengen in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think they know where any of these positions are. Schengen's going to go. Oh, that's rough. So now, technically, yeah, they know where Bombilovo is, but I don't think they knew where Nitro was, unless they saw him as they went past that little bit of cover. But, I mean, regardless of the fact, Lil W realizes they need to prioritize position now. They need to get in, find themselves a spot to play.
I mean, they got surpassed in the previous game, lost because of it this time around. They don't want to do the same mistake again.
Yeah.
Got to start that rotation. Circle's going to swing towards the west as well. We'll see if they get to survive going full speed down the highway here. And Tropic is set up to kind of try and hold them off. They will swing further into the south, but actually down towards the, I guess, not really the crossroads, but towards the granny on the far bottom left side in the bend there. Both those compounds are available, but that's one of those you're coming in completely blind. There's no way you've scouted it prior. Do you dare to commit to it? Because that's, I mean, it's not prio real estate necessarily, but it's definitely a spot that you would think was taken already. So no, they're not even going to go.
Well, before you started describing it, I was surprised that no one was there, and I was going to mention it myself. But, I mean, A-Gaz has been able to kind of scout it out a little bit, so they find themselves a spot. They actually push Fairy Tail off in the distance here. So, I mean, usually, if you can get it, you would like to be kind of spread 2-2 across the road. From one. But Fairy Tail, actually, now that I look at them, I think they have tried to rock up on the back side of it here. So, if they could regroup and maybe get themselves an okay spot. But Fairy Tail is, they said it in the pre-show, the 2-2s that they've been able to hold on to in the group stages were actually kind of a bit more, I want to say, exaggerated compared to what you would normally be able to get away with in some of these games. So if Fairy Tail can hold this is pretty decent as well.
Definitely, this is. I mean, if we swing west here once more, it's gonna be it's gonna be a pretty bold split to try and maintain control. But of course, they were down here early on. They knew this was gonna be free. I like the fact that they committed to this position fast, though, because AP, as you saw, A-Gaz was getting down here as well. Neeks just flying behind the ferry, because
Wait
that's
a minute.
just what he likes to do.
This is Novo.
Yeah, we're chilling, bro.
Jeez Louise, we're far away.
Hello, Neeks. How does flying work for you these days?
Give him a little magic carpet. It'd look great.
Yeah, whee! He's sat in the towboat behind the ferry that they're dragging along. James, in the meantime, able to find Bumble. Once again, I mean, trying to do parachute shows into a military base. I mean, there's too much anti-air going on in there.
Yeah, there is. We've had more players flying in this game than many more that I have seen. It's just E-Pickup City and apparently Boat City. But it's been a bit wild, and Entropic is actually capitalizing on the fact that they had the middle of military very, very well locked down early on. They've got themselves a few kills here and there. Not too many, but enough to be able to keep themselves in an okay spot.
Yeah, they are the ATC masters, so they will know of all the E-pickups coming in as Assembler now. I mean, on rotation, only phase 3. With the time they've had looting on the northern side, they've probably just, gotten an extra first aid. That should be fine, at least for like 20 seconds worth of blue. And yeah, they'll get the rotation going coming in on the eastern side. The issue is we have shifted off the hill and the forest to the east completely. So it's going to be a very full speed rotate into this next circle. Circle swings north as well. So how do you approach this now, coming in with no info if you're Assembler? Like, where do you set up? You go blue into the forest on the hill, scout for a second, and then you just have to fully commit something, but it's all taken on the east side.
I think maybe you just blast into military and try and find something in there. Might be difficult though. And Gladiator's here finding Lurex. He's gone down. The big dogs are laughing. FaZe is laughing. BBL is laughing, and that is terrifying for the rest of this lobby right now. There might be teams that want to try and crash into playing Graveyard. There might be teams that want to play alongside the wall that does exist just south of it. Because how many times do you see teams just like, oh, well, we're going to crash into it, use cars as cover, and just prone next to a wall? It's just too common when things shake down in circles like this. No.
Okay, so I said...
late.
So I said, just get one more first aid. Clearly, Samuel didn't hear that. So like, no, we can do this without meds, guys. This is going to be easy. And they all died to blue in phase 4. That's... Samuel, my friends. You have played this game for long enough to know timings on circles and damage and that stuff. I usually like to give people a bit of... Like, I try not to give people too hard of a time, but that's inexcusable. The way I see it, if you know you don't have the meds to make that ferry rotation, you take you full commit. It's
the thing that makes it really rough is they're going to watch this game back and realize that there really wasn't much bridge camping or anything going on.
But that's the thing. If you know you don't have the meds, they know like these guys have played the game 1 trillion times. They know what it takes to be able to make those rotations. They didn't have it, so don't do it. I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's better to try and go for, even if a bridge was camped, it's better to try and go for the fight.
What would you rather, fight for a bridge or die? Yeah, exactly. It's
right.
a no-brainer. It's inexcusable. We're at the peak of EMEA PUBG in these tournaments. You got to be better than that.
Well, let's see what Quantum Realm can get done, as now they're smoking up this location, and see if they can kind of cover off the angles that we do see available to Gladiators. That being said, Business lurking above them. Very easy. Looking down that way and seeing if he can find a spot, but Fairy Tail also sees him. I don't know if you're going to be able to make this work.
He needs Vanos and Emotic to do a lot, but nope, not going to happen. Brightside catches him from down below. There really wasn't too many more seconds. He could have had that angle, so a little unlucky that those shots do connect. But now let's see Quantum, of course, having heard these shots connect towards the south and seen Vanos as well. They know there's one more out there because no insta-kills have come through, but they also have to concern themselves with these Gaming Gladiators players, who is 2 dead now. So, again, for Quantum Realm to be able to play these edges, they're doing a really good job, both in the previous game and this one.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are. Really capitalizing on the opportunity that's been afforded to them. Not too bad to start things rolling. As you can see now, Fairy Tail completely regrouped, and across from them there is Igaz. The circle has shifted into military, though. Oh, gosh!
I mean, the fact that Entropic is still in, off of having sat east side melee for so long now, they're just slowly, backfilling. Not too much action on their side of the circle, obviously, but now is when you start seeing some of the teams. You were talking about the wall on the southern side. Teams might start eyeing that. AP has to make moves. I'm curious to see what Sakura Sanson is planning on doing, because just full speed sending it in through that parking lot on the top northwest side of military can be hard. You can't maintain your speed all the way down to where BBL is, so they should be easy pickings if you don't get a good entry knock. So curious to see what Sakura Sanson is planning on doing here.
Yeah. For me, I was about to say you just try and crash into military again, but we already spoke about the fact that they had no vehicles to begin with after crashing them into the water earlier. So it's tough.
I love how your response to every hypothetical I've come up with is maybe you just pull up, maybe you just crash. That's the only option left for all these teams since phase 3. Let's see now. Well, here's the first crash of probably many to come, and well, they do get one. They do make space, but here comes the Nate barrage. Instantly to follow.
Yes, it is. Oh, Voldemort's very close as well. And they're going to just push into these smokes and clear him on out here. Quantum Realm, I don't mind the attempt, but yeah, it's going to be always difficult when all of these teams really haven't been in that many conflicts and have got a lot of utilities still available to them. So, tough.
They did what you asked. They just pulled up. Issue is they pulled into nade range. We still have 2 players in this smoke right next to the opponents, trying to commit to a brave res. Now the blue is gonna, the smoke is gonna fade in just a half-second. Brightside instantly sees one. Now that they realize he's up, there should be one more waiting on the other side. No, Voldemort missing crucial shots. That should have been a knock guaranteed.
Yeah, I think he realized he needed to do so much with a kind of spray transfer, and just spray transferred a little too early, realizing then he didn't get that initial knock, right? So it's happened to all of us when it comes to these desperate scenarios. But so unfortunate there for him. And now just Fairy Tail's going to have to try and recover. They've left Anybo's down far back in the compound. And Igaz is kind of stuck in the middle of all of this.
Yeah, I mean, AP2 followed the James protocol of just pulling up, and anybody's got kind of isolated because of it now. Sneaking in behind, has to commit to the rest. I'm not sure he's going to get that off in time. He might actually die because of it. Has to back off now because Blazer sat inside the circle, sees him, and yes, it does fall to blue. So a little unlucky on that end. But for the remaining 2 Fairy Tail players, should be able to go up to the at least the wall of this plane, or the west side of the plane, and be inside the next circle. Issues, as you can see here. Face sees their tippy toes underneath.
Yeah, just to cover my bases a bit, I don't mean pull up on all these dips. This is, but I mean, some of these teams in the south
you
are
gotta
having
be more
a rough time.
specific than you just said pull up. You have to be specific as to where.
Well,
they just
look
did
what Sakura Sensen did. North buildings, great, cool. They're in. Well, we're in.
Fair enough. Circle goes south. Face off. Early commit to the plane. Graveyard will be rewarded with yet another shift in there. Waiting for Blazer too. I mean, the fact that he's still on the southern side, that's incredible. And also keep in mind, we're only now in placement points. So these teams have been battling for a long time, and some of them might go away with just a single point.
It is rough, especially if. Well, I was about to say, especially if Entropic is one of those teams that goes away with just not many placement points. But I do think, considering that they have the anchor point in Graveyard, they should be totally okay. It will be those northern teams really trying to scramble for all of this. Baron Peaks finds foot space straight away here, though, with the Org. Not too bad to get things going. It's all on Marseille now to try and blast out of here. As we were saying before, just pull up, but it's not going to work on out.
No, tried to pull up, ended up pulling down. Not too much happening. Sakura Sensen falls. Only a 3-point match for them there. As BPL again, I mean, off of a win in the previous one. Top 7 here, of course, a tough rotation to make, but I like the way they're approaching it. Not just going car full speed James pull-up style, but trying to clear what's ahead of them and then see if maybe with a second left in the blue, they can get an entry knock to make their way towards the circle. Entropic fighting on the east. They're waiting for opportunities to make plays happen. And, well, this Entropic win or die fight might just be that.
Not a bit about Ned. Yes, it did actually catch Brightside here, and Win or Die is gone thanks to Entropic just being able to create what was a barrier position against those northern teams. BBL, though, slowly wiggling their way into the middle of this, well, into the top side of this circle as well. But they're only in the barrels at the moment, and that's not really going to afford them much cover as they try and move through.
Nah, it's gonna be tricky. Still not in yet. They need a really good knock. Royalty still has some smokes to work with, but I mean, I'm not sure if that's gonna do more than just delaying the inevitable. How is just casually gonna, you know what? Why not? Just commit to the rest outside the circle, see what happens, and because you do so, instead of peeking further forward, you get yourself another placement point. So there you have it. Bombil able to get himself 1, make that 2, as they'll stay alive at least for now. And now for BBL, they've found their way into the circle. They've taken the dip that was brought down just before, and obviously Entropic realizing this, knowing exactly the distance with the nades, will go for it once more.
Do him the courtesy of his full name. It's Bombilly Bomb. It's the best name. I've been waiting to properly say it for so long because he didn't do much in the qualifier, or in the group stage, I should say. But now a 3, well, or at least a 2 there for him. Not bad at all. And BBL just getting naded here from the barrier spot that Entropics tried to set themselves up. FaZe is still on fire. They're just shooting absolutely everything. Unfortunately, Bombilly Bomb is down. No!
We need Bombilly Bomb and Bumble Ovo to fight for the final, like 1v1 in the final match of this tournament. Let's go Bombilly Bomb. In any case, yeah, I mean, again, solid start. FaZe, BBL, we mentioned them coming into it, expecting big things from them. Martin talked about the chat he'd had with James. We're looking forward to, of course, seeing that content piece and how things are developed. And I think, I mean, if they were looking to come up to a strong start, you couldn't really ask for anything better. They had a tough circle in the previous game to fight through, and they did a lot with that, but you're not going to win all of them. And for that game, there was an insane performance from them. And now here, already rotating 2 in, off of getting the rest. FaZe are looking, I mean, as good as FaZe looks on a good day. And that's, I think, scary for the rest of the lobby.
I'm also looking forward to James saying exactly what Martin said he said, which is, I'm sure there's more, but that was a good time, that was. We're going to have some smokes maybe laid down here for Baron Peak to try and hold on off. And look at that, Entropics already moved down into a great position. They had this long lockdown for quite a long time. Likewise, so did FaZe, though. So again, I was saying it before, the big dogs are absolutely laughing a few circles ago, and they're going to continue to do so.
And for Entropic, who had a pretty tough time, I mean, during the group stages, it's I guess good for them to get something going here. They had 22 points on the first day, 14 on the second, looking to get more points in this game alone than what they had on their second day of play. So hopefully this can be a morale booster, momentum booster coming into the both the last games of the day, but also the matches tomorrow night. It's going to be short.
So I guess if they'd have gone into the smokes, that would have reached. But unfortunately, with them just kind of sticking behind all of the smokes, not really being able to get closer. Oh, the feet! Not the feet!
The toesies!
No!
Yeah, Blazer, you're dead. It's just, I was going to say, it's just going to be a matter of who gets the points. So, James, we'll say thank you. Take those home. And now, a 4v4 in an open melee airstrip ending. Not something you see too often. A dip each to play. Who is going to get the blessing of this next circle? I mean, already now, Entropic is set. Very solid, and CC goes kaboom. Doesn't want to give points away. And they know that these two are teams they will be fighting for the top against. So might as well go full explosion mode on your team.
Yeah, if you're confident that you're going to be qualifying and there is the potential of these two teams somehow ending up as a barrier team and you deny them potential points, and you don't want these guys in the final.
I do feel like, though, I mean, yes, it's, I guess, fair that they go kaboom on themselves there, but I feel like you tank blue and die, because you know how oftentimes when they both get greedy, I mean, Entropic and FaZe, that is, for the kill on the north, one of the players goes, you know what? We're all shooting north right now. How about if I just look to the left for a second and one stands open, they get a knock on one another, and that can potentially open an opportunity for you. So I get the fact that they, I mean, in the end, deny the points, but I feel like they could have held it and let blue do the damage for them to potentially get an opening. But of course, I mean, it was unlikely it was going to happen. I just think those 5-10 extra seconds could have maybe done something for them.
Maybe. Yeah, it could have. I mean, the thing is that it will be FaZe eventually being exposed, right? So, I mean, if you're playing like 4D chess as the other teams, then maybe then they eventually peak on over. But look at this. FaZe is going to try and go for a big move here while trying to get those covering angles on it. It's going to be Gustav's job to be able to do that. They just kind of rock around one of these to get things going. They're moving on north, though. That's quite aggressive on towards where Yanni is.
Yeah, I like the play. It's an isolated angle. They can't see them down below. You have Yanni up close, but he can't get the proper vault up on the wing. Let's see, Gustav prone down on the other side, trying to isolate if anyone is swinging around the southern side of that plane.
Well, They're going to have to cover it. Oh, it's a great angle from Hawkeye. It's a brilliant one. Kind of charge up an 8 here to try and get something going. Kirexi, though, does find Yanni, so that is at least a 1-for-1. But now they know, for the most part, where FaZe is going to come from. Here, Gustav, they're doing so well about this push forwards, though, here. And Tropic seems to be being dismantled.
Yep, this is exactly what FaZe had to do. They needed Gustav in the action, but he had to wait for the fight to probably happen up on the northern side. Once they committed more than one player towards the north, that's when Gustav moves up. He has to win his 1v1. That's all on him. But now that he has, it puts Entropic with their backs completely against the wall. They have the circle center still. They are in the arguable better position, but now they're down to 2-4. This is incredible heads-up play by FaZe, who once again, I mean, execute a playstyle where you rely on your teammates to do what they have to. If Gustav doesn't win that 1v1, it's game over for FaZe. So incredible play by FaZe so far in this one.
Yeah, it's a big move to seize control, and they've done so well with it. They're taking a little bit of a look here, and they're realizing exactly where they are, just peeking at each of these angles and just taking some pre-fire shots, even around the smokes, knowing that they continues to apply pressure with that. It's a perfect off-angle and well for Kirexi. He finishes it up, and that's FaZe here with 14 kills on the chicken dinner.
What a solid finish. Again, I mean, they came in full speed forward. James approached, just sent it YOLO, you know, all that good stuff. Got themselves one on the way in. I believe the first team eliminated was Eternal Fire. Oh, maybe second, because Full Tilt went Full Tilt too early in that match. But still, I mean, claimed that area very early on. It can be hard to defend with so many angles being open, but they held strong, stayed full together. And for a team to win a game in that area of the map with 4 alive by the end of it, very, very difficult to pull off. So incredible play by FaZe to come out victorious there.
If you can keep your cars alive in those kinds of positions and then fire back, it's actually a decent spot to be able to hold on to for a long time. And then technically you can transition if you have to, but they didn't have to at all. Well, let's head over to the desk here to break down our plane graveyard finish with FaZe coming out on top.
So Entropic was in a far stronger position coming into that final fight, Avenger, and yet FaZe was still able to claim the win. How did they do that?
Yeah, they shot them, Sam. That's what happened.
That's amazing. Deep diving and analysis right there.
Top-level analysis going on here.
Wow.
No, for sure. It's a situation that the guys broke down perfectly here, right? You set a guy on an off angle, and you get Gustav here on this opening, on this situation where, of course, he has to win the 1v1, as he said, but still, that is opening up the chance for the other guys to push on. And then, of course, everything kind of falls apart for the other guys. I also love the smoke grenade launcher to kind of take the angles away from the top of the plane so they couldn't peek over the edges of the tail there on the plane. And then, yeah, 24 points for them going that way. A fantastic game for them.
We're seeing a lot of these teams sort of hunt for those kills in the mid-game saga. So FaZe is one of them. BBL as well was starting to do it. Fairy Tail even in this particular Erangel. Is that the game plan, do you think, for a lot of the stronger teams? Is just from the mid-game be a bit aggressive and get as many points as you can? Or do you think it just so happens that teams are in their way as they move their way into the Final Four?
There's definitely an element of let's just feast on this lobby, but I think it's also pretty standard procedure that when you go to a military island zone, a lot of the teams will say, okay, we're not winning this one, so let's just try and get some points. Let's just go for some fights. The teams that did manage to get across early, like Fairy Tail, they held on to that position as long as they could, and maybe if we got a western shift, maybe over towards the Grandma's Hill, they might have had a better chance, but once it went back into Military Island, options were just so extremely limited. The dips were already taken, they were not free, and so you're going to have to start fighting for them. And Fairy Tail did a pretty solid job of getting some points from the position they were in, but slightly different shift, it could have been a completely different endgame for them.
So we got a chance there to see that leaderboard, Avenger. But it's only 2 games in. There's still quite a few to go. Too early to really call it in terms of what the cutoff would be, right?
Yeah, I mean, the cutoff, I expected to be 65 to 70 points. That's what around the mark that we saw it in spring. And that should kind of be around the same mark. If we see, you know, these guys continuing to sponge up all the points at the very top, I don't really expect it to be, you know, 150 points after 12 games for the top teams, but still, you see still really good decision making from some of these teams here. And Toby said it a little bit here. I don't see anywhere where you're gonna press out any more points out of the game for BBL there than they actually did. So denying those 4 points is huge. It could have gone to FaZe. It could have gone to Entropic, and it could be a team that you end up being on the cusp with. So why give those points away? It wouldn't make sense for them to try to make a full send. They would get completely destroyed. You have 8 players literally watching and kind of fishing a little bit for some of those potential points. So yeah, really well executed for them.
One of the teams that did really well in the first match, but then seemed to struggle here on the second Erangel saga was Eternal Fire. What went wrong for them?
Thank you, Sam. My name's Saga. Welcome to my visual demonstration on why it sucks to be the shelter team on military islands when FaZe is in front of you. Even if you don't get bridge camped, because FaZe is a team that does love a bridge camp every now and then, but they switch it up. They don't always go for it. Eternal Fire were wary of that all the way across the bridge. They took the safe route. They stayed under the bridge a pretty solid amount of time, like 4 or 5 minutes, just making sure that there was nothing spooky going on. And then as soon as they started to flex out and take some control over the military island, there's FaZe in a wide 4-way split, controlling the area, making sure that they have each other covered. So every angle that Eternal Fire tried to take, Ruin moves up, Fex has an angle on towards it. They try and move up later on. There's another FaZe player with an angle. And unfortunately, Eternal Fire, they do extremely well sometimes when they're the team that gets into the zone first and gets to hold their edge, but when they don't and they have to just try and find a way in, it's kind of default to send it, drive down the middle, and then you see scenes like this quite often for Eternal Fire where it's just too many angles, too many people shooting at them, and can't quite make it to safety.
Avenger, it's always fun to give Saga these difficult teams to follow, right?
Yeah, it's always
break it down
it's
for
always
us.
unfortunate that you have these situations, right, where we're picking a team before the game starts and they have a really rough game. Obviously, we want to see sometimes when we simply don't have enough observers to follow every single team and then just take highlights for some of the top teams. But still, it's always fun to see this breakdown because not always we catch everything here with how teams actually kind of fall apart here. And this case here, it's just everything that completely goes wrong here. You drive at the same time as a team that's right now stronger, more confident, and you drive right next to them and just going to drive by you. You're going to lose a few guys. And yeah, it's completely fall apart. And yeah, you can't do much more than say, go again, we go next.
I kind of enjoy it though, because I think that if you play the game, you get to learn something. And also, like Avenger said, we don't always focus on the teams that are going out early. We tend to focus on the top ones. So this is just a fun way for you to learn something about PUBG.
It could be worse. We could have picked Samla because there's literally nothing to break down there. They just died to the blue zone. Oops.
There we go. That could have been it. Right, we are 2 games into the LCQs. And you know what time it is after the break. What time is it after the break, Avenger?
It's time to take home.
World updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Smoke on southwest, good stuff.
By the way, blue left.
So knock on green, knock on green. Smoke on southwest, good stuff.
By the way, blue left.
So knock on green, knock on green. Smoke on southwest, good stuff.
By the way, blue left.
So knock on green, knock on green.
Aye.
Flash him.
We can't
on
see
green.
him.
Flash
He
him on
got
green.
smoke from right side.
Yeah, it's
Got
also
him, got him,
people
got
left.
him. Got him.
Nice.
Got him.
You knocked that guy on blue? Like,
That's the other team, yeah.
Okay. I have a good off angle once the yellow
One
runs.
low for me as well.
BBL.
All right, time to say go. Let's do it. We've got our game 3 on the way for our first day here. And as we said, the big dogs are feasting so far, Toby. They're ravenous. They're eating everything.
Don't know about the last one, but yes, I agree. They're playing incredibly well right now. They are definitely, I mean, for FaZe to get back-to-back solid wrangles, both of them obviously in nearby territory. The first one ends literally right next to where they loot. Second one is a military, which they have pretty easy access to early on, but still 2 matches they played incredibly well. BBL as well, making endgame in both those matches really, really well done. Now over to Taeko. I think if we look back at last week's group stage matches, I feel like while everything was chaotic, Taeko and Rondo in particular were by far the most unpredictable and hard to kind of play through as a team that try to make sense of things. So maybe this, despite tough circles, has been it for FaZe, where it's actually kind of played out the way they thought it would, so they didn't get caught by surprise too many times.
Yeah, I mean, for a team like FaZe, considering that you're coming into maps like Taego, like Rondo and things, these are maps where they can just kind of flex their mechanical prowess when teams are just going to be able to just try and to make things a little bit more sketchy happen about rotations and stuff like that. We've already seen how accurate they've been when teams have been trying to rotate past them, so they could just soak up even more here for this one. We'll see.
Now, I have a question for you, James. How many extra first states do you think Semler is going to pick up this game?
Ooh, tough question. You know what? I'm going to give them the circle. I'm going to bless them with the circle.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, okay, I've done it.
Is that what it takes for you to do a little chant and then that circle blessing? We'll see. If it works, then everyone you know where to send your request. Just DM James Calaris and he'll give you circles.
To be fair, I should have given it a wololo, but you know.
Yeah, but that's too late. That's mine. You can't start stealing my things. First you take my laugh, now you take my wololo. I mean, it's
nothing to do with you.
It's always something to do with me. Let's see. Semler, will you get the James blessing? Will you not? And well, I mean, no. But we have a first circle with 3 teams in it. FaZe is one of them, Full Tilt and Little W, 2 of the other ones, and a lot of unplayable, because for those of you guys who've been living under a rock and who don't know what Taeko is, normally you can go out on the edge of a map and it's kind of just annoying and difficult to maneuver in. That red line down there is kind of a death line. So just don't go. Eternal Fire already going, yeah, you know what, let's just get east. Let's just go east, because this is what you got to work with. If you're in the water, you die. Like, you actually just die.
Yeah, it's rubbish.
Yeah, it really ain't fun. So don't go there. Don't go outside the red line. It's marked on the map for a reason. And just try to make a good rotation now, forehead, because they ain't going to be easy.
This might be the earliest emergency pickup I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was definitely early.
Yeah.
I'll give you that much.
I understand it though, as you were mentioning. Like it works, you know. It checks
just
out.
Avoid all the chaos that will be of all the teams that try to backfill one another in from the west and north and southwest. I suppose it's going to be so incredibly hard for all these teams. So for Eternal Fire, they're just going to go woohoo and say no thank you to having to deal with all of that.
Fly like the dragon.
And they're going to go far southeast too, so you'd imagine they get some vehicles on the southeastern side. Unless if Last, who are currently making their way down there into, you know what, I also kind of like that we have Studio in this circle, because now we're saying goodbye to Studio. It's going to be an abandoned school instead. It's like a final farewell to Studio, which was, again, kind of cool, but you're on the edge of the map, so we don't get to see you, and then it's just dull. PUBG, start putting your unique locations in the center of the map, please.
Like Dino Land.
Like Dino Land. Imagine if Dino Land was kind of like Pachinki, you know, in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
If every map just had a massive theme park in the center.
I'd be okay with this. I love theme parks.
I wouldn't complain. But now let's see. As all these teams start to get their rotation game going, everyone fully aware of what's to happen. And I think also for teams that are not fully edge, because they always take their time, but the ones that would normally go, okay, you know what, let's go a bit early, see what we can get. Here they're going to go, you know what? Let's just wait. Let's see the kill feed light up. Let's let all the other teams do the chaos stuff, and then we rotate.
Well, I'm glad that, you know, at the beginning of this game, obviously, we got to just a focus there on Entropic. Obviously, they've been doing great. Whoever's in production and just chose Samler to focus on before this one and showed them having 3 kills, as well as, obviously, what we witnessed some in the previous one. You've done them dirty, all right? But I'm hoping that they're able to step it up and not bleed out in the blue.
At least they didn't have anyone else that killed them in the previous game but themselves.
Yeah,
so
they denied points. It was all
I feel like it's very
plan.
easy to look back at the last game and go, what could we have done better? Not died to blue. I think so definitely easy to fix that mistake. We'll see if they do here, though. We are giving them a hard time. I'm sorry. It's just, it's their own fault, I feel like, though.
I, too, could have burnt my house down, looked back and thought to myself, what could I have done better? Maybe not arson, you know?
Yeah, you know what? You're playing. You're on stage. We give you a hard time. It is what it is sometimes. And at least this time around, with how Samler is currently positioned, Beyonder further up or south towards the circle. I like this. He came down early, set up shop, made sure that his team had a place to rotate to. Even saw an opposing team just in front of them. No shooting. Just wait. Let Sakura Sanson leave. And now he can inform his troops that this path is clear. Smart adjustment to mistakes made in the previous game.
And with all the heavy centering up, as you can see in the rest of the circle, technically for some of those teams coming in on the edge, it's not that bad an entry point, but it's just, well, we'll see as the circles actually bear down. But I'm actually happy that Samler left one member as kind of an anchor player just to be able to eventually come back alongside for this, and it kind of gives them their entry point guaranteed. He's been able to keep an eye on exactly what's been going on that north side of the circle, on that road in particular, and then from there they can just enter themselves.
Face coming off of Buksansa will spread out here on the western side. 23 kills in 2 games. And look at the kills in between him. They are all up there playing. I remember talks I've had with James in the past, as I hope that thought for a second, because Vanos, I thought he was going to get at least 1. Not to be. Nice pull-up here by Quantum Realm. Again, I mean, full pedal to the metal and business had no way of readjusting to that. But to finish off the thought on James, I've asked him many times whenever they've struggled, like on global tournaments and whatnot, like what's happening? And he says, we just can't have everyone play well at the same time. Either it's Vex popping off, or it's Correxa doing his thing, Gustav, James, like they all have their intermittent moments. There's always 1 or 2 that aren't playing at their, you know, like S-tier performance level in that tournament, and then they fall apart because their playstyle, which we saw in the previous game, relies on everyone doing their part for the team to success. They do some very aggressive, like close quarter fight plays where if one fails at their 1v1, then that leaves the rest of the team completely exposed. So when it works, it looks amazing. It's like top tier global PUBG. When they fail, it looks like what are you doing? Why is no one holding the angle? It's because the one player didn't step up. And today it seems to me like they're all delivering at a very high caliber.
That's an interesting hypothesis, but I do feel like if that's your reasoning on international, hey, newsflash, here's the problem. Everybody else is also really good in that lobby, like top tier. Like, so to say, we all just didn't play, we all don't play well at the same time and stuff like that. The problem is you're competing against 60 other players that are the very best. Whereas in this lobby, obviously, like, I think it's a bit easier to, in inverted commas, play your best.
Anybody's died to blue last game who's like, this time I actually want to do cool stuff, and he just pops a guy through a bush, headshot in a car. That's decent.
I'm going to tell you right now, the topic of the day is crash it, all right? Because I think that's what we're going to see a lot
James
of.
installed the recipe to success in the minds of all these players, and for some dumb reason, they listen to James. I learned that many years ago. Just don't listen to what he has to say, guys. It's usually doesn't end well.
I'm an influence backstage. Just saying it. Just throwing that out there. You know what I mean? If I tell all these players, crash it, they're going to do it. So I want some crash it in the chat, please.
We've had enough of that already. As Fairy Tail try to make their way back towards the compound, or just any sort of cover. They're being completely torn to shreds. In the meantime, for Entropic, the team the furthest away from the circle, maybe didn't get the E pickup they wanted, or maybe satisfied with rotating a bit late. They will be on the new circle by the time... well, okay, let me rephrase that. They will be inside the circle by the time the new circle pops, so couldn't really ask for better timing when you're a late rotating team. And we'll see. Maybe they get the Buksansa blessing, or maybe they have a hard southeast rotation to make. Because again, I do have to underline, you cannot rotate past the red line. So if we get an eastern shift here, we're effectively shifting out half the circle. And it's not just water that you can kind of hide in if you're AG or if you're Entropic swimming across a pond. No. You can't go there.
Yeah, it may as well be a cliff face. A very sheer one. It's tough.
With spikes on that you die when you touch.
That's a scary cliff face.
I know, but that's how scary it is.
Don't want to be doing it. Well, Gladiators is trying to get as close to it as possible on their rotate, whilst we still have this fight slowly devolving. And now Mailman is back up and good to go. Quantum Realms backing off from all of that. And we take a look. You can see Gladiators there on that far right-hand side, just trying to skirt along the edge of the spiky cliff of death, apparently.
Yep. James, where do you want this circle to go? I know it's a dull subject, but where would you like to see this happen?
Not spiky cliff. Okay, not spiky cliff of death. Straight into
Oh 5
Ohyang.
seconds.
Straight into Ohyang.
Okay, I want to see a studio finish. Hard shift south.
Well, considering that, it is going, we will be leaving, as you say. Yeah, do it.
Thank you.
Ooh.
That was surprisingly effective. Maybe I got the water low power. Maybe it's me who should be doing the blessings from now on.
Yeah, you didn't make the blessing noise. That's kind of weird.
Not. Maybe it sounded weird when you did it, and I didn't want to repeat you. So there you go.
Weird?
Everyone's going to go south. Well, I guess except for the teams that were already down there. But for the north, look at how many teams are now trying to maneuver. Sakura Sanson and AP kind of mixed in with one another. Now it seems like they got that sorted out. But where do you play coming in south here? You have the hillside, like kind of south of Ohyang, but everything else is really open fields all the way down, or I guess open forest side, all the way down to studio.
All the way down. See, now with Entropic on the move here. No. Everybody's crashed into... No.
They do what you tell them, James.
Not just crash into each other. Okay, well, they're going to be fine.
When you don't specify more than just crash.
Crash it!
Just where? I don't know. Just do it. They do what you tell them, James.
Good. All right. Overlord Kalaris is here to tell everybody to crash it. Get on with it.
Yep. Business trying to set up. I like this position because, again, I mean, we are limited in roads you can really traverse down here. Of course, it is pretty doable to drive in the open fields on Tago. It's nice that it's not like Miramar where it's super bumpy for rotations, but it's terrible that it's not really like Miramar when you're forced to stop in the open, because that means you don't really get those rich lines you can kind of play inside. In the meantime, Yanni will go on the scenic flyover, take the glider path to this fight, and should have seen April. Did not get the alert in time.
No, definitely not. With Yanni flying forwards. He is taking a few shots here, though, from, it looks like Yanni from the sky. Greniz actually sends the nade over as well here, so Yanni's forward scouting. Unfortunately, the bright side takes Greniz as well. The forward scout, he just wasn't far forwards enough by the feel of it.
And honestly, for Fairy Tail here, their timing couldn't be any better. Once they read that it's an Entropic member who's in that glider, they go, you know what? That's a 4v3. I mean, if we pull up now, there's no way he gets down on the ground fast enough. So couldn't be any better. Jenny is forced to disengage far out on the northwestern side now. And Fairy Tail, while they do lose one, I mean, you take that any day of the week.
Yep. That's some good points. I mean, they were already doing well for themselves, right? 17 already on the board now with those 4 included. And FaZe still just kind of propped up here. Big split for them across this area. But the thing is that a lot of these angles can actually reinforce one another. They are kind of falling back to a bit of that compound, and James is taking some shots, but nothing too lethal just yet.
It's again, I mean, tricky open field areas. FaZe well aware that they have opponents on practically all sides, except for the northwest. We know that. Maybe they won't. They've seen Lil W up towards the north. Let's now see, about 30 seconds from now, where this next circle is going to take us. Because it's going to be an important shift, I think, with the mountain or hillside in the very center, and then open fields on all sides. Really, it's going to be quite a brutal rotation for teams that don't get circle. Even if they just have to go a couple hundred meters, it's could potentially be fatal.
You've given up on the Toby Blessing. We need that studio send off.
Well, yeah, true. We're going to go there. Just wait and see.
Okay, here we go. Make the noise.
Yeah, beep-a-boo. It's still in. My beep-a-boo is strong, but not like Bumble Ovo. He has the word in his name, you know? So, and he gets a crate as well. Crate does tell us where circles go. Therefore, he gets to sit dead center. Yanni trying to pull up in this compound now. You know what? For Hail Mary, you might as well. The issue is you didn't get all the way there.
Well, let's see if Fex can just kind of finish this off. And now, very, very close to it. Throws the blue zone forwards. For all intents and purposes, should be just a kind of...
And then he nades outside. That's, I mean, that's as free a point as you can get. Samla, they're firing bullets. And it's not blue damage they're shooting at. They will get one. Nia able to, Bill be taken down. Now, I like this play by Samla. Just sit up on the edge, allow for teams to surpass you, and then take them down as they approach.
Panzerfaust in here. Business trying to greet Gladiators as they try and push forwards on this. They're up against the wall, but they're... Oh no, pin drop. What? It's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster in the distance.
Double elimination of your own team. Whoa, Business, don't jump into a burning house. Get back out of there again. As Gaming Gladiators, I mean, full-on stumble mode into this compound will fall because of it. Just one player, I believe, Rox, left alive on that team, at least for now. Quantum Realm coming in here as well now to say hello. Everyone's on fire. Jeez. Global Army about to shoot his teammate. As now the explosion of the gas can is what's going to take out Shiplist.
Could have seen deja vu then. It could have almost been exactly the same for the Gladiators. Nate goes forwards here, up onto it. Perfect stuff from Voldemort as they continue to try and hold down this, but a lot is happening at the moment.
I mean, this is just hectic. Incredibly hectic. Fight around 1.5 building. Now we get the blue zone nade as well. Voldemort able to get down Modic. Quetbo with the double nade onto full tilt as well. A lot of damage being done, as I said before. All the teams that aren't inside this next circle are going to have really tough rotations. And for a lot of them, they opted to commit towards the south to the eastern side. And there just ain't a whole lot of space to make. Eternal Fire will take out full tilt. There's multiple teams now. I mean, really just down to solo players. Borisy sat on his own here, trying to fend off against Rox, and well, it looks like he did manage to get Dante back on the team, so or back alive. So, Gaming Gladiators up to 2.
Yep. They had only the wall really to afford them some cover, and they did all right with it, considering that, I mean, it was a blessing really that there was another team for them to buy them some time for a second. A spray goes through here, but we're not going to be the case. Another blue zone forwards was blinded for a second. Is this corner far away enough? Yes, it is. It is. So it doesn't even need to heal.
Leosh able to do more damage to Sakura Sanson as well. They were sat on the hillside before, but opted to shift 2 players down towards the compound on the south side. Well, Leosh able to get a double kill there, and now found Mika as well. So I think Sakura Sanson thought they had the chance to split out and take some more control, not to be down to just first phase now. In the meantime, Business will be eliminated. Borisy, not too much you can do to try and stay isolated from there.
Mortar through, will it be able to connect with anything? Umbra finishes off Gaz, so they're gone. That mortar trying to land on Mika, just slightly off. Don't know if they have eyes on exactly the right spot, so might not be able to line up another shot. No, still a little bit further away. I mean, he's already knocked anyway, so I don't think Fuzz is going to be able to save him. But Fairy Tail is blasting on through here north of Studio to try and find themselves some playable area. And there is actually a lot of playable area there in terms of potential cover that they can work with. But the problem is that there's some positions are still quite elevated against it, so they can fire down on some of these spots.
Yep, definitely could. Fairy Tail is this. I mean, this is just such a hard area to play. We see a lot of areas similar on Miramar, but because the elevation is so much higher there, you can kind of chill just off of being isolated in the angles. But here, you're in the open fighting players around you, and you have your teams in the surroundings that have perfect line of sight on you too. So Sakura Sanson's first phase only player left alive. Try to now fend off against effectively the entirety of Fairy Tail, who, at least for now, is being suppressed by the teams around them.
Sends more forwards. Royalty trying to go for exactly the same play here, as then already realised. Crash it! Get in there! I mean, it might work, it might not. We'll see how things go on. There's only Fuzzface really kind of holding them off there for a second. Yeah. We're not die, though, still looking down on this. They didn't want to overpeak because of the position that BBL was in the distance, but if they have to move eventually, they can rain hell down on this position.
Definitely they could. I love how Win or Die has opted to play on this. They were, I guess, blessed with 2 players in Sakura Sanson pulling up on them and going, wait, you're just going to leave that position and come to us? Sure, we'll take it. In the meantime, now, Face in trouble. 3 players down. The only solo player left alive finds 2. They knew exactly where they had him before. We saw it with Fex lopping the nade and the blue zone over. Didn't get him down, and now they have to try and reset. This almost became fatal.
And at the same time, Lil W is going to try and exploit that position. They were pushing on Jeems up towards the top. There are still mortars firing off everywhere. There was also last day, I believe, that had a mortar as well. And Nitro does finish off right side with their mortar shot. But BBL was still also shooting some.
Do they actually get 3 back up alive? You would have thought that Lil W would have done more to try and push this. Lurix does get 1, but Lil W, I guess, I mean, they're just too far north. When you see 3 Face players down, you know, if not exactly, then approximately where that's taking place. You can wrap west and avoid last day's line of sight. You should have, I feel like that's a play you should have made. But now, not to be, Fuzz will fall as well. That's Sanson out in 12 plays as Melman. Now, finally, I mean, Win or Die, starting to take some casualties, being punished for their very wide southern split.
Yeah, can they get to Melman is the question. Wasn't he already knocked in this game? Am I misremembering? Anyway, I can't remember, but looks like the only problems that they're going to have to kind of consider here are maybe a snake or 2 with Quantum Realm still down there. Shifts towards this kind of little, let's call it a mini quarry area. I don't know what the rock salt is that they've got going on down there, but regardless of the fact, it's going to become a focal point of this circle.
Definitely will be. Samla still alive, wanting to scare off Eternal Fire here. Could very well do so, but I think Eternal Fire is in a position where, off of a really good second game, I mean, it was our first game, and then an abysmal second one, they want to get back into the groove of having something going their way. And Ruin, aggressive with the Groza in hand, just trying to flank around them, and it works out perfectly. Marco will be the one to find a knock, but smart wraparound here, executed by Eternal Fire.
Gladiators goes down as well. They were trying to crash into that mini quarry position, but not to be the case. As Samler still holding off against Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire, for all intents and purposes, should have the better location to play from. They've been here for so long. They've had the lay of the land, the pick of the litter for so long. Even crate weapons as well available to them. So if I were Samler, I would be quite scared and apprehensive about this push.
The thing is, where do you go from here? I mean, Win or Die already been shooting at you from the west side. I feel like they have to, I mean, running off here might allow for you to avoid one fight, but you're going straight into the next because of it. And now, the fight between Face and Lil W, I mean, this is the play that Lil W should have done an eternity ago. When they see 3 knocked Face players, Yanni was doing everything he could to set up Lil W for success. But now they're fighting into a 3-man strong Face clan who's there, ready and waiting, fully healed up, ready to take the fight.
They found the Jeems, but the rest of them were able to recover very quickly off the back of, well, as you say, like their ineffectiveness about a push. So now multiple blue zone nades will get thrown forwards here. I don't know if Gedrock's in all of that. I mean, if he is, it's going to be good. But
at least
I mean,
it's going to isolate them for a bit longer. I mean, with the circle closing in, it's going to be good. Ooh! Having said that, Gedrock is able to find one in return. Fairy Tail now having pulled up on this position because crash it is all you have to do. And Win or Die, I mean, they're just set up here, seeing more and more fish being thrown into the same barrel, going, wait, I thought we hit this barrel, but no, I guess they just keep jumping in there.
And keep trying, yeah. Still Curexy is going to hold on to this angle fiercely against Gedrock's push, potentially. Sees nades going forward, so D-scope there for a second, just in case he needed to move away from it. Sees another bit of utility thrown out from that exact angle, so he knows exactly where that was coming from, but smokes up to try and maybe approach this.
I like the idea of them trying to isolate. That's exactly what they're doing. And it's actually forcing Corexi back, or at least making him try and reposition. Because as you can see, I like this play. Get back on the next kind of a layer of buildings you have available, a hard cover at least with the rock there, and then see if you can see them make the play up on those smokes. Because you know they haven't set up an entire path when they throw them up on your building. They've just tried to isolate you. They throw smokes on you. So now you do the flank around those smokes and see if you can catch them as they're running in the open.
That being said, they get the circle.
At all. guys, why isolate if you're not going to make a play?
I don't know. Because the thing is that you don't technically need the smokes to survive if you're just going to sit behind a rock, right? So using them and not really doing anything with it. Now, I mean, the blue is going to be pressuring you unless you do something. And the question is have you expended all of your smokes? We don't quite see. There's maybe at least 1 or 2 available to them. Gedrox has 1, a little bit more util. Tries to throw one on the left-hand side to block this. Now they have to go, surely.
You would think so, unless, I mean, they still have a car, I believe, so they could try and do a last-second send onto last day's compound, but, I mean, Gedrock's down now. Maybe for FaZe, this becomes a, you know what, let's just push them. They're all sat behind a rock. There's really not a whole lot they can do with this position. They do still have a ton of nades available. I mean, Lil W, again, you got knocked before. Yeah. Now you get another one? Indecisiveness.
Oh, Eternal Fire.
Everyone is saying crash FaZe. Eternal Fire is literally pulling up for you, and they're still not pushing.
That was 3 points for FaZe by the looks of things. I mean, yeah,
that should be Lil W making a play. BBL is coming up here now as well. Everybody wants a piece of FaZe. And finally, Blazer makes the play. Peeks around, finds Correxy, instantly flushes him as well.
Unless it was huge brain and they expected other teams to come up here, but I don't think so. That's ridiculous. Lyron here, another nade forwards, actually knocks Lul W entirely, and Blazers down here. Lul W in 8th. Unfortunate considering that they could have made this happen a little earlier with the smokes that they tried to go for. I guess just very apprehensive about trying to make the push occur. BBL in the distance sees Last Day also flexing around here against this. FaZe is down, and so is Eternal Fire. But BBL, it's 4 alive, 41 points already on the board.
No, it's an impressive start here for BBL. Circles have gone their way for a bit of it, but in all fairness, they've also claimed center in the previous 2 games, and now making the flex up on this hillside too, doing what Lil W failed to do in their previous fights here before they went down. Last Day 2 going, you know what, we didn't want to go initially, but now there's 4 teams fighting. We might as well just peek on over. Clears out FaZe. This entire hillside is now open, and there's probably 9,000 bullets available should they need them. But of course, well aware that there's a fight yet to come here in the mini quarry.
The mini quarry, yep. Win or die. 7 kills on the board. Extended a lot of work from the elevated position that they had, but now Leosh still looking to just go straight through the smokes into a lot of this. Royalty is in his left-hand side, whilst Ireo here from Samler still alive. Elman did spot some way for a second there, but Royalty's trying to hold off all of this. But BBL from the distance, that's so far away. Shots are coming in. I talked about it. Oh, but Rail with a huge nade to be able to clean up, win or die. But this is the problem. BBL has such an angle on this from this whole game. The whole game here, basically.
No, they've been solid. Very, very good positioning. And also even more so now with the circle going north. I mean, they're going to just be sat here waiting. There's no good reason for BBL to try and engage Last Day yet. Let the fights on the southeast side come to an end. See if you can get something from it. And then look at your 4v4. BBL, I mean, out victorious in the first game. A solid game number 2 here. Looking to get a good 3rd game in a row as well. That is exactly what you want to come up with a start here.
Last Day was in that 2-2 split across the studio as well as this compound for at least 15 minutes, right? So, yeah, it is maybe there's just to run away with in this game. If you get the circles, you've got to hold on to it. You've got to be able to hold these teams out. I think it'll be easy, relatively, to hold out this mini quarry area.
Oh, yeah.
But then BBL is definitely going to be the potential problem for them.
8-point game for Samler. Could potentially be more if you can find the 2 last Royal players or just outlive them. And we add another point of placement points to his total. Oh, bomb builds just over on the other side. I like this. Isolate BBL. Take that fight for 3rd.
Got to agree. Got to agree, because you're not making a cross beyond all of this.
Exactly.
All right,
isolate by yourself sometime. Now Blue is coming in. You can see Royalty is actually doing the exact same thing. They want to take this fight for 3rd place. The bronze medal is still a medal after all.
The second one goes forwards. You did about 40 damage to him. He actually moves away from it all.
They're trying to pull up on him. You know what? Again, I like this play. Just go for the fight with him. You know you're not besting Last Day or BBL in this match. Just do everything you can for that 3rd.
100%. 100%. Let's see if they can make it happen here. Just getting a little bit closer to that exact no smoke. Goes for the nade. Perfect. It bounces off him. 2 points.
Yeah, solid. 2-point kill for Royal there, who too had a tough time in the group stages. But you know what? Every single point you can get could be the difference maker in whether you make it or not. As Nitro, full P90 duty on his part, as we now have 4v4 and I was gonna say maybe Royal will play some sort of a part in this final game, but I feel like now they're getting their car, they just get melted.
Sure. Almost guaranteed at least one player from each team is going to be looking their way, and if it's Bombi level with an MG3, he could just turn that thing up to rapid fire, lie down, and absolutely smash whoever comes out of that corner.
It's definitely not going to be easy. It's a matter of who do you want to give these points over to effectively right now.
A 6x on the MG3. Yep.
And dead.
That's great.
Oh, you know what? Fair. They get one each. That get one each and instantly start looking towards one another. This is what I was talking about in the last game when they're both eyeing that southeast so hard. Maybe you catch one slipping, and that's what both of them do. Quizzy down. Lyron down as well. Now it's a 3v3.
Yeah, the timing couldn't be more perfect on that. Very, very precise, very finite. And Monet's go forwards here from Schiller. And BBL is looking for another one here in just 3 games alone. Nitro with the P90. We're on P90 watch here, as well as MG3 watch, because it's a great arsenal that they have available to them. But BBL is now starting to flex out on some of these angles here. Even though it's a 4v3 in the favor of Last Day, we'll see if BBL can kind of trump that. It doesn't look like it, though. Baron Pete takes a lot of damage.
It's BBL on the move, and Maldog with the car for cover is able to sit tight at least for a while, but now pushing further forward. Has he seen Schiller prone and on the flank? He has to time this perfectly, but now backing off a bit, not liking this open stretch that he was crawling into.
It's going to be very rough. It really is.
Yes, it does.
Oh, not bad, not bad.
No rest on Quizzy. He's going to fall fast. Maldog, though, will get one in return. Now CC spots once more.
Trade for trade, blow for blow, 2v2. Nobody's going for any reses just yet. CCNX may have tried to go for it in the smoke, but it would have been a little bit difficult. Nitro's trying to move across here. He has 3 smokes available. He's going for the res in that location?
Bombil is on a master flank here. 3 nades, but not in range to really make use of them. Has used all of his cover smokes, though. Oh, sorry, cover utility. As now more flashes being lobbed on forward, trying to give Bombil a chance to peek further forward.
Oh, it was unbelievably important to take any shots. It didn't matter if they were going to be exactly accurate. He had to buy a little bit of time so that BBL didn't just decide all of a sudden to come around on that very ambitious res, but they did make it work. Likewise, so did BBL, though. 3v3 at the moment. Still on the holdout continues.
It's a bipod battle on the southern side between the MG3 and the MK. We'll see who comes out victorious there. As Baron now, last piece of util left for him. No helmet left for Maldog. Barely a vest left. These guys are burning through utils, helmets, and vests rapidly to try and claim this win. Still no kills after the first initial shots fired here in this skirmish, but shots connected once more. They really trying to isolate here.
Those shots came through the smoke, so they were just kind of peppering that location for the second. But again, if Bombilogvo can get... You only got 67 shots on this. You've got to be a little bit careful about how you use those shots, because it runs through that clip very quickly.
Last Day is committing all their utils to try and get Bumble back to the team. They had him on the angle, like split before, but now he's been isolated. And you know what? They fully committed. It makes sense. Again, Bumble has their nades. All of their nades left remaining. The headshot connected onto Baron. No helmet available. When do you use your 3 nades?
No, you've got to do it soon here. Surely it will make a huge difference. Nade goes forwards against BBL on that side. That could be perfect. No, it's just a little bit left here. Still P90 in hand. Moving up to another smoke. There's the nades. Oh, it's going to do huge damage.
Nah, CC is on you now. Finds the first one, not to be though. Last Day cleans up. I like the idea of the Bumble flank. They didn't figure out how to really make it happen, but then they figure, can we get him back to us? Can we somehow bring him back to our side towards the rock? We might be able to bring it home, and they do. Nice play. I still think maybe Util should have come out even to just apply pressure earlier on the side of Bumble, but in the end, a good win for Last Day.
Not only did they have a decent compounds for this circle, but they also raided the armory. If you're going into a fight like that with a P90, an MG3, and plenty of utility into the late game, you should be winning that out as Last Day. It was BBL made it close, but not enough here. But BBL was just doing so well here today, Toby.
Yeah, I mean, but it was clearly a BBL Last Day circle blessing that kept going their way, but also for Last Day, I mean, with how they had the north side compound and actually a 2-2 split quite late into the game with Studio as well, they gambled and it paid off for them. So good job maintaining center control, and then nice flank outs win it in the end.
Yeah, they did. I'm always scared of the MG3 when it's when you're going up against someone like it and you hear it on the true rapid fire in a 4v4 situation. You're like, oh geez, I'm gonna have a hard time here. That headshot they were able to get on that left-hand side just slowed BBL down tremendously to the point where they could line up the nades perfectly.
Yeah, wasn't. I mean, nothing more to be broken down on my end there. Just a great final fight. A little bit of a cluster situation through the mid of it, but then rounding it off nicely in the end.
Well done. All right, well, we are ready to head on over to the desk here. That is Tago done. We only get one of them per day, and it was a good one. We'll see you in a few.
We are officially at the halfway mark of the first day of the last chance qualifiers here at PUBG EMEA. Damn it, man, Avenger. Okay, so last day wins. Fantastic. We'll talk about that in a bit. But BBL, the whole game, was doing such a good job of looking like they had it in the bag. Why were they not able to close it out at the end, Avenger? Was it simply due to a lack of firepower?
I mean, we gotta give props to them getting in there again, right? They have had an amazing start to this. There's no way they don't make it into the top 8, I feel like. But yeah, it really comes down to a greedy 2-2 split from last day paying off tremendously. And then they get the compound, and then they can move on to the crates where they get, you know, 48 level 3 vests and all the crate guns they kind of want to get, right? So huge payoff for them here. But 12 points for BBL is really putting them far ahead on the leaderboard.
It's going to be a nice one for them, Saga. But let's go to the other side of the results. A lot of these teams that we were speaking a lot about during the group stages coming in here just are struggling. The Sakura Zensons, Business, even Gaming, Gladiators. And you see it now when we pull up the leaderboard. What's not working there?
To be fair, the zones that we've had have been a bit cheeks today. I mean, we talked a little bit in the pre-show about how maybe we expect a few more teams to want to sort of play around the edge to control the space. When the edge of the zone on game 1 is 65% water, game 2 is a military island, and this game is 75% surrounded by cliffs that if you touch them for 3 seconds will insta-kill you. It makes it very hard to kind of play that like controlled rap style that worked so well for teams like BB Team and Na'Vi who already made it to the finals. So it's kind of not an option for teams to play slower and more controlled, which means you've not really got much of a choice than just to start fighting people. And when you are a team that maybe has a little bit more experience or wants to play a little slower, like Sakura Zenson successfully did in game number 1, got some good points out of it, but then the other 2 games not really been an option for them, things fall apart pretty quickly.
Fair enough. It didn't fall apart for last day, though. Able to take the win. And it's a win for Saga as well, because this was his team focus. Wow, look at this. Now he gets a breakdown of full game. Tell us, how did they go about clinching that top spot?
Amazing. Well, they actually did a couple of things in the very early phases of this game. Yes, they got really good P1 thanks to the Wololo boys giving them the prio there. On that previous screen, Bombilova did something super Giga Chad where the rest of the squad goes into studio. They get in there ahead of like Eternal Fire, who's taking the emergency parachutes, and he says, boys, you hold this spot. I'm going to go over here and solo hold this compound by myself. And he just got here a little bit ahead of a potential 4-man breach from BBL, stared them in the face and said, nope, you go somewhere else. This is our compound. And they held that 3-1 split. Later became a 2-2 split, so James, you weren't completely incorrect. And then eventually when they got that phase 4 shift on top of them, then they commit to that compound. And then, Martin, it's just a case of waiting it out until they get the option to activate like this.
Yeah, for sure. And the reading of the kill feed really comes into fruition here for them, because they knew and they saw everything happening, and they moved out at a time where it wasn't too big of a risk for them, right? Really well executed. The late game was a little bit of a stalemate at one point here, but still they managed to trade reses. They managed to get into a 3 versus 3 again, and then it really came down to Nitro having this rock and paying like dividends for him for that, because it had such a good hold of everywhere where BBL was playing. And then it came down to all the utility and of course the 3 gear being a huge advantage for them, because you take 15% less damage from bullets and you take 15% less damage from nades as well. So it's a huge advantage having that much crate gear.
So conveniently, the 3 teams that have won our 3 games so far, also the 3 teams obviously dominating the leaderboard, Avenger. What is it that's setting BBL, FaZe and Last Day apart? We can throw in Trop against the mix as well, apart from everyone else.
I mean, it really comes down to confidence on the day and playing it smart, and also decision making, right? they feel like they can do things that is coming their way here. And also, as Saga pointed out, like, you don't want to take risk until you actually know where the circle is going, especially how the circle here in the southeastern side on Taker works. It's really hard to predict where things go, of course, and also you need to know this area extremely well and need to know, okay, what side of the road is it ending on? Because those roads that are down on the south side, they're effectively just open canyons of nothingness. And you have to kind of decide, okay, what side of the road are we playing on and where are we committing to? And if you guess right, then of course it's gonna come your way here. And also decision as in throwing all your force towards some of the teams that are fighting and third partying that. The timing of that has really been crucial for these teams.
We have 3 more matches remaining tonight, and I've let Martin play with this one throughout the group stages. Saga, it's your turn. Where are we going next?
We're playing a rondo game. Stay where you are. We're going to rondo.
Wow, that was... You're never allowed to do that again.
Great.
Far right or left around, so he don't drive in the nade.
Beacon.
He's right container still.
Behind, hit twice.
Drive.
Subscribe.
1 HP.
Car rolled on me now. Car rolled on my shack now in yellow.
I have no smokes.
2 guys. 2 guys running to flush me now. 100% only 2 guys on me.
Well, there's a west angle I'm smoking at.
Knocked him. I'm running back to you guys.
I have no nades, so.
I'm blue zone. I flew 3 blow zones there now.
Oh.
Off 1.
They're gonna be 3 up.
Me.
Just insta-rest this. Left side. One active on you.
I don't get that.
Anti, good game.
No. It is free. Park the car behind.
Far right or left around, so he don't drive in the nade.
Beacon.
He's right container still.
Behind, hit twice.
Drive.
Subscribe.
1 HP.
Car rolled on me now. Car rolled on my shack now in yellow.
I have no smokes.
2 guys. 2 guys running to flush me now. 100% only 2 guys on me.
Well, there's a west angle I'm smoking at.
Knocked him. I'm running back to you guys.
I have no nades, so.
I'm blue zoning. I flew 3 blow zones there now.
Oh.
Off 1.
They're gonna be 3 up.
Me.
Just insta-rest this. Left side.
Welcome to the PUBG game show where absolutely no prizes are up for grabs except for player pride. That's what we're playing for because they need to make sure that they know all the things about PUBG. And joining us, we have 3 new players stepping into the game show arena. Doozy, Pixel, Batulins are here. Round number 1 is called Which Team? Here's how it's going to work so you can play along at home as well. I'm going to give you specific facts. And as I give you a fact, the points are going to get less and less. You need to try and guess which team we are talking about, quickly submit it, and hopefully you get the most points. You all look very nervous, which is making me nervous, so let's get straight into it. I will begin. first fact is this particular organization's PUBG team was introduced in November 2017. Which narrows it down to a lot of teams, obviously. We're going to move on to fact number 2, because I feel like everyone's playing it a little bit safe here. This is not how some of you play in games, so I'm surprised. I'm going to get this wrong, because it was way before my time in terms of pronunciation, but I'm going to try anyway. The team's first registered tournament was the Uzum Premier League Season 1. Awesome, Uzum. We're still sitting on the no idea.
I don't think I even was playing the game when I was on.
I mean, I know this league, but there are many organizations joined in 2017, so I need more information.
Okay, so we've now gone down to 3 points. I feel like this one gives it away, to be fair, but we'll do it anyway. This is an American organization, but they have never featured an American PUBG player in the lineup. Okay, Batulins is clicking. Are we ready? Are we starting to make a commitment here? Right, so we have 3 answers. But you know what? Before I tell you if you're right or wrong, I'm going to give you the last 2 facts. So for 2 points, among the first, this is going to upset some of you, and I'm so sorry in advance. Among the first players to represent the team was Fuzzface, Gemty, and Mixie. And then the final fact, of course, is one of the world's most famous esports organizations, and they even have a hand sign. But Sulins, you know who we're talking about now, right?
Yeah, I knew it, but I just... it's fine.
Okay, so Batulins and Pixel said Liquid. Doozy, you got it right, though. You said FaZe, and you also said it during the 3-point mark, so you get 3 points after round number 1. The other 2 boys are sitting on massive fat donuts.
Good job, Adozi.
All right, it's Rondo. Let's get on with it, Toby.
Yes. Is that the breakdown? Is that how we're gonna do it? Now we can't do the cool go to Hondo and play Rondo, or it's time to run, bro.
I wondered how long it was going to take you to just try something, so I was just going to leave it there and see how long.
It wasn't going to be long because we still have not found the perfect intro to this map, and you know what? We probably will never, because nothing rhymes well enough with Rondo.
No, because Martin ruined it, and there's no coming back from what Martin did, okay?
That is true. That is true.
It's there forever. Now, that's it. It's done.
But anyway, never to be used in an actual broadcast outside of the ones Martin's doing, which is, I suppose, the majority of them. So, no, we're heading on over to Rondo. I still have areas of Rondo that I have yet to see in competitive play. I feel like either we go test track, because that's just where all the circles go, or we've actually kind of recently started to go west and northwest. Yeah, for that. But the biggest city, Jadina City, where's the love? Can we get some eastern circles, please?
We're never going to get it.
I know we
it's
won't,
so
but
far out.
Again, it's the same thing again with PUBG putting all the unique locations on the edges of the maps. We need edge circles to have cool locations, and well, you see it here on Rondo as the players take to the sky. No dual plane paths, no cool stuff of that sort. Jadina City, I'm eyeing you. Even Long Garden. How tin long are you for us to go down there?
How tin long are you?
I'm trying, dude. I'm desperately trying to get circles to go to Tin Long Garden. I don't feel like it's ever going to happen.
You're trying something. I'm not sure what it is. But anyway, let's get to it. Yeah, it's game number 4 of the day here for all of these teams to get themselves good points on the board. I was expecting good old Sakura Sensen to be heading towards the middle test track Neox factory.
Yep.
But what is very important, we've seen it before, is that our circle does not have to be touching the plane path. So, he's got a DBS in hand. He's running away. Run away, Percival. Run away, run away, run away.
Yep. In the pickle, fast acceleration. It tanks bullets like a tank. And he's off.
Was it a JS9 he had as well?
Yep, JS9 in the hands of Zubila.
Scary.
Definitely.
Very scary.
Definitely. He will be able to stay alive as AP will make their way further towards the south. Let's see if they get blessed with the circle. Jardina City circle. Tin Long circle. No, we're going to center again because...
Oh no, it's this circle.
We're going into the open, and we'll see what's going to happen with it. BBL nearby circle center. We'll see how early they up to go. Potentially Yulin could be where they up to set up shop, maybe a bit further north towards... I'm seeing Quetpa in that compound right now, and I'm like, you know what? That's where we're ending this game. Something tells me that if Quetpa stays there, he will have moved a total of like 200 meters by the end of the game.
You think so?
Yeah, I could see that happening.
I'll go with near Code Marco's location, which is just a bit more north.
A bit further north, yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Bring, bring, on the bicycle. Whee. Nice little fly through there with the drone cam.
Do the other one. Yes!
There we go.
I never clap on broadcast. That was phenomenal stuff. Well done.
Phenomenal. Immense skill was needed to pull off a play like that. Now all we'll be seeing for the rest of the game is the observers flying through loops. It's going to be super entertaining while we see this compound. Where I think the game is going to end. In chat, let me know if you think I'm wrong. Also, I mean, it's kind of interesting that we have so many teams on the east and west. Obviously, this map is massive. But no one, at least for now, coming in from the south.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to see if potentially Entropic, who is a team that likes to rotate wide, will see this, giving the plane path, and realize where there's no way anyone's coming from down south. Like, no one opted to go all the way down to Hongshan to try and make, like, to loot. Because there are so many places you can stop before that.
Yeah.
Either that, maybe AP could opt to set up a play like that, like through Hongshan and then further north. But, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, mixed rotation is quite predictable for a circle like this, and the plane path, so it's not too bad to get things rolling. Just as an aside, it's nice to have observers that listen to us. That's cool.
Oh yeah, true. They never do what we tell them to, but at least they listen. So that's cool.
It's lovely. It's lovely. That's a whole new world we're experiencing right now. But Gladiators on Stadium, that's the usual go-to spot. We're seeing last day here, just coming off the back of a great win. Now, do bear in mind that if any team were to have some kind of complicated kind of rotations, it would actually be them. So it doesn't surprise me too much that Bombilovo is already gearing up for a bit of a glider play, to have a little bit of a look forwards for his team to find some entry points.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if the glider is going to feed any info across for him on set first rotation as Win or Die now look to make their play into the circle. Obviously, they were really close on the eastern side, so it should be an easy enough approach. But you're going through a lot of open fields, and you only really see a lot of these compounds, potentially the one that's a Coruscant is stopping in and around, right as you come up towards it. So do you just go James Strat and crash it? Or do you actually try and find somewhere to scout forward from? Because I feel like they kind of leapfrog playstyle that we see a lot on both Miramar and Irregular, and on Taiko now as well. A lot of these kind of connecting spots, or like checkpoints, whatever you want to call them, have still yet to be properly found on this map. So it makes it harder to do the, I guess, smart scouting and rotating, leapfrogging that we see on other maps here, because teams just don't really know.
Yeah, I'm going to abandon the crash it strategy for the last 3 games, because I think Rondo and Miramar is a little less prevalent.
I mean, you say that now. Just wait and see until we have one compound left in the circle in phase 3.
Well, okay. Later in the game, yeah, we can do it. We'll go back to it. But at the beginning of a game like this, when it comes to this kind of circle and how much room you've got, you know what? We're chilling. We're chilling.
Okay, new strat team. Everyone heard it from James. We are chilling now. It's official. We are chilling. We don't want to see kills early game because we are officially chilling.
We're chilling. Yeah, don't move. Even if you're outside the circle, we're chilling.
just tank blue. Samla did it. Yeah, you can do it too. Full tilt on little Scout Reno will chill as he backs off. He heard maybe the vehicle from Mika in there. No reason to go over aggressive when you already got a compound on lockdown. But again, you can see the area here very, very open. A lot of open angles which these teams are still not too familiar with, to the extent where you always know what you're like. Whenever you peek a ridge, who has eyes on you potentially? Like, where would it make sense for someone to look towards you? A lot of these downsides to different positions have still yet to be found. So it's a little scary. Seems to me like Matsy is not chilling. He's, as a matter of fact, getting shot at.
Look, this is not chill. If you could just forego fighting for just a second.
They're not foregoing anything.
Oh, they're really not chilling.
They're shooting. They're fighting. It's just a 2v3 right now. Let's see if Melvin on the wide flank can get something here, but no, not to be. Tries to go over the ridge line, but Raven spots him.
Yeah, this is actually an extreme conflict this early on, all things considered. Extens is in the distance. He's got 9 of their, I think, 12 kills throughout this day so far here. So Extens being this detached from the fight, if he's feeling on fire right now, that's a bit of a disaster here for them. Some cover comes down in the midst of all of this fighting going on. Full Tilt is still throwing some utility across the ridgeline. Extens is just leaving, I assume. I mean, he's shooting at this stuff, but the rest of his team's gone. He has to get out of here.
Considering that it's Saketo who was taken down to low HP initially, and then they have to kind of push over the ridgeline immediately to follow, which was actually a very nice setup for win or die. The fact that they're being completely dismantled here goes, I mean, for me to Full Tilt, and just incredible play. Like, really nice response to a fight that should have easily gone against you.
All right, we can go back to chill mode now, because that's...
Are you sure about that?
No, Extens is not coming here. And Baron Peak, he's gone. He can chill. He can chill in the lobby. I've got a question about Rondo for you.
Go.
Were you baited by the skyline of Jadina City like I was? Because when I look towards the city from other locations, I'm like, whoa, that looks huge. But it's actually the city beyond Jadina City that's huge. Were you baited? I was baited.
I was definitely, when I saw the first images, thinking, oh my lord, this is going to be like, half this map is going to be one massive close quarter city. And we have the whole escalator thing and everything. It's going to be massive, impactful, and then Jadina City, I mean, no one's ever been there, so nope, no impact whatsoever.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right, well, no more chilling again as Samler.
Ooh,
big chilling.
What happened to left, right? Motic is going ham. Finds James as well.
It's not a bad start. Not a bad start.
Not at all.
Actually, James is so isolated. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in very early scouting days here, but business now coming in from all sides. Want to take them out. Samla is making their way here. Gaming Gladiators. I don't think they're going to pull up on it, but they've definitely heard the shots and see the knocks and the kill feed. But multiple teams wanting to take out FaZe, and this is FaZe now having to disengage fully.
I get it. I mean, right now,
didn't know what was happening around them.
Yeah, that was tough. Well, they knew that a threat was there, right? But just not all the angles that they had to kind of accommodate. That's rough. I mean, nothing about this is chill, all right, FaZe? If you could just calm down.
FaZe is the team that will hear what you say, go, no. James,
true.
this is not what we were planning on doing. They'll try and get out, get away, hopefully get a new vehicle, because that one's almost on fire, and then reposition.
To be fair, I would talk to them at events and they'd be like, yeah, okay, Kalaris. And then they'd walk away and they'd all whisper to each other, we're not doing that.
He's an idiot.
You know? What's he doing here?
Why do they keep bringing him back? He's crazy.
Yep. It's true. That is factually correct.
You are, in fact, a little crazy. Yeah, it's true. Just like Rill, who are daring enough to rotate miles out in the blue. They will make their way to Dunching in just a moment. And then to the circle from there. Again, nice timing on their part. Yes, they'll take a bit of blue, but hit the circle as this next one pops. Where are we going? Are we going back east to test track? A lot of the teams are towards the west here. There's some space out east, but that's also in part because there really isn't a whole lot to claim there. So let's see where we headed. Oh, east. Test track.
Wait, what? No way. What a surprise.
What? We're ending around test track? Never.
It's a shame that Code Marco left the location that he was previously in. And I mean, actually, both of the compounds that we were hoping, well, I say hoping for, theorizing, let's call it that, you know, still here about, it's a common occurrence.
I will say, for Eternal Fire, who has been blessed with a good circle, still maintaining this 2-2 split is a little brave. I'm a little worried on that part that they will get collapsed upon, seeing how many teams have to make their way in here. Also, for Sakura Sanson, who have yet to really have a good game, this could be a turnaround for them. We'll see. Yes. They've been blessed with a 2-2 split that is effectively bullseye dead center. Oh, Yenny. Nice tap. Finds one. And that nade should have Gustav's name written all over it.
Could be a turnaround. We will see here as man now. Well, actually, sorry, it's Dedrix alongside Entropic, who's going to be taking out FaZe. But again, 40 points across the previous 3 games. Really not that bad whatsoever. So One that goes by the wayside, not too bad. At the same time, all of these teams are going crashing forwards. BBL's kind of crashing forwards as well, alongside Fairy Tail. Flips the car as well here. But there's other shots coming in from Mika here, so all of this is very open at the moment. You've got to be absolutely terrified if you flip a car here. Manages to get back in and get on out. This is scary.
This is scary and always possible. You do not want to be here at all, especially if you're not planning on fighting. Just casually driving through no man's land in an ongoing fight just to rotate is dangerous pathing. But again, we're on a map that obviously the players play, and they've used it in scrims and have more experience on it than we have seen it in competitive play. But still, a lot of proper pathings have left, still yet to be found, and I think that's the perfect example of BBL there. They just didn't know this would be where a big fight would take place as soon as they start rotating.
While that was going on, Eternal Fire had to get together because they were being breached on by other teams, and also Gladiators is kind of looking towards them as well. Full Tilt trying to dislodge BBL, and they do get Lyran here. The Mad as well as Marco managed to finish off business overall, so that breach has been thwarted. So it is chaos from here on out because the terms of Crash It were now officially in effect.
Full effect as Raven tries to get to his fallen teammate. So Keto could potentially get back on his feet. I like the idea of the nade lobbed on over. Maybe keeps BBL in check. Oh, on the other side, especially with that amount of damage come through. CC, I think he's still going to commit to the rest here. That bounce, no! Oh, gets him. BBL down and out.
I didn't think that was going to be close enough, but you know what? We were tricked and deceived by the camera angle, but that's fine. And looks like Fairy Tail here still has this tiny dip for them to work with. If Sakura Sensen realized that this was the case, maybe a single nade or so could be lobbed in this direction. However, that being said, leaving the position that Sakura Sensen is does open them up to some angles. Like Entropic has an angle on them, they were shooting towards them, etc. So, gotta be careful.
I do like that on a server of 64 players, only one listens to James and chilled, because Extens is still a kilometer from the circle. Like he's been out in the blue for the last 10 minutes.
My guy, all right?
Yeah, he's the only one that's listening. Everyone was like, no, don't listen to James, but Extens, he's still there. He's still fanboying, and it's fair. Tech stock, crucial in moments like these when you need good equipment.
Tech stocks?
Yep, exactly. Whenever you get a flare gun crate and you get a tack stock, you go woohoo. In the meantime, now Sakura Sensen, I think they're gonna drive around for a bit. Are they gonna full commit to the group up, or are they gonna leave Fuss behind? Maybe Marslick seems like he's gonna go over and regroup with the rest of the team. Nah, Fuss is gonna go too, I think. No reason to try and maintain a ballsy 2-2 split, knowing how many teams are around you.
Yeah, teams from the Northwest should be trying to crunch down on this a little bit. Fuzzface on the way. And at the same time, Samler, we're not getting much done here. This is difficult to actually rotate past. Neeks, though, does manage to knock Global Army, so that's not a bad start here. Yeah, try and do a little bit more, but the man will actually clean up Jaunter.
The tricky, I mean, again, for all these teams coming from the West, there are only so many pathways in, and because of the way the compounds in Yulin are kind of set up, you're funneling all these teams to effectively go within 100 meters of one another, which causes for things like this. Grandis finds one, Ombre should fall seconds from now, somehow still alive on the backside of that car, though.
I am very surprised. Meanwhile, Ireo trying to get on out of here. They are just absolutely desperate for any position that they can possibly find. The road's not great, unfortunately. It's maybe even lie down, and you might be out of line of sight from a lot of this. And at the same time, Ombra just surviving on smokes.
Yep. I mean, they're going to prone down, wait this one out. Sakura Sensen again in a great center position, but with how the hills go down on all sides, it's hard for them to really get good angles on anything. In the meantime, it's going to allow, the terrain at least, is going to allow for Fairy Tail to push somewhat close. Issue is, you still have Entropic on the other side. You still have Quantum further outside towards the west, so I don't think you can really fully push this if you're Fairy Tail, because you should be in lines of sight from some of these teams in the south.
The elevation favors Sakura Sensen, but the amount of trees around it favors your opponents in terms of like having a little bit of extra foliage cover, not being able to see people as easily around a lot of that. So there's two sides to every story. As Quantum Realm, you can see them on the left-hand side just sneaking on into this circle, whilst Eternal Fire is now going to have to be playing some edge-heavy play here, unless they do a mad dash through to somewhere. But we've seen how those mad dashes have worked so far for teams.
Yep, Extends considering actually going out of the blue. I respect it. He's getting closer to the circle, potentially just to run in to the entirety of Full Tilt. We'll see when he opts to connect to the circle. Phase 4 just 15 seconds away as Eternal Fire. 4 kills already, no casualties just yet. Have been able to maintain pretty good control on the western side here. If they can dislodge Quantum Realm, which now looks much more doable with Voldemort down, they should be very good, pretty much regardless of where this next circle goes, to do a wide rotation.
And Quantum Realm was a little bit disjointed about their attention, but Shipless will take out the Mad. Here comes more push though. Quetpa still coming along. We'll smoke out the Mad, see if we can get him up. Is he on multiple knocks though? It looks like he's bleeding out very, very quickly.
Yep, not looking good. Marco in that round as well. It looked good for Eternal Fire initially, but Quantum Realm said no thank you. We might have lost Global Army earlier and Voldemort now, but Shipless and Targus still got something to say about who's going to win this fight. Ruin now, solo player, I believe, on this side of Eternal Fire, has to back off. No, Quetpa, sorry, is here as well. Trying to go for a teammate, but not to be.
More nades sent forwards. Shipless just going to be retreating on back here to the vehicle, the safety of it. Just that a little bit of extra hard cover. Just having the ridge alone is not exactly the most insurance that you would like to have in this scenario. More nades forwards? No, not even going to be the case for Ruin here. Finding Tarkus, really nicely done.
Yep, Targus knocked with a nade in hand as well. Should potentially, or you would imagine, fall somewhat soon. The fact they're getting to stay on this fight for as long as they are with no interference is, I mean, crucial for both, because I feel like there's been enough knocked players on either side that they could have both been dismantled. The issue is Entropic is waiting for whoever wins this fight to push towards them before they make a play of their own. Like there hasn't been an optimal third-party pull-up for Entropic kind of set up yet, so they haven't left despite them still being outside the circle. So it's only going to be a matter of time before, I mean, both these teams, you'd imagine, are going to be dead.
The only thing that scares me about Entropic not peeking out and trying to get rid of them a little quicker is the fact that they are also not in the circle, right? So eventually they have to move, and this being delayed for them as well kind of hurts them in the long run. So both teams, look at this, disengaging to the north, to the south, and this is kind of hurt Entropic to a degree. I mean, they were sat waiting for this, and it never came.
No, it's wise playing on the side of both these teams. Disengaging, going, there's nothing else to fight for here. Let's see if we can go elsewhere. Issue is, I don't know where elsewhere is. Eternal Fire, gonna full speed send it down the roadside towards the side of it. Ruin will be able to stay put for now. They've been able to surpass Entropic and get inside the circle, but not a whole lot to play around. And for Quantum Realm, they too are running straight into trouble.
Yeah, Royalty's on the other side of this. Do bear in mind, Royalty has had complete reign over this location and this direction coming into the circle for almost the entire game. They came in almost alone when it came to the east, but you can see full tilt grown out, being able to take them out. And looks like, unfortunately for Quantum Realm, they are done on that big send.
What, Jenny?
No.
What?
What's going on today?
What?
Save this, Grandis, please. Save this.
Was that supposed to be a smoke, or did he try and nade them and then they pull up at the same time? I'm not sure, but that. Wow. In the meantime, Yask blows up his team. And they die. Guys, there's friendly fire on. What's happening?
I just said that they had free reign on the east side.
Grandis blows up Hawkeye.
Oh my days.
Okay, wait.
All right, full no chill. It's all chaos once again on Rando.
It's going full chaos mode once more. Quetpup trying to push forward. Probably try to make sense the same way that we're trying to make sense of what we just saw happen. As he'll prone on up. He knows there's just one left on the side of Entropic. And keep in mind, everyone, we're still yet to make our way into placement points in this match. It's pretty darn chaotic.
Full Tilt's kind of blasted. They've got 10 off the back of this here, and you guys at home can have 300 G coin whilst we watch this fight go down. The first 50 people that redeem that code, 300 G coin, go.
Yep, full speed, and it's gone. That's how fast you gotta be, I think. Keep the game open on the second tap. Make sure to type that in as fast as you can, because 50 people out of the thousands watching, it's not a lot. So get it in fast. See if you can get Quetpa. Double flash on over. Now Jenny headshot from the other side. And Quetpa taking too long on that one. Will fall pin saying, oh, you're going to give me another? By all means, thank you.
Yep, very nicely done here. Gladiators have really bided their time on this northwest side, and I thought that they were going to get held out, but as they've kind of just moved forward, pushed people out of positions, like, for example, when Sakura Sensen kind of regrouped on that 2-2, Gladiators was more than happy to just backfill and then just keep hold of this north position. So far, yeah, they've not really got themselves many points on the board, only 3 kills, but this could be a game where they can try and convert more.
Yep, extends, still in the blue, proning, healing. Trying to see how many placement points he's going to get this game. As he had now successfully made it into the top 8. So Kiddo, watch out. Whenever you see that flare, there's usually big things falling out of the sky about to hit you. As Marsalek able to do a little bit of damage, at least early on here. More shots now being fired. Kiddo forced to prone down, but there I was just saying. I was just saying, when you see that flare, don't prone on it. Because that hurts. I was just saying it, Kiddo. I was just saying it.
This might allow other teams to really kind of push on this.
That's the 6th team knock this game.
It's all over the place. Matzy almost, no!
Can't go for the rest either. They commit to it, but it ain't working. Cherik's able to find him as Percival falls to blue. Let's see if... I mean, again, it's a tricky position. Sakura Sanson is set pretty much dead center, but again, as we said earlier, and as you can see with the kind of overview of the compound, it's hard to really get good angles from there. They have to be up on the roofs. They have to overexpose themselves in order to get shots in, and then you look one angle, but effectively everyone around you has eyes on you. So it's very limited what Sakura Sanson can actively do from this compound has grown. Now falls Cherik's again. I mean, hitting some good mini shots today.
Yeah, really, really good stuff to get just a few points on the board. I do think that this is truly a symptom of just playing on terrain in a pressured situation where it's not fully mapped out. And of course, yes, we're making light of the fact that there's a lot of like team kills going on and stuff like that. But when you're this pressured and you're trying to make decisions in the heat of the moment like this, it is anything but easy. But these nades are easy here for Agaz. Nice.
Yep, solid util. Lopped on forward. We'll see if Raven gets rest here. I feel like they have to make the play on it. Neon going full speed forward. There is still a smoke blocking them off, but I mean, they have to commit to this play. Last is coming in on the other side as well. Last day, that is Nitro and Maldoctor making their way down here. Quizzy is in the meantime playing for Circle. I like this 2-1 split. They know that they're kind of beaten on this other inside. As Kiddo will fall. Maldoctor able to get the kill. Now they can back off knowing there's another team there. Oh?
Maybe we can do even more with this. Last day, 1 knocked. Can Igaz get even more? They've got 3 kills so far in this game, 12 points so far in the day. Not the best of scenarios, not the best of situations, I should say. But Molodok just being able to blast Nyan down, that is not easy now for Igaz to do much about pushing on forwards against this.
Yeah. I should allow for him to get the rest at least. I like this angle at Quizzy. As you can see, there's no way they can run forward without the without him seeing. And now, again, smoke's being thrown forward, not on you, but to try and block off your opponent's line of sight as Sabilla is now. He's just sending it. Why not just crash it, as James would say? All the util being expended here, they have to pull up on this. I mean, they have to make a play off of... that's his 7th piece of util. They have to try and push.
And even going for the smoke launcher as well, just trying to block everything off, but nades will be raining forwards as well. Marslek tried to jump above some of this smoke to see what he could get done. Maybe he can get a nade in, and he does against Brightside for a fairy tale. The timer is ticking down on them. They've got to make something work off of this. There's even a Panzerfaust here for Mika.
And now it's getting a little dangerous because now last day is done with their fight. So if this fight actually pops off properly, Mika down to low HP. Phosphase now knocked that's outside. I was going to say Gaming Gladiators on one side, last day now done with their fight on the other. This could be dangerous for Sakura Sanson.
Gladiators have been biding their time for a long portion of this game, and it may be paying off as now this compound is being absolutely crunched down on Mika. It's got to make good use of this Panzerfaust somehow, some way.
And that's the danger. I mean, we oftentimes see it when the likes of Twisted Minds get pulled up on or have opponents nearby. Instantly, Batulins is out there to scare them off with util. When you don't do that, when you allow your opponents in close, and I know this compound is incredibly hard to defend, because as you can see here, Marsalek has no proper lines of sight on the players down below him. As soon as you let them in close, it allows for everyone else to start creeping further towards you as well. So yes, they have the high ground. Yes, it's all good and dandy, but it's so hard to dissuade your opponents from being nearby.
Gladiator's going to have to live by the motto of hits happen in a second here. An M249 in the hands of Fuzzface. 150 rounding that bad boy on the clip, but you got yourself Gladiators now, who has left one back, left Rox back here to try and have some off angles whilst all of this is going on. Mika does finish off April, but Levante peeking up across this way does already hit Zabula, and now the rest of them are just going to see if they can dislodge Sakura Sensen.
Yeah. I like this 3-1 split that Gaming Gladiators has. Rox is kind of on his own up on the northern side. Fairy Tail will be eliminated. And fortunately for Sakura Sensen, they're able to survive that push without taking any casualties. Now, up here on the northern side, Marcelik is still looking in this direction. Rox has still got the Richland to work with issues. He's outside the next circle. And as you can see here, last aiming, they have no clue at all that Rox is up here. And Marcelik is sending it. Where's he going?
Well, at the same time, he has some reinforcing shots coming in from Fuzzface as well. Rox has gone down. Marcelik, as you say, has gone AWOL. He has gone haywire. This is a Marcelik special, and he is shouting into his microphone whilst he's doing it. I've taken him, Rox is down.
Okay, so he saw him down there. Fuzzface knocks Rox. So clearly, Marcelik was sent downhill as a bait for Fuzzface to take out, which is, I mean, impressive. The issue is now you have Mika down. Now you have the 3 remaining Gaming Gladiators players here, and Marcelik is not back in the compound to help them out.
Well, he's in a
I get the idea of dislodging the off angle, but the issue is now you're on your own. Good thing is now that he's back up on the ridge line, he can actually try and suppress Gaming Gladiators, but now he's the one outside the circle.
Yeah, I mean, technically he has about a minute's time by which he can try and use this for a little while, but it is...
But now you're isolated on two sides. He jumped outside of the circle to kill the solo.
It is very tough. It's a tough situation. Let's see if it can make it work. Because right now, the rest of Sakura Sensen are getting the reses off. They know that they're going to get crunched. I guess a wild play had to maybe occur in Marcelik's head to try and get them out of the crunch.
I don't know. I mean, yes, sure, you want to get rid of Rox, but fully committing a player outside the circle. Now he's knocked and there's no world in which he's getting back up. I get the idea, but I think that's like a 6th option down the list of things you can do in this situation. But we'll see if somehow the 2 players that are still alive in Fuzzface and Hitman can make this happen.
Last Day still pushing up against the building as well. I think it's Quizzy there. It's very close to trying to make something work with that. Marcelik bleeds out to the blue. Quizzy sends nades forwards. But at the same time, they know there's another team on the other side as well. Goes for the spray. Fuzzface is down here in that trade.
How does Quizzy come out alive? He was caught mid-air, gets to prone, takes him out. He was even... Wow. Impressive. Impressive reaction from Quizzy there. Maybe a miss by Fuzzface. Unlucky. But now let's see again. I mean, 2 players still alive for Sakura Sensen, 3 still up for Gaming Gladiators, and Last Day, who is still, neither of the 2 are really fully committing to breaching into the compound. That might just be up until now.
There is util flooding in either side of this building here. Sakura Sensen, I do not know how you win this situation. Mika here goes for the throw on forwards. What did he just throw?
The gas can.
Ah, yes, okay. I did wonder what it was for a second there. Blows it up, kind of just in case they're going to walk all the way through it. A bold move, but now still just holding with the foldable shield. I love foldable shields in buildings, but let's see if it can work.
No shotguns for anyone. I kind of like that, not gonna lie. But let's see now, as the gas can does get exploded, it's gonna isolate the angle for Gaming Gladiators, at least a little bit, as Mika reloads the smoke grenade launcher, tries to hold the off angle, close that door, makes perfect sense. Play off for the audible cue, shoot it open. They're both hidden behind cover right now, as no one, again, has really opted to push into this warehouse, and for good reason, because it's kind of outside the circle. And Last Day, I mean, as long as Gaming Gladiators is just gonna commit to this one warehouse entrance, they're going to chill on the other side and say, you know what? I mean, if they're not coming to you, not coming to us, they'll just die.
Hectic movement coming out from Sakura Sensen. You can see the desperation of the position that they're in. This is tough.
They have to get out of here, and I feel like the only exit is the small door that you just saw them close before. Dante, though, spots Mika around the side. Now it's just him and left alive, and they too see this door. It's the only really option you have. Quizzy is up on the side of the building, but again, for the rest of Last Day, they just sat here waiting. Him able to get a double headshot connected, but he will fall in return, and just like that, we're down to the last 2 teams left alive. Of course, they saw on the side of Last Day that one knock came through onto Gaming Gladiators, and they want to take advantage of this 3v2.
if you're last day, you've got to pounce. This could be the back-to-back for you, and you know that those guys are wounded in there after that absolute brawl that went down in this little warehouse. So sending smokes forward, just creating a perimeter, basically, and saying, hey, come to us, because right now we have the advantage when it comes to the circle. Smokes are going to go down. They're going to try and move out to the left.
I like this isolation play that they, I mean, last they already know what they're trying to do. Quizzy, nice headshots. No helmet, no vest to work with, still up victorious. They're trying to flank left, but Nitro is already positioned for that exact play. They knew exactly what they were coming up against in the plan of Gaming Gladiators, and now it's just Dante left alive. Molotov. We'll see if it's one. Dante's able to find the second as well, just like that. It's a 1v1.
He pulled out his Dragon off close range to just finish things off there. And he now knows exactly where Nitro is as well. He sees him on the peak. Is Dante going to do this?
Rock versus tree. Limited cover for both. Smoke does bloom, and that's going to allow for Dante to try and go back, get a vest maybe. He's down to low. Has a molly now as well to throw into that smoke, but no. 2 smokes deployed. It's wide enough for Nitro to reposition. Peeks over with the organ hand. Can't quite connect, and now Dante pushes forward.
No way. He goes for the spray through the smoke here. He actually does clip him. He doesn't know exactly where he is, though. Finishes him off as well, realizing that Quiz is giving him a little bit of information. That being said, I mean, he's just behind this tree anyway. There was nowhere else he could actually go. Goes for another spray around this corner here. Nitro still has slight circle advantage here.
Dante 1v3, able to get the double now, try to make the play on forward. It's going to try and isolate with a smoke, but I don't think that thing is going to bloom in time. Has 1 more left to play, but every time you shoulder peek out to deploy this utility, you leave yourself exposed. Has a third. Is he going to throw it forward? Yes, he is. We're just going to, you know what? If I can't see anything, you can't see anything. Let's just pan it in the middle.
Can Dante make this happen? He goes for a wild. He's got 11 shots left. He's okay. He's got 14 more in the. So 25 shots left here available. Sawn off.
This could be WinCon. This could be WinCon for Nitro. They're going to be incredibly close to one another. Did he see something? A bit of a shadow move for a second. He hears the footsteps now.
I don't think he saw anything. This is
footsteps. It's all footsteps. Go out on the backside of the smoke. He knows there's a tree there. That should be where he would play. That's where I would play. Had I been in that position, Nitro spots him once again. 26 bullets to work with, and he comes out victorious. What an insane finish to that game.
Oh, things are heating up. Things are really heating up because that was down to the wire. Dante, for all intents and purposes, shouldn't have been able to make that happen. Last day should have had him dead to rights alongside with all of the other gladiators. I've been critical of Dante in the past, especially when he was part of Question Mark, but man, he made this situation look good. That was way too close, Toby.
It was definitely more exciting than I thought it was going to be. Whenever I mean, let's rewind to 2 seconds before Marcelik leaves the compound. I'm like, yeah, they're going to isolate. It's going to be a pretty straightforward fight in the compound. Little do we know, chaos ensued.
Would it be a game without a crazy Marcelik move? I don't know. Also, I don't know if this is obviously we saw a knock there on the deployable cover. Now, I don't know if this is a running joke in PUBG or something like that I've missed, but I've heard 5 times in commentary, that's the first time I've ever seen that, over the last 2 weeks or so. So, I mean, if we just keep saying it's the first time we've ever seen it, is it ever really the first? Who knows? Who knows, Toby?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this game was definitely a wild one, and I think I'll leave it up to this to break down the, I guess, post 10 minutes into the game, because that was chaotic.
Last day with those back-to-back wins, as Kylara said. But why was this such an entertaining Rondo, Avenger?
It was, first of all, hectic, and all the teams on that southern side, they managed to actually get on pretty close to this compound. And then there's just a king of the hill fight, right? And honestly, this late game here, what a fantastic clutch, what a fantastic play here. Also, Dante being able to get this much out of it, that was so close.
Saga, it was tons of fun, but right at the end, that last fight, Dante staying alive, he almost had it as well.
So close. Maybe if there was a little bit more utility, maybe you could say if Gaming Gladiators sort of repositioned Molodoct towards the end of that game, or it was, or rather last day, they needed to sort of get the utility on the wider door where all the smokes were, and then they could have just bombarded Gaming Gladiators out of it when they tried to leave. But he had all of the grenades, and he was holding the small door on the side, and then the second that he goes down to the big spray from Dante, then suddenly it gets very sketchy. And there was a couple of really good shots through smokes that could easily have landed a lucky headshot and ended the game, but I'm just a little bit upset that we didn't get to see it closed out with a sawn-off shotgun. That would have been nice.
absolutely mental, and you can see how it has affected the leaderboard as well. 3 teams on 40 points, Avenger.
Yeah, honestly, a fantastic start for these teams here. Played 4 games now, and they're having an average of 10 points or more per game here. Incredible play here, especially for me. Last day for this game here, when they're that far northwest, they had no priority in the circle, and they were like getting this well into the game and playing that well. Honestly, it's just a perfectly executed late game and mid game for them to rotate into a good spot, for them to take the fights that they did. Yeah, really well executed, and back-to-back 20 points here. That's 3 points before these last 2 games.
2 of our strongest teams did not have a good run on Rondo, FaZe, and obviously BBL as well. Saga, what went wrong for them?
Yeah, this is going to be a short one, to be honest. They basically, if I actually look back to the way that BBL got a lot of their success on Rondo, particularly through the group stages, it was a massive map for them, and the reasons why were kind of twofold. At the start, they had the game that went to the southwest, which basically they looted a compound, and then they ended the game 30 minutes later in the same compound, so that was a big win. But BBL is very good at holding positions should they get the zones to allow them to do so. The other game that they actually did very well, which they didn't cop a hard feed, they moved extremely early on. They had to go all the way to the other side of the zone, and they kind of played from the edge and actually did a pretty solid job. Ended up with a top 4, getting some good kills. This game, they got almost baited by the fact that their compound was a little bit in the zone, and there's been quite a lot of zones down towards the southwestern side, so they thought maybe we'll get the shift, maybe we'll get a little bit of zone luck. They didn't, and then they reverted back to good old BBL tactics of get in the cars and get bombarded by some guy with a grenade.
Fair point. And now we are going to be moving on to Miramar. Are you expecting the same sort of pace in these games, Avenger?
Yeah, I think it'll continue to have these teams that have gathered the confidence that they gotten today. They're going to continue to full send and take the fights that they want to take. And also, we had first of all, I also want to see that Gaming Gladiators stepped up, that they did in this game here. They had 5 points going into this one here after the halfway mark, of course, but they're a team that we expect to be up there in the top 3, top 4 at least. So good to see that they stepped up there too. But for the pacing and for what we're going to continue to see, there's a lot of the smart teams and very experienced teams that are taking these situations where, like, we can see that they are really hard trying to stay 4 guys alive once they get to the mid-late game, just because they know how crucial it is for them to actually turn that position that they might have into a proper win. You need to stay 4 guys strong, otherwise you're not going to win against these other really good teams.
Saga, I mean, is that the win condition for some of these less experienced teams and those that are sitting to the lower end of the leaderboard? Just keep 4 guys alive?
It definitely helps, because even if you're sort of holding on to a compound, kind of getting zone shifts in your favor, sometimes just having that extra man enables you to make a bit of a play that might clear you some space. Like, some of us might look at what Marsalek did in the previous game and giggle and go, classic Marsalek. But actually, that opened up a lot of space as they were getting pushed onto by Gaming Gladiators, getting the covering fire as well from Fuzzface to get that knock onto Rocks. It could have potentially unlocked them an opportunity to maybe wrap in, clear out Gaming Gladiators and have some space to work with. But unfortunately wasn't the case, because he immediately got knocked by the repositioned last day. But just having the extra player available to take that risk, to make that play is such a huge factor and can easily win you a game in the right scenario.
So last day has 2 wins back-to-back. In fact, FaZe and BBL won a piece as well. Will we see new names at the top of the leaderboard when we head to Miramar? Well, we'll find out after the break.
What's up, it's Hockey from Entropic, and my trick is connected to Church and Miramar. I'll show you a sneaky position that not many people know about, and it can give you surprise advantage. You have to wall here and jump on this edge right here. I'm 100% sure that nobody will expect you here when holding these doors.
Hey guys, Avisa from VP here, and today I'm going to show you how to get on top of the east rock north of Impala on this plateau right here that you can't access by foot, that you can only access by using a motorbike. And it's a very useful spot. As you can see, you're fully safe in the corner here. So you have to go from this side, and you have to hit this little ramp right here, straight in front of me, with a motorbike. I'm gonna show you guys how to do it. So get on the bike, full speed from the southwest side. As you can see, I made it up here, put the bike safe in the corner, and you could also go to the other side. Vault here, jump here, jump on this little plateau. And as you can see, this side is also fully playable. And yeah, you can see quite a lot from here, get a lot of information, see the villa, what's going on. Enjoy the tip guys.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, ben Esports'tan Şila. Bugün sizlere Miramar'daki bu binanın üst katına nasıl sızılır bunu göstereceğim. Diyelim ki üst kata oynamak istiyorsunuz ama merdiveni tutan rakip var. Buna yakalanmadan şu şekilde üst kata geçip takım arkadaşlarınızdan flash isteyebilirsiniz veya siz flash'ınızı atabilirsiniz. Attıktan sonra volt atıp rakipleri şu şekilde yakalayıp öldürebilirsiniz arkadaşlar. İzlediğiniz için teşekkürler. Turnuvalarda görüşmek üzere.
Three guys in the blue, guys. On green. Getting him. Knocked him. Oh my god.
One is on the car on the street, blue mark.
People smoking on orange mark. They're not inside.
Still people on orange. People orange. Yeah.
The people.
One is prowling on the tree on green.
They knocked him on orange.
He's not on green.
I'm blind.
Knock one.
Nice, knock. I'm nading him more. There's a chance we need to join the fight.
Yeah,
Watch him. Made it. Nice. One more on the thing. On green. It's on green. Prowling on green.
Yeah, should be.
Between it.
I see him.
Got him.
Nice.
Okay.
That guy's
Oh, knock the anchor, blue.
Knock.
Go flush him if you can.
One on orange. Careful.
All right, let's do Murmur. We've got two of them coming your way here after we witnessed only Sakura Sensen comms from that one. So I'm not too surprised considering that there were some interesting moments there, Toby.
For a team who we've already heard are still dealing with figuring out cluttered comms, to then have them have to fight 4 teams at the same time is, I feel like, doing them a little dirty, and it makes sense that they get a bit stressed in a hectic endgame situation. They're trying to hold down the fort with opponents coming in from all sides.
Well, I'm sure I am reading as chat is watching that fight and those scenarios, and they're loving it. They are absolutely loving it. Not too much surprise. I mean, when you've got some flamboyant characters, some flamboyant players in game, they definitely are able to make fans. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it did. They did go up with a bang, quite literally. It was a hectic. Dancy almost bringing home that 1v3 as well was insane, and also for me for last day to go out and win both Takeo and Rondo, 2 of the arguably and definitely most chaotic maps we're still or currently playing in competitive PUBG is impressive. Back to back on those maps, nice. We'll see if they can now transfer some of that skill over to the Miramar games, where things should, I'm not gonna say they will, but they should calm down a bit more.
Yeah, it's a huge dub for last day, right? Considering that technically they actually have a great roster. There are really good names on this roster, but let's get to it. The penultimate game of the day here. We are on the Dusty Dunes. We've got Miramar on the cards. Hey, let's get a 3-peat. Let's get another last day win on the board. I love 3-peats.
What? I'm getting bamboozled by production right now. We should go. Okay, production wants me to do an airplane sound, but I'm not sure exactly what an airplane. James, what?
Wait a minute.
I was about to do all this cool stuff with like breaking down plane paths and whatnot, but now I'm just been demoted to.
There we go.
Oh, that's what a plane sounds like. Of course, yeah, I completely forgot.
If it's a rotor plane, you know, maybe. Yeah, the.
What has this become? I'm not sure anymore.
It was so out of the blue. I don't know.
I got bamboozled as well. In any case, thank you, production. As we now see, they knew that FaZe and BBL weren't going to fight one another. So they're like, we need to do something entertaining in the beginning. And what will be entertaining is Royal hot dropping Sakura Sands and all the other way around. No twisted minds here means that you can fight for days in and around this area as Fuss comes out on top against the Bomb Billy Bomb.
No, Bomb Billy Bomb. He didn't want to go for the M16 fight, but FirstFace was totally okay with the SLR fight.
Yep.
Oh,
Should have put it on burst. Would have been fine, but not to be. We'll see, though. This fight is still far from over. I say that maybe a bit too soon. Him and fights one, fights the second. Now he's up against, the bolt action.
He-Man's going crazy.
4v1 Jash. This is going to be difficult. Not going to lie. You're going to have a hard time, my friend.
Looks like an early lobby exit here for Royalty.
Also, Masterdick is nowhere near them right now. So technically, it's only a 1v3.
Only.
And he has a VSS. Masterdick is running.
Just let the music play out. This is tense. Yeah. Tense moments here.
It's like the... Are you sure about that guess in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Like,
yeah.
And then it just goes... And then you got like a little choir in the background as well. Oh, Jazz finds one. Shut down. Taken down. And now win or die. Nah, they're all downhill. It's not going to matter.
Yeah,
they survive. Sakura Sanson from one hectic fight straight into a hot drop. I'm sure they're burning through some calories with how much pressure is on them right now. And then boom, music fades out. Timing.
What was that noise at the end? It sounded like a food blender.
Food blender? What do you mean? It was like a fade out. Boo.
I'm curious. Can anybody else hear these music, or is it just us?
I hope it's everyone. Because the timing there was impeccable.
Because if it is just us, we sound crazy now.
We always sound crazy, but now we might sound crazier. As this circle has swung down towards the south, I'm definitely still hearing music. Entropic might be as well, hearing the sound of a circle gone their way. We'll see what they can make of it. I feel like resort endings are few and far between, I should say.
Yeah.
Maybe we get one here.
They might have many.
Music ends.
Oh, that's a shame. I thought we'd gone further than all the other regions that have music at the top 4, which I hate.
The entire game. You just have like the playlist play the whole game.
And then we just have it the whole game, yeah.
Yeah. That could be a thing.
But now we know music.
Now we know that 3 minutes and 48 seconds is when the music ends.
Great, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right.
Nice segue. Anyway,
I just wanted to rant about top 4 music. I bloody hate
That's fair. That's fair. You don't get to do that. Not now. Not before FaZe makes this rotation, because they might run straight into Sheila and CC. They will have heard, of course, the Bronco down towards their west side, but maybe not alert to the fact that there are more players in front of them. Now they should be, though, with last day winners of the previous 2 matches taking shots at the remaining 2 BBL players. And for FaZe, I mean, that's I guess sweet music in their ears, getting that warning that this is not the place to go.
Yeah, turn around, have a fanfare, get yourself the warehouses, that'll be fine. Very quick centering up as businesses just try and take up resort as quickly as they can. Already Vanos was here, ready to go, and having a little look around, so at least Entropic being north of them, not quite spotting that out, but it's not been a bad day for business yet, really, even though they've got 8 kills on the board. I mean, the thing is that being in dead last here, I don't think it fully reflects what they could have potentially done in some of these games, but yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one. Not many games to play out.
I mean, I will say, if we go back to the previous 2 games, we had the crazy Milta circle, which you can't really fault anyone who isn't in Milta to come up with stories in. Then when business finally get a good circle, it's a military one with them in prim, but they're getting hot dropped, so they have to deal with that.
Yeah.
As Schengen is able to find Bjornto. Which is kind of sad, really, because Ombre is sat further south than them. So he's like, boys, it's safe. Just rotate. And then it wasn't safe.
I mean, business in the group stage is what, 36 points, 26 points. It's kind of
had good
middling.
games, but
they did.
They were that was the issue. Their average wasn't good, like average games. But they had 1 or 2 good games to bring up the average. They had an amazing, if I think back properly, Taco game, I believe it was, where they were fighting in around the open. Really smart in their decision making there, their approach to the fights up the hillside. They just haven't been in position or in similar positions to be able to kind of play out on foot in these last couple of games. It's been very wide, like long rotates into chaos.
Yeah. I'm trying to look for the silver lining for these teams that are a little lower on down. But anyway, it's by the by. Look at this. Very, very centered. All these other teams going to be very chill about coming on in here for this one. And again, when we see circles like this, we know how many teams can inhabit the hills down here. It's just, even when we get down towards Circle 3, you can have hillsides just inhabit all of the teams that are available in the lobby like this, as long as they're not all just doing mega wide splits and stuff. So it's, yeah, pretty...
Okay, James, I'm going to give you 4 options here. You get to pick one. Chat can join in as well. If you want a Los Leones finish, press 1. If you want a cave finish south of Los Leones, press 2. If you want a resort ending, press 3. And if you want, like there's always the other, or just want to see results, that's number 4.
Oh, you couldn't think of a 4th place, could you?
I was going to say we could go to the Southwest Island, but I don't think that's possible, so that's kind of sad. So I'm just going to go other. That's number 4.
Okay.
Which do you pick?
Well, I agree with you. It wouldn't be too bad to have like a resort. I assume you were going to go resort because you had mentioned it prior.
That, but then when I mentioned cave, I was like, oh, that could also be kind of bang. I'm not going to lie.
But cave's silly because like
cave is fun. What do you mean?
Well, we never get it happen anymore. But
exactly, which is why we need it.
The weird moments where someone's above ground and someone's in the cave.
Yep. Last cave ending I remember casting was Ens. I remember Tixu was having a healing battle in against a Korean team. It was a global tournament, but I do not remember which one. PGIS maybe. It's a long time.
God, you're really selling it. A healing battle.
It was cool.
Here we are.
Here we are. There you go.
And that was that.
I think it's cool. I do like this area of the map. I think it's cool that they've done so much with it, especially considering that there's so few other well done caves in PUBG. You have the bear caves on Vikendi, and then you have the small shelter locations on
go on, keep going.
Functioned.
Can I talk about how the rock looks like Minas Tirith?
You have all the tunnels there too. But outside of that, big proper areas like this, I think they're cool. I like them.
Awesome.
Yep.
I didn't know what you were on about. So
caves.
The caves.
Yep. In the meantime, Lil W and I mean, for Quantum Realm and Lil W, they truly have been running into one another quite a bit today. There hasn't been a clear winner in the fights that they've been having, but if you look at the leaderboard, they're set tied. So clearly a fight that will just keep going back and forth as vehicles randomly run into the open.
He's zooming in is there anybody in there? No, there's no one in there.
It's just a car doing its own thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Distraction, bait, and it worked out perfectly. Quantum Realm will get at least the upper hand here. Lil W, the ones to take casualties, as Sakura Sanson able to avoid losses on that pull-up. Or hot drop, I should say. And now get their rotation game going. They've got plenty of space coming in from the northwest. We'll see where they up to maneuver from church.
I think it's despite basically, I was about to say a free 4 points. They had to do a little bit for it, but it was basically free. Yeah. They didn't lose anyone. Only 24 points on the board so far, and quite the south shift going our way here. You know what? Your 4th option of having a little potential island was actually closer than some of your other options.
And I do like the fact that we have the extra bridge. I'm sure 90% of you guys are looking at the map are going to go, oh, wait, there's one more bridge been added? Yes, and it's actually been a while. There is, in fact, one more bridge added. There we go. Double bridge down south. Which means you no longer, when you see these circles, have to fully commit blue into Val Del Mar and then wrap all the way around. You can actually get kind of close. And I'm thinking maybe there's a team that would do it if, just based on locations, it would be Sakura Sanson right now. I doubt, though, they're going to go all the way south. I mean, once they get to the next ridge line, they'll see that there's actually space to be had in front of them. So I would be surprised if they opt to go all the way down there, but you never know.
I mean, okay, we're not going there anyway, but the South Island actually got a whole lot more interesting with Partona and the bridges and the extra terrain that exists around there, extra compounds. But anyway, we've got Eternal Fire here fighting off against Aegis, who are in the distance. As Quetpert has a Dragonov in hand and a dangerous range as well, potentially, for Aegis. If he's able to hit anything here, gotta be careful. Ooh, run away, run away, run away.
Yeah, Aegis definitely need a win. I mean, not necessarily a chicken dinner win, which would also be nice, but they need to come out of the early game in better fashion, and this ain't gonna be it either. Down one early on, Matt able to find the knock. Krell does get a decent off angle here, but it's just an incredibly sketchy area to try and take a full-on fight, and there's multiple teams around them already. BBL is up on the northern side, Full Tilt is on the other. If you could, you would disengage from here, but where do you go? I mean, backfill down towards Resort once more. I think that's the better play, but it seems like neither of the two are eyeing that option.
It may be. I mean, with Business having moved out of Resort, technically has it open, so there is the potential that something actually happens. I just heard a weird noise. What was that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I didn't hear the weird noise, so that must just be on your end.
It's probably just Loaf.
Yeah, well, you do have a dog, so that could be the case. I like that Aegis gets through reset here. Again, they're fully committing to the... Maybe they just... I'm not sure if they were the ones in Resort earlier, but now I think Full Tilt is going to go, you know what? I mean, if you guys are not going to take it, we will. And there you go. Nice blessing for them to get some hard cover, get the compound locked down, or at least to some extent locked down here early on.
I think Eternal Fire might be trying to lock down a little bit too much on this split. I mean, of course, the reason that they're this separated up is because they're trying to look for off angles against Aegis power down on the south side of all of this. Meanwhile, BBL still trying to hold off against the potential phase push across this open area north of them. That being said, they weren't holding the north side of this warehouse, which means it's a little harder for them to really stop this full push from phase coming out, whilst they have some off angles and Jeems at the distance trying to cover that potential approach.
True. They have set up their E-pickup, Eternal Fire that is, in case the next circle goes completely west. He doesn't have to shift away from water just yet, so we could see some chaos coming with the net convex spots, the 2-2s of BPL going over the hillside. That's good for them, because now they have Little W coming in on the northern side. And Vex's kind of out in the open, wants to go back up and maybe see if we can catch one of them off guard. BBL are full committed to the southern side. They're going to be running straight into business.
I do wonder how much they'd actually scouted from this, or it was just a complete bailout, but it looks like it's just a bailout, because now Janny's already taken Lyran. Let's see if Baron Peak, as well as the rest of the boys, can do anything about this. They storm into the building here to try and make something work. Vamos is down. And even Baron Peak! Brilliant shots coming out. Pulls out the M24. Can he follow up with another one? Just barely not.
Able to hit him, though. Have health left to work with. Really impressive, especially considering the fact that they have a guy upstairs. I mean, he's just taking fights at all fronts here. Modik, what do you do? Flashbang in hand. Underhands it, wait for that door to open. Shotguns waiting on the other side. Now you love it. Do you make the push off it or do you not? You have them fully blinded. They even blinded themselves. Where's the push? Where's the play? Now finally swings around spots one, gets him down as well.
You should know there's another one down there. Yes, he does, and he does get him. CCNX is down as well here. This might end up resulting in disaster for BBL. No, just the blind send away from FaZe cost you your lives.
It ends up being a double blue zone because Sheila had one in hand when he swung the corner.
Jeems at the same time being taken down by Lurex here. Lil W has now stormed on towards where FaZe is. They're going to have to retreat back to the position of Jeems and Corexy helping them out here, because Lil W is on the warpath.
And FaZe has to double down on this fight. I mean, if they come out victorious here, they have full northeast control. The issue is Full Tilt is currently wide wrapping into this direction, so they might not get to just have this 1v1 team fight. It might have a Full Tilt fully joining it in just a moment if they see an option. But Lil W, of course, well aware that there is space to be maneuvered into in the north. Might as well disengage here. And also off of unplayable terrain, there's a good chance this one could swing east. So no reason to overcommit to a fight. There's technically space for both teams. You've already lost one earlier.
Yeah.
Don't over-aggress, especially not once you now start hearing cars from Full Tilt coming in close.
And there's technically spots open north that does actually have some high ground playability to it, but if it shifts away from the hill, northwest that teams might want to wrap around onto. Getting off of there is just very, very difficult. You jump down, you open parachute, then you're in open fields to some of those compounds. So you've got to, you're dicing with death if you take it, but you could end up getting points off of it.
This is the best time Sandstorm Gedrox has ever seen. He is standing with a light pole for cover in the middle of the open, and now he can just safely get back towards his teammates. That was the best timing ever. In the meantime, Gustav, Dragunov in hand, one taps Presenti out of the car, and that's going to mean that Winner Die has to pull up on this.
Goes for a spray here through the Sandstorm as well here, and Melman gets caught out by it. Good stuff by Curexi. We'll throw the underhand nade to finish that off as well. So brilliant little maneuver here by FaZe. Imagine, I mean, again, the Sandstorm actually did cause all of these problems.
Yep, definitely did. Not what you want to have happen, not what you want to have come your way, but so be it. In competitive PUBG, Leos has to turn around now. Extends kind of caught in his own. What do you do here? You're on the very edge of the circle. Circle did in fact swing towards the eastern side. As Corexi does manage to hit a shot, but extends. A lot of damage done in return. Nice pre-fire here from Fix. There's a nade on the ground, Fix. Watch out, my friend.
Good reactions. Runs away, gets around the corner. Maybe try to get Corexi or something like that, but just looking towards Leos here, who was pushing up with a nade in hand. Not even an opportunity to respond, just the nade going forwards. So Leos now ducks behind the rock. I'll try and maybe get away for now that the rest of his team is gone.
Great understanding from Gustav there as well, realizing, okay, you're going to go for the reds. I need to go out and hold. We know there's one more around. We need to get him off our backs. And that is, in fact, exactly what happens. Percival, now from the south, while all this has been going on, has crept up towards FaZe, and he's currently set right down below. Cherix, the timing, able to get the knock onto Gustav. That should be easy pickings, and indeed it will be.
Yep, good move. Good move here. And even if they come off the back of here or try and put some shots in towards Cherix or even move towards him, they might not know that Percival is really this close. Maybe a little hint of it or something, but now with the nade being charged up, FaZe's going to be very careful.
Definitely do. That's going to alert Fix to the position on the other side. It could not be worse time. That being if Percival could hit his shots. Corexi, at least for the start of it, able to stay alive. Cherix will turn that one around though now. Isolated again. I mean, you have his teammate further down towards the south. Qualtesto not in any way, shape, or form able to help out.
Slightly unlucky timing for Percival. Really wanted to go for Fex, then realized the car was on the move, hoping that that would be a bit of a more vulnerable target. But it's Corexi. He can shoot you out quite easily.
Definitely.
So, 1 for 1.
FaZe busy trying to get out of these edge confrontations they would rather be without. As now circle swung east, Sakura Sanson alongside Quantum Realm has to make their way back towards the east. In the meantime, Lil W, who were far east before, has actually opted to swing all the way west and set up a bit of a gatekeep on the team coming in from the north, from the hard west mountain, which is Sakura Sanson.
Yeah, usually I feel quite vulnerable when I was talking about how going up at that hill and then coming down. Eventually, Gedrox does actually now parachute off there to try and reinforce with his friends. But usually those compounds have a bit of an advantage over if you're going to do that. But no, it didn't go their way. That being said, Hitman actually gets Gedrox now. Last Day is just blasting in towards the position of full tilt.
Let's see now. As Schengen tries to fend off just a shack for cover, swings out. They know they have him and sat just over the top, but does he realize that Fuss is creeping up from the south?
Does he is the question.
Hit these shots. Oh no!
Oh, the fact that he jumped and just instantly ducked behind the terrain. Maybe he thought he was actually walking up a slight slope.
Now Last Day is starting to shoot in from the northeast as well. I mean, this went from being bad for Sakura Sanson to now being terrible for both these two teams trying to make their way in. In circle swing south. Honestly, Sakura Sanson has a chance to just dip here. You know what, LW, you're getting shot from the north. Just let's go south.
The fact that they still have vehicles available to them, whilst LW probably does not, considering where they've come from. Yeah, for Sakura Sanson, maybe there's a world where they just go elsewhere. But, I mean, the phrase of crash it, I don't know it was going to go that well. Because the thing, where do you go? Do you just go onto the warehouse, but there's also a Quantum Realm underneath it as well as Tunnel Fight inside?
Yeah.
It's difficult.
Definitely difficult.
They're gonna go.
Now Sakura Sensen are gonna be on the move. We'll see where they're up to play. From Fairy Tail down below is trying to make them not go in their direction. Tarkus will find one. April able to steal it away. Hitman falls down. Now Fuss swings out in the Mirado. Wants to find some cover, but where do you go from here? You sit on the ridgeline for a bit, but Ombre has you dialed on in. No vest though. 5 bandages and 15 bullets. What, my friend, have you been doing all game?
I don't know, man.
What?
I hope those 9 shots work out for the S-Flow.
20 minutes in.
Hey, a blue zone to preach that. Oh, okay, well. I mean, Fuzzface was trying to really strategically position this vehicle just to get a cover off Fairy Tail, but was just not aware where Umbra was. So now, I mean, it's very hard for him to find full cover, reply with fire, but Umbra had to move. So actually, he's been given a reprieve.
Just gonna run away? Sure, fine, I'll take that. Thank you.
Gives him some time.
I'm still confused by a lot of what Sambler is doing in today's games, but maybe they have strats that I'm just not too aware of. Hoggy able to kind of catch one in the open as Levante, you know, might as well just full commit to the reverse. Maybe your teammate can push you down the hill, goes a bit faster. Pin will fall on the entry though, as they now have a full-on pull-up against Eternal Fire.
Hey, committed to it and it looked cool. So, oh no, that's a wait. What? That was a nade,
that
right?
was intentional. He's in the blue.
Oh, okay, he's in the blue. Never mind. Sorry, I didn't even realize exactly where he was. But a good spot. We've got ourselves Ruin still pushing on through here, and see if Eternal Fire can really stop Gladiators from doing anything. Because Gladiators just really moves on towards a bit of a big send once again here from Lil W. But Quetpa shuts it all down.
Solid. Important too, because they were coming in from the north side, which was effectively super exposed to the rest of the or they would have been super exposed to the rest of the teams that tried to fight on that north side. So for him to very quickly be able to take him out is crucial. Full will fall as well. Full tilt not meant to be in this one. There they go. Just one left alive, and he falls immediately there.
Cheeky tap fire FAMAS. I'm not complaining. We'll take it. And looks like Quantum Realm still existing underneath this warehouse position. Nades are about to let loose, though. See if they can move up against Code Marco. This might be Quetpa coming around the corner to try and find an off angle. Does find Voldemort instantly, but just ducks behind this hard cover. They got to be careful about this push to Eternal Fire. Yeah, Tarkus down.
Tarkus almost flashed there in time. Timing could have been great, but Quetpa spotted just before. In the meantime, Shipless peeks on over the left side. Matt falls down as well. It looked to be a good Western wrap on this smoke, but not to be. Last day from the north, making it very difficult for Eternal Fire to really get anything going. And now Fuss is actually starting to creep in this direction too. If they aren't aware,
never mind.
That timing, I was going to say, he might catch them all with their backs turned, but not to be. Scoring Sanson down just outside of placement points.
It is interesting, this warehouse, because everybody knows the vulnerabilities of this warehouse, which is this low ground, which is the fact that it's covered from other angles, so you can actually approach this warehouse relatively easily. So unfortunately for Eternal Fire, they fall to the trap of this position, and you can see Gladiators has just moved in east of them. So, well, it's only Ruin left, right? Like, damned if they do, damned if they don't.
Yeah. Yeah, he's chilling. He's going with James Strat number 2.
I like that strat.
See if you get West hard shifts forever. Go to the crate and vibe. You know, it's not a whole lot more is going to happen in this game for him. Hopefully, according to himself, just a chill to top 3, and he's going to be golden. And Tropic in the meantime, finding late game once more, trying to deny last day in on that eastern side, and successful in doing so. 3 angles for them to shoot at. Now they're gonna. Oh no, you've just been shot at by 4 people. Now you go 3 in a car. What is happening here? Do we get to see it in the game? Okay. They're safe. In the meantime, Deadrick's getting shot up by the entirety of Fairy Tail. They too have to rotate soon. They are inside this circle, just, half the compound effectively. But Fairy Tail would most likely be the next team to have to make a play.
It's only been 2 kills for Fairy Tail so far in this game, but I do feel like they've kind of been laser beams. They've just been shooting at everything that moves. Yeah. When everybody comes close. So, gotta be careful. Eventually, they are going to hit their shots, and they are still existing in this circle. Bombilovo here with more damage popping through against Business. Business have done all right, considering they rigged up in Resort earlier on. But they're in the middle. They're all split, and they are surviving barely. That's
all the 3 nades. Oh, I thought that one was going to go off earlier as well. It would have been absolutely insane. Not quite to be, though. Nice pull-up there from Last Day. Once again, I mean, just from fight to fight, still out victorious once more. We'll see if they can get the reses up here, or if maybe Entropic opts to make a play. They know that there's 2 players knocked. If you want to make a play, it has to be now, and here they come, full speed forward.
Those pre-names were so cool, but it wasn't enough. Yeah, that was Last Day here. Now just trying to lock down this small position. They could get easily naded if they're not careful. They're completely surrounded at the moment. If Hawkey doesn't have an angle, Yanni will have an angle. Nades going forwards here. Dedrix could easily, potentially, well, he's a little bit further away. Grandis will be the one to peek over. Hawkey goes down, though, to Molodok, so they are trading here.
I was going to say, Yanni going all... I thought they were just going to pull up on them, but Yanni going all the way up on the other side. Yeah. He's fully exposed to Fairy Tail's compound now. He's going to be completely isolated. The tires in that vehicle should be popped in a second. Now Grandis falls as well. From what I thought was going to be a let's stay on the other side of the ridge line and take the fight to them, I feel like Entropic might have committed too hard to this fight.
He also doesn't have enough smokes to buy enough time for when Fairy Tail needs to move. So he's going to fall back here, see if he can find anything alongside these hay bales, these bushes, and maybe try and find another angle. But yeah, it's not gone exactly how they may have wanted this to go here, especially with Dedrix very far away to reinforce.
That's putting it kindly. They got 0 kills off of that pull-up and they lost 2 players. So that was approximately as bad as it could go, considering the upper hand they had. They pulled up 4v2 and they've now gone down to 2. So it's by no means optimal. Dedrix, Yanni, completely isolated from one another. Dedrix, I'm not sure how he moves into the circle, especially with Fairy Tail knowing exactly where he is.
Last Day is in first place now after those last 2 wins. These 7 kills as well. Dedrix finds Zubila, so he's actually slowing down Fairy Tail and their push towards the road, because, let's be honest, that push towards the road actually is quite open anyway. Levante's still going for these sprays here against the Quantum Realm, who sends some nades forwards. I don't know if they actually connected, and Yanni is going into the blue, little dip forwards, and then trying to find an angle to greet this fight that's going on.
Yeah, he has the rock up close, which he can play just inside the circle. It's going to be up to him how much he's going to want to be part of this fight happening down here. One was down just before. Now they see nades coming in from the northern side as well. They go, wait, there's a guy up here too. Because they were, for now, fully focused on Quantum Realm down below and, of course, the solo in Ruin.
If Quantum Realm doesn't lose anybody on these pushes through, they could get a lot of extra kill points and maybe even try and challenge for a #1 in this game. Otherwise, the 3-peat might be on here, Toby.
Yeah, could just be. Could just be. Last Day they get to sit, chill on the eastern side of this circle. As Quantum will now realize this ain't for us. Let's disengage, let's get back out. As Dedrix, he just continues to one-man army fend off against Fairy Tail.
They were desperate about their push forwards onto the Roses Road. He tries to get himself a little bit of cover, manages to do so. Molodok looking from the distance, seeing what he can spot himself. They need to shut down this western flank. How can you deal with it? You've got Janny the Snake, you've got gladiators in the hardcover on the buildings, but they need to move out, and Quantum Realm is going to be starting to feel the heat a little bit, so they're going to get feisty, they're going to get aggressive, because they have to be.
I mean, it's right now it's really Entropic kind of denying the flanks, forcing them into the chasm down towards Last Day down below. Quantum Realm was already sat down here as Brightside. Reconnects to the server. He was disconnected. He sat in the car, just going, wait, what? I'm alive? He sat in the very circle center in a car.
Well, that's good for him, but at the same time, not good for these fights on the western side still. It's just going blow for blow, trade for trade. Ferric damage on either side here as Tarkus and Dante do hit one another. Somehow Fairy Tail is in the middle of all of Last Day. I don't know how they've got here, but, you know.
Brightside has been set in this car, disconnected for 2 minutes.
I don't know
no
how
one's
he
seen
survived.
Him. He's just been sat in that seat, chilling. April, obviously, as soon as he comes back, April instantly goes down, and there he falls to 4th place for Fairy Tail, as Levante now gets found rocks. Oh, nice shots. Find Dedrix. That's a huge blow to Entropic, obviously just down to 1 player, but more importantly, that's the entire South now opened up for potential move for Quantum Realm.
Oh, shuts down as well. The irony is Brightside might have been better just staying in the car. But anyway, moving around here, going down to the blue as well. Can Last Day get the 3-peat or Quantum Realm make this happen? Oh, what a nade! What a nade coming out from Molodok. That opens everything up completely here. The 3-peat's on.
You asked the question and there's the answer. Double nade come through from Morlock. One more down from Nitro. The 3-peat is in fact on as Last Day takes home a 13 kill win.
Amazing, unbelievable
Wow.
stuff. 3 back to back to back. We get Last Day here, who, let's be real with it, congratulations, you're qualifying into the grand final
easy.
off of just screw all the other games. 3 games alone. I mean, I haven't run the numbers, but
a 37-point day into a 36-point day, which, in fairness, I mean, as an average is decent. Today, we're high into the 60s. I mean, that's wild.
Crazy stuff. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Considering as well that I thought, okay, they lost one member. Maybe it's going to be hard for them to really deal with what might be coming out from that western side. But no, I mean, they took the perfect opportunity, knowing that there wasn't really much cover once everything had settled on that west side. But anyway, let's hear from the desk. The 3-peat has happened Last Day. It is their first day here in this last chance qualifier, and they're looking awesome.
The 3 ginger fingers have made it clear Last Day gets their 3 wins. And also what I think is pretty impressive is that they did it on 3 different maps as well. That just shows you they got the Tego, Rondo, and Miramar win now. On fire, Avenger. Last Day is going, I was going to say full tilt because the name of the team came up, but they are going full tilt all the way to finishing this LCQ at the top of the leaderboard on day 1.
Yeah, very impressive stuff here from Last Day. That was some crazy plays happening once they went down to the dip and actually survived that. It felt like it was a bit of a wobble from EIQ and Tropic there. They could have gotten more out of this game here. This was their game to win with the play that they did. They had actually so much control, but yeah, Last Day they managed to stay strong and stay alive with that, and then Utility towards the end completely take out Quantum Wolf.
It's also nice to see Gaming Gladiators making a little bit of a comeback saga. We've now seen them sort of towards the higher part of the leaderboard on 2 games now. They were such big favorites during the group stages, so it's nice to see them finding their footing.
Yeah, got a little bit of something going for them, which is nice. Currently, the amount of points just being absorbed by the top 3, even though despite the fact that FaZe has practically not played in the past 2 games. BBL has barely played. Last Day has just sort of taken over both of their jobs, and there's still a 15-point gap between them and the 3rd place, which is insane. So yeah, as Gaming Gladiators, they slowed down, they got a little bit of momentum going, but it's only a few points, and then they're in 5th place. Okay, thanks for updating leaderboard and just making that irrelevant, but never mind. It's still pretty impressive.
It is pretty impressive. It's super awkward for me because I was like, Gaming Gladiators doing so well. Well, no, they're on the precipice of not making the top 8. Because remember, that is what you need to do here. You want to be in the top 8 because that's ultimately going to get you to grand finals. And that's going to be running through the back of a lot of teams' heads, Avenger, especially Saga's favorite business, who currently are sitting on 12 when Last Day has 66 points.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, Saga. What happened there? I wonder.
Hey, well, Sakura Zensen's not in either, so if we're pointing
they're
fingers...
They're 1 point away, come on.
They're 1 point, they're pretty close.
They can't stay like that.
Masterlick just needs to, do Masterlick things, and maybe they'll be in the top 8. You never know. Right, Avenger?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
please.
More sense, more situations, and turned a few games that were supposed to be more points or actually wins in terms of where they were in the circle. Yeah, and then they're fine. Also, this is not the Last Day, remember?
Not yet. I don't know if this is called a Freudian slip because I mentioned full tilt earlier on, saying that Last Day was going full tilt, but now we're talking about full tilt. I don't know English. I actually shouldn't have even started with that explanation. Saga, you better just explain what happened to full tilt in Miramar.
Okay, so this is the part of the broadcast where we focus on one individual team, and our observers have been watching them, and we get replays. I think I did Sam's job for her. But yeah, Full Tilt was the team that we focused on, and this game in particular is a great example of exactly why this game is so unfair sometimes, because we said at the start of the show, if you are one of those teams that's coming up, maybe through the open qualifiers, particularly for MEA teams, you can get drawn into some of the chaos, and that can be a problem. They actually did pretty well on Miramar on the group stages, were relatively consistent, about 7 to 8 points per game across the 2 days that they played, and this game they avoided an early fight with Gaming Gladiators, they avoided an early fight with AP, they played pretty solid rotations, the zone just didn't give them the opportunities to do anything. And then when it looked like maybe they had a chance, Fex comes out of the blue zone and blows up Saketo's car, so they lose him, and from there on out there's just nowhere else to go. But they played it as controlled as they potentially could. They were just not really presented with any opportunities to actually convert it to any points, Martin.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate circumstances when you get delayed, and then you're one of the last teams to try to move into the circle. You have 14 other guys looking at you, trying to shoot you, and yeah, that's just what happens when you get delayed into those situations here. But yeah, they got the most out of it, but yeah, it wasn't much.
Okay, join me now. We're going off on a tangent, and not. It's kind of about PUBG, but not. So sure. I got to work in studio with Saga for the first time, and I remember he dropped a line during the studio broadcast. Avenger and I we sponged up all the talk time, and he didn't say anything. And right at the end, I said to him, "I'm sorry, you didn't get to speak much during the segments." And he went, "It's okay, same day rate." And that line has lived in my head for so long, Saga. And I was laughing.
They cut the mic. They didn't hear it on screen. I was so upset.
I thought it was such a good line. I've kept it for a long time. And you just mentioned there that you had to do my job, and I was like, damn it, that was the moment to drop Saga's line right back at him. So thank you for that. I'm going to hold on to it for a long time. Right, we're moving into the final game of the day. It is Miramar. I hope that you are ready. We've had a lot of fun, some really good PUBG action here on the first day of the LCQs, and I have no doubts it will continue as we move into the final match.
That was easy. GG's. Yeah, let's go. GG's.
GG.
One on the backside, garage.
Front side.
Yeah,
Two guys.
I see that. He's hit, headshot.
Knocked on backside. Knocked on right.
One there too, one there, one more there, one more there.
No, he's inside, he's hit twice.
Oh, okay.
It's flat.
Two, one there, one more there, one more there.
No, he's inside, he's hit twice.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna fight. Knocked one. Low info about rest.
I'm in Sam's home.
Inside
One more in your
right.
house, yeah.
Plus.
No,
One is
one's
close
close.
and nading.
Facing a close guy.
Yeah. There.
one more murmur here to get things rounded out. And you know what? Let's go for the quadruple, Toby. What do you think?
I'm all for it. I've seen it once before, I believe, with Na'Vi back in the day. I remember they won their 4th on a prison ending on a wrangle. I don't know why I remember that so specifically, but
I remember that too.
That was a big one. I think Pittsburgh Knights back in the day too had something that was close to a 4-win in a row. Was it only a 3-win in a row? No, I don't remember. But in any case, it's very, very, very rare that we get 4 wins in a row. And honestly, with how last they played that last Miramar, not a game where circles were just gifted to them. They were sat down there in the pit for a while. It's definitely doable.
Yeah, I mean, some Pittsburgh Knights had advantages over others, I think, but beyond... Why are you smiling? Anyway, no, Na'Vi were really good when they got theirs. That was very memorable, very memorable. But here, I mean, if last day did it in this lobby, that will be pretty baller. I mean, 3 is insane, considering what they've done so far. Fantastic stuff, and it's again across 3 different battlegrounds as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the fact that they do it across 3 maps is, I don't want to say unheard of, but almost. I mean, again, it's so few and far between that we get these things happening. And for last day too, a roster who I think looked pretty shaky through the group stages. Not that they were playing bad, but there were definitely moments where I was like, oh guys, you could have made that pull up better, or like, oh, that rotation, I feel like you knew, like you could have played that smarter. Here, they've just been so wise in all the decisions they've been making.
We have our final game for the day to see who is going to... No more music. Apparently nobody could hear it, right, when we were talking. We did look crazy.
Just you and me. Yep.
Yeah, we looked insane.
We were just delusional. Yep, that's what it is. Just you and I being crazy. But yeah, last one, Eastern Plain Path as well. Ooh, a little spicy island finish, maybe.
You're keen? Probably not.
Yeah. Probably not. Just to round off Chaos Day in proper fashion.
It has been quite chaotic.
Don't be the same. Just don't be the same again. Repeat circles are never too exciting. Brightside is excited about getting that vehicle away from Jazz. She will just run on off and go ha ha, and then loot for herself.
That's crazy. Royalty didn't go back to where... Actually, now that I look at it, I was going to say, there's not all of the teams on this map, so...
Also, you want to see something cool? Let's remake the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can do that.
I mean, everyone's on the server. We could just play. But I guess we won't do that. Now people are just slowly starting to disconnect. Quizzy was able to kill AP. We're just, again, casually waiting for the remake to come through, and there we have it. There we have it. Remake in full effect. The circle wasn't island enough, so we're like, yeah, I think we'll go a bit further west next time.
You know, that's the funny thing about the circle. There was the island slightly included in, but...
They were in, but they were never going to go there. We needed a proper island circle. So we're going to keep remaking until we get an island circle. Chat, it's going to be a while. Hang with us. We do have a deadline, I guess, until the NA games start later tonight. So as long as we finish the games before then, golden.
How many remakes would it require? It would require a lot of remakes.
Technically, potentially only 1.
Why?
Because we could get it next game.
Oh, you mean for the island circle? No, yeah. I mean how many remakes to run into America's time. That's what I was saying.
Oh yeah, quite a few. I mean, depending on when we remake it, I suppose. We could get a few different circles, I suppose, to kick things off. I'm not sure exactly what caused the remake there, but clearly people maybe DCing or whatever it was. We will set the server up once more, and yeah. Now he gets to listen to us. It's kind of funny. I feel like James casting with you, it always throws me off a bit because I'm always ready for these fill segments, and now I'm just giggling because I can kind of peripherally see you out of my PGM, and you're just also giggling. And
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So now I'll just throw it over to you and go. So what did you think of the games we've seen today?
Yeah, they've been great, haven't they? I've enjoyed myself. I think that obviously... In terms of the overall skill of the lobby, it is a little bit of a step down from what you see in the group stage, right? Because you have your BB teams, your Na'Vis, your Twisted Minds, all of these teams looking great, and even taking fights against one another in the late stages, which makes the fights even that much higher a level, because then suddenly you've got these 2 teams that are basically rivaling for international wins, never mind regional wins, going head to head. This time around, obviously, you've got a lot more hopefuls trying to push on forwards, and it's great here in EMEA that we have so many rosters that kind of really clamoring over one another to try and get to the top and still want to compete despite not being always in those top lobbies. So I'm always just impressed that we have so many great players in the region, personally.
We do. It's phenomenal. I mean, the fact that we're keeping the level at such a high one, even through Last Chance, where in all fairness it has gotten way more chaotic, but still, I mean, we're seeing the likes of Last Day go out and pull off incredible performances. I mean, FaZe to kick things off today, BBL up there as well. I mean, BBL, obviously a lot of former Sabem players on there, a lineup which just had a global appearance and then not a whole lot of it. I think they too have figured out, like, okay, we can't just pick up into Hail Marys and win games off, but it doesn't work every time. You know, it did work today as opposed in the first game, but it's what they did after the pick up to me. We've seen them before, pick up prone, wait things out. This time around, they were decisive. They were out there taking fights to everyone, and I think if they can, I guess, play as daring coming into grand finals, which they definitely should make off of just today's games, it's we're looking at a really good grand final where, yes, we might have our top, let's say, 6, 7, 8 teams, or like top half, that we are expecting to be better than the lower half, but we also, I think, will see some upsets.
So I have a question, actually, regarding what we heard in the pre-show, which was that I think that they maybe expected it to be a little bit more edge-heavy, and maybe some of those teams to exploit it and go into center is what we were kind of going for. Maybe because of that, it would have actually been a little bit slower. I feel like it has been anything but slower. I think we've seen just still a relatively similar level of chaos compared to our group stage.
I will say, though, that the thing that confused me the most about the group stage chaos was that the circles weren't actually that brutal, and still the players managed to make chaos all over the place. Where here, I mean, we have a hard southeast 60% water Irankle game into a melee game, into a southeast Tago finish down by Studio, into a Rondo game that maybe not, and it wasn't usual crazy in terms of rotations, but it's Rondo, it's new, it's going to be hard to play, especially in those open endings. And then now this Miramar game, also quite far south, so I think the circle has done more to add to the chaos. Like, if there's already a bit of it, that just becomes like the multiplier of chaos that you throw on top. So I think even a global stage lobby could have played today's games in a chaotic way, just based on the circles. And therefore, when you have wild circles, more teams are gonna try and YOLO for compounds, because they know there's 3 rather than the maybe 8 you're used to having, so they're more precious. I think that's definitely added to it over the course of today's games.
Yeah, I guess if you take the Rondo game and you replace all of the teams with an international lobby's worth of teams, given those late game circles, okay, admittedly, I think maybe one player from the compound doesn't go and send it all the way up north.
And we wouldn't have seen 7 team knocks either, I think.
No, maybe not. Yeah, that was interesting to say the least. But again, you know, it comes back to what we were saying, right? I think that, again, unmapped terrain fully in your mind, and the pressure of being able to compete in a lobby like this, it just causes and sows some of that, not dissension between your teams, but just kind of the mistakes that happen, the accidents that happen whilst that's all going on. But anyway, we are back into the game. Game number 6. It's the final game of the day.
It is the final game of the day, and this plane is further east, thus bigger chance for an island finish. They kept remaking in the background, waiting for the perfect plane path, and here we have it.
It would be fitting, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I like that the more you say it's not going to happen, the bigger the chance that it does. Yeah, I'm all for it. Let's see. Chat, if you're out there, if you want an island finish, tap those ones in the chat. Spam it with us, and maybe someday we'll get it happening. Worst case, we'll get a fun truck stop ending, because they're always hilarious.
It's a cool place. It's a colorful place.
It is. Honestly, I think Miramar is the perfect example of, you don't have to go overboard with readjustments and fixing stuff. Sometimes a simple concrete or paved road can enable an entire area. And I think the road that you have from truck stop up to the northwest side, and same thing with the Oasis, has done massive positive changes to that area.
No. What you're saying is
even hiding the...
No, it's gone.
Remake.
No remake. But I want to go back to this, what you were saying. So paved roads excite you. Talk to me about that.
So I used to play a lot of City Skylines, and therefore, what I want to say with it is that rotatability, which is now a word, on this map, obviously paved roads are easier to rotate on. And I think for an area like Truck Stop, which always played out the exact same, like you had Junkyard, then you had the hillside that Schengen is currently driving around on. You always saw the same two teams that were there, and you always kind of knew who was going to come out victorious in the end of the game. I think now there's a lot more entryways to that area, which has made it a lot harder to predict the outcome of.
I would agree. I think that rework of the area has done wonders for it. Which is actually I've loved over the course of PUBG, the evolution of the maps, right? If you actually think about when we had our original Erangel compared to what it is now, it's actually very different, right? Likewise, so is our Miramar compared to what it is now. So I really enjoy the changes. Obviously, Vikendi is night and day difference compared to what it was. It's the
Are you one of the OG Vikendi?
I like new Vikendi.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like new
old?
Vikendi a lot, actually.
Okay.
But I never get to play it, really.
And it also doesn't matter because we don't get to see it in tournaments these days.
No.
Who cares? Who cares about Vikendi? As this one, once again, I mean, takes a south face, obviously, in Picado. They gave up Pachinki, but not Picado. And BBL, early time rotation towards the, I guess, eastern side of Chuma, western side of Lost, just right down there in the Rainbow Road in between those two spots. If there are only 2-2 splitting this, I'd be a bit surprised. Knowing that the plane was east, knowing that they were one of the most west teams, I'd imagine they'd take at least 3 compounds here. Again, as long as they can disengage, set up a kind of exit strat, then they should be good to take 3 spots.
As long as you're able to bail quickly. There's always the potential for these E-pickups to come along in, as we're seeing on with Entropic right now. 38 points on the day. Not bad at all. Not bad. But again, like BBL, FaZe, I mean, technically, if you think about organization in the past, I would say Entropic is kind of one of those, but not really with this roster, right? It's a very different roster to when Entropic truly peaked and won regional, but even that does bring up some question marks. Was that few months of strength where the people were considering Entropic to even rival Twisted Minds? Was that a flash in the pan for that roster? Kind of felt like it in the end. It's a tough one.
It definitely was. I think, I mean, looking back at the results that came in after, it was. But it goes to show that a team that figures it out, and as we kind of said to with FaZe, has everyone playing at max capability on the right day, can make big things happen in a game of PUBG. And that's why I also love the fact that we have such a high average level. Oh, no, my friend, you're in trouble.
Lovely.
Yep, and he's dead. That's also why I love the fact that we have such a high average level of PUBG in EMEA in particular, because it goes to show that any one of these teams, maybe not every, but almost any one of these teams, with maybe a circle or 2 gone your way and everyone just dialed in on the day, can go out and take out even some of the top, like, best teams in the server. Where other regions, it's more, I suppose, predictable who's always going to come out in the very top. I mean, if you came into today and said last day is going to be in first place by 20 points down to second, I don't think a lot of people would expect that to be the case.
No, I agree. Hell, if you'd have said that they were going to win 3 on the day, I think even if you'd have expected them to be number 1, people wouldn't have said that they were going to win 3. It was...
Yeah, exactly.
That's something unreal. What a day already in the last chance. And even at this stage, we can provide magic, but everybody's reinforcing this location. Business knows there's problems. Quantum Realm knows there's problems.
2 nades for Voldemort and 14 bullets. You would have thought that maybe he locked the nade on over a bit earlier, because now he's down to even lower in that ammo count. Throw a nade, trying to get back towards the building. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Get on out of there. I was concerned that maybe Entropic would look this way as well, but at the same time, tries to go for the M24 shot, switches straight to the ace to look for a bit of a spray. That's a very long-distance spray. I don't think that's going to work. It's probably just covering fire more than anything. Tries to go for the window. Realizes he's getting blasted himself. I don't think this is going super well for business just yet.
Nah, I think for business in this case, it's... What's the value of this compound in this circle right now? Yes, you can swing further west, but it's... It's tricky to fall back east, I suppose. Entropic now up on the hillside, making it, I mean, practically impossible for you to disengage. But I feel like you overcommit a bit to this spot when you go in like this. I know they get jumped on, but still.
Yeah, they just isolate themselves. I mean, if suddenly, like, I mean, yes, technically they've got their vehicles here ready to go, but if somebody kind of moves in on an off angle and you get caught here and stuck, it is problems. Problems abound.
Yeah. Definitely is. As we now see. Fairy Tale. I mean, coming in from the furthest north, they'll be just fine. They'll just rotate on down and take this position.
Not bad points on the day as well, 29. And they are now realizing maybe we're stuck a little bit, so we have to get out of there, maybe find some off angles, or just blast away onto that west side. So, I mean, even if this is still just a 2-2 and them looking for off angles, it's still better than all 4 of them being in that building. So,
yeah,
can't complain.
True. And I think, I mean, off of Quantum, who he picked up in, obviously went for vehicles, lost one to Entropic, and now somewhat successfully is able to fend off against business. They really couldn't hope for a whole lot more. They came in so early. Voldemort still only has 11 bullets. Now finally able to find a 5.56 gun. But again, just tricky situation for them, dropping on in as soon as they land. Instantly business comes around the corner. But I think you have to kind of call it mission accomplished. As I say that now, Shipless gets knocked, which of course is not what you want to have happen. But even with the knock, do you pull back up on this? You know it's a 4v2, but you don't know if there's a shotgun waiting for you in that building.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think this does provide them the opportunity to start pushing up. They're going to try for it, but still, I mean, at this point, you're just giving them a 2-2. See if they can actually make this fight happen. I also like the Fairy Tale drop. They're looking to just go for cars towards Partona. Good play considering how far they were away. Here comes the breach, though.
Also, they saw 8 cars parked in front of this building and thought, you know what, maybe that's not where we drop. And they're good on them for opting not to make the pull-up on this business. Able to find one more. It will be Granny's with the flush in the end of it, but able to make more space and dislodge Quantum Realm at least for now.
They're trying to get out of there at Quantum Realm, and they do see them retreating on out. Can they catch up with them? Flash goes out to try and buy them even more time to get out of here, but once they hit the road, I think they're going to be completely open. They try and use their hillside. There's the car as well, but no, will go down. Just finishing one more off. Will do it here. Quantum Realm, bit of a tough game here for them, considering 16th place. They go out.
Flew off the cliff, exploded in the car, and that's Global Army down and out. I like the idea of trying to steal their vehicles and just send it away. Now they're starting to get mortared as well. Might want to split out a bit further here as the circle comes to a close. Just 15 seconds from now. A little toe tap, 35 damage done with the M24. As yeah, I mean, now again, if you're business, you can kind of regroup mentally, I suppose, and start figuring, okay, what do we do from here? We most likely will have to go north, but let's wait and see.
Oh,
or we just end exactly where we ended the previous game.
Yeah, we could do. We could. Already a little bit of movement coming out from Correxy. You can see him and Gustav probably want to decide to go a little elsewhere or just stay up there for now. But the great migration of those teams on the west side trying to all wrap on in means that at least Royalty might have an opportunity to hold some teams out here for a little bit. I don't know if they will or not, though.
And if they can force off the last business player from the hillside, which seems like they will successfully do that, Subby just pulling up, and that's going to scare off that business player. They should be in a really good spot. I mean, we saw Sakura Sanson up here earlier, in the previous game, I should say. Good to play on, hard to get off of sometimes if players are sat in the fields down below you. So we'll see now as business ups to disengage one position, they go straight into the compound of Entropic.
Not a bad move potentially, considering how disjointed Entropic is right now.
Yeah.
They're just trying to identify that here, seeing if they can get any information as to how many people might be peeking, might be lurking around. Dedrix is on the way, though. They do hear vehicles moving on forward, so Ranlock's going to go and find himself a little bit of cover. Does see angles on the periphery of this compound as well, looking this way. That means that there's probably a very separated team right now, but they've been able to rendezvous. 3 are here already.
Yep, I like the disengage by Yanni. You know you have Grannis on one side, Deadrix and Hockey is pulling up towards you on the other. Might as well try and get out towards your teammates, towards that side of the building, and get away from Business. But Business, I think they're in too deep now to really want to disengage in this compound. So it's really on Entropic now to determine whether they want to, I guess, commit to a potential fight here or look to go further east, because they came from there. They know there's space to be had. So do you set down the kind of the don't go any further than this sign here, or do you back off?
Ooh, careful. Cops are going to be on the way if you hit a few more of those. M249 ringing on out 3 times on this bad boy as well. But yeah. I think it's stalemates. I don't think anybody pushes unless something catastrophic happens.
Yeah, unless if Yanni sets up the flank of a lifetime. We do have Royal. Keep in mind, up on the hill, you can see them in the distance there, towards the west. They are aware that Samla is filling up on them, but the level 1 helmet swing around the bottom side, that could be very, very big. Especially, I mean, keep in mind, Grendis still has yet to regroup, like, in full with the team. He's still sat as protector from the south. You can see nice on Yanni to wait for Grendis to peek for him. If anyone looks over, he's going to spring the trap and look up from down below. Ooh, sneak.
Steady as she goes.
Again, waiting for Grannies to bait the attention. If someone swings out and peeks the main entrance of the warehouse there, Yannis would get the angle, catches one holding. Rhino down early on, goes for the flush, should be able to get it. A lot of damage done while he was downed. Do they insta-commit to the rest? They do.
I like the relocate, or the potential try at the relocate. Molly goes through. Is that going to be enough? It's just barely on the edge.
Oh, gets him.
I think it did spread. Yeah.
Yeah, manages to get him down. Actually, both Vanos and Borzi damaged by that Molly. Both down to low HP, but not enough for Entropic to fully commit to the push here. Circle swings north now as well. That leaves an even tougher decision for Entropic. You're fighting for dead space here. Is it worth it? You have 4 up. You got 3 kills in already. You can still disengage and wrap out east.
I do like the potential relocate, but again, with Grendis being so separate from this,
yeah,
it just makes it tough.
It does. But even if you're forming YOLO pushing into these warehouses, there are so many off angles, so many places your opponents can be that you just can't really plan for. I mean, you got to be so incredibly well kind of molded as a team to execute pushes like that. So I like the fact that Entropic wrapping back east, saying, you know, we don't want to take the fight. If you want to come to us, fair. But let's get to the side of the building that we have our vehicles on and play it smart from there.
Well, with the circle pushing north, yeah, it's tough. Royalty, and like you can see already moving up this hill. Gustav's trying to get in position to maybe greet them as time goes on, but Ombra's already knocked out Corexi. He was trying to approach from another location, and I think Royalty here just going to get by completely unscathed. No really opportunity for them to be fully picked up.
No.
On Billy Bomb is fine.
Wide wrap around. Corexi might be able to get back on his feet. He is prone out, knocked down in the rocks on the outside. And I think he should be all right. Vex, tire popped, but also, I would imagine it's going to be okay. He's a bit out in the open, but at least has a spot inside the circle that the team could go to. Gustav, in the meantime, is playing a 2x mini. That is as far from optimal as you can get. I guess outside of being Ironsides.
Yeah. It's not ideal. Not ideal at all. Just smoke off Corexi, get him back up here. The thing is that the face can stay here, and Samler has almost kind of alerted them to their presence with that knock.
Yeah.
So they could even just hold them out for a little while, because what does Samler do? Do they go on a wide south wrap and try and duck in there? They don't have much information about it. And Matt does have info, win or die, manages to catch him as he's trying to drive away.
Oh, there are 2 in that car, 2 a knocked player as well. Sixtens will be able to get off over the hill. They do lose 1. Presenti falls down, but at least able to save the other. Danger is to try and pull up and save a teammate. 3 in a car there, but Extend's able to crawl out of the car. Solo player in the vehicle, as Leos now comes to help him.
This is still going on here in the warehouse. Oh, dear me, Samler. Okay, what did they try for? They tried to go in east of where FaZe was. I feel like this was completely doomed to fail. Considering that Fex is still out here as well. He needs to get back to cover, though. A few shots going his way from Secure Sensen, actually.
Oh, such a narrow angle, too. You could see as Fex turned around and looked towards the north, there was just a bit of a dip in the rock there behind him that allowed for Fuzzface to get the angle down towards the south. Neeks now pulling up on this one. They know that they're in a 3v1, so might as well go full aggressive. Let's see if Fex can hold them off. First one falls down, second one not to be, though.
No, not at all. Tries to pull up once again. Irio will end up falling. Corexi finishes that off and even goes... He loves running people over. I've seen it so many times when they end up in these fights, but I'll have to just shoot him and get him done.
Yep. They will be able to get the double. Corexi has to go for the rest, you'd imagine. On the northern side, the rest of the Royal players can't really do a whole lot. They're getting pinned themselves, and Lyron with a triple takes down AP. Slaughtered on approach now. It's Gustav. They want to dislodge this team. They want to take out the remaining Seminole players, and it should be very doable. Down to low HP behind this rock scene, and there he falls.
Easy. Too many teams trying to go for the mad dash, and Eggers Power was one of them. And PPL were alongside. Fairy Tail was just absolutely blasting them as they came along for it. You can see these smokes. These are remnants of what was going on for that fight. Meanwhile, Full Tilt losing out members to Gedrock's. Lil W coming in from the east side here, kind of exiting those warehouse Los Leones side, and still just holding this out.
Yeah, I guess it's a case of what else do we go for if not this. Oh, Yanni would have wanted to get the first, but worked perfectly as bait. Hawkey peeks around, finds one with the big old M249 in hand. We have Vanos still trying for a western flank. It's phase 4 though, so the blue is going to hurt quite a bit. They only saw 2 coming out of that side of the building. Those Grundies, who's the furthest west in Tropic player, spot Vanos on that left side flank, because if not, that could be dangerous. Yep, seen. Nice.
Tries to go for the shots, tries to finish it off. Will it be okay? No. Not yet. So it's
still good. They got the info. Like, they know where he is now, so that should be very doable.
They got the info, and you guys got the info at home with the promo code down there. 50 people can win themselves 300 G coins, so get that code in quickly.
And it's gone. In the meantime, another player is going to be Leosh, sending it forward to try and get himself into a better position in this circle. It's always dangerous with these low point dips, but they got themselves a knock onto, I believe, one of the Secure players to make this happen, and it's really all you can do. You can't take the fight uphill towards them. You got the knock, you bought yourself some time. Masterleg was the one to fall just before. Now let's see. I mean, I think for win or die, they're just hoping that this next circle shifts off that northwest hill. Because if Sakura Sanson gets to stay in up there, it's going to be very hard for Win or Die to really do a whole lot from down below.
I'll try. I mean, the problem that I thought about the Entropics position down towards the bottom with business still kind of just surviving for a little bit longer was that obviously Entropic had to get moving. Like getting across these fields, it's bad even if you have time. Never mind if you don't have time, right? And now they're kind of caught behind that tractor in a bit of a rough spot. But then again, where do you go anyway?
Exactly.
Like, you're just going into
I think they had the opportunity way early when the first circle shifted off of them to go further east and try and like fill in there, but of course that's them rotating in with no info. It was a decision on either we just give up this fight altogether and take fights to come, knowing that there's a chance that this like business team that we're fighting could potentially just backfill us and shoot us in the butt when we're about to take a fight on the eastern side, or we stay with them for as long as they want to stay with us. And the issue for them was that they wanted to stay for a while. So it lasted them a bit too long, and now they're forced to effectively 4 guys in a car pull up on something somewhere.
Yeah, well, Gladiators here trying to take out Royalty, who Royalty so far today have kind of just been a feeder, unfortunately for them.
Yeah.
And more nades will go across here. They're getting obliterated by some of this. At the same time, thankfully, a little bit of reprieve. FaZe is actually shooting down on this.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe is shooting at everything. James is still up on the main hillside with a great overview of everything that's happening to the east and to the north. As you can see, Dante trying to make sure that he's not peeking over in this direction, because he was at a great line of sight if he did. Royal, in the meantime, alongside Gaming Gladiators, trying to fight for this northwest side. And honestly, the winner of this could potentially creep further. They would be inside the circle on the edge. The issue is for how much of it is going to be visible to FaZe and Fex once again, able to see one.
they can sit alongside. I think there's a dip along the roads, right? But anyway, that's whatever. FaZe here still just going to shut down everything that Entropic wanted to do. They were just caught between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place, unfortunately, was FaZe. And even also Quizzy, who's peppering in some shots from the east. So,
and he did what you said, though. He just crash it. And he's now in the center of the circle. So there you go. Distraction worked. He's going to find one as well. And then he's dead.
I don't think it worked.
It worked for a little bit. As we see first phase, MP5 in hand. Not something you see too often. But clearly the SMG has been buffed. And we'll see now if he can make something of it. As Himman takes a bullet straight to the dome.
Gotta be careful. I mean, they still have some potential for these edge fights. Just get He-Man up. Yeah. And then there are some... They're going to have to deal with Eternal Fire first and win or die as well. And then eventually you can turn your attention to BBL. BBL's position is kind of interesting because it exists because all these other teams are firing across their heads.
Exactly. And I guess for Secure Sanson, I mean, mission 1 has been accomplished. They got off the hill without taking casualties because a lot of people could see them driving off, but were able to do so successfully. And now it's all about where this next circle is going to take us, and it will shift just across the street from these Southside teams. A little W and Last Day. 2 teams who have been fighting each other all day long will probably have to fight for this cross once more.
And there is spots that they can exist in if they manage to, well, finish their fight and then get across. But we will see. Eternal Fire now is going to be reinforcing on this side. MP5 in hand for Fuzzface. Again, I do like it. I think it's pretty underrated. But if you're going up against these teams and nades, it doesn't matter if it's underrated or not.
Nope. Not a whole lot he can do there. Oh, Marco saw the headshot, body shot, and Marsalek takes him down as well. Now he's going to spot him. Is he going to go? I was going to say, do you go for the flush or do you go for the guy sat in the middle of the open? It's going to be Millman to find the knock, Millman to get the flush as well. And Sakura Sanson would look to be a pretty playable position up there on the northern side. Completely shut down by Eternal Fire.
Mika setting them on fire, but he will go down as well. Code Marco finishes it off. Unfortunately for Mika, I feel like he did quite a bit in the group stages, but I haven't really got a whole amount going. Only 25 points on the board there for Sakura Sensen. More nades will go forwards against Gladiators. 51 points so far from FaZe. Blasting today. But shots coming in against Corexi from Fairy Tail.
I mean, Fairy Tail are enjoying that compound and the fact that they have yet to really be contested in it whatsoever. They're just getting to sit back and enjoy the action all around them. And that is a spot from where you can actually engage in it quite a bit, should you want to. For now, they're going to hold back at least for a little while longer. FaZe trying to deal with Gaming Gladiators because they will need to take out this team before being able to cross further forward. And once again, it's Fairy Tail engaging from the side, but they are helping on both sides. Finding one, finding two. Rocks down, pinned down as well.
They have all the angles. Yeah. That is tough. That is tough stuff. Gladiators exposed themselves just a little bit too much, and now FaZe is going to be able to reap the reward of staying alive for the moment. But here comes the spray on him. FaZe trying to go for that big mount send across the road. They managed to get themselves across a little bit, but here comes a Molly forwards.
The aggressive play from Brightside here as well. Catches them with a backstone, finds them both as well. Comes potentially at a loss, but that is immense pressure dissolved on that western side, taking out the duo. Had FaZe been 4 alive, there would be so much pressure for Fairy Tail to have to deal with seconds from now. But him peeking on over, finding the double while he falls because of it is still insane pressure taken away.
Yeah, and the problem, all of it, Levante. The problem for FaZe, just Levante still alive means that they constantly had to keep an eye on their backs. If he'd been gone, then they could have easily maybe traded a little bit with Fairy Tail. Now gets the molly on in, finishes that off, but do they get the reses? Do they recover here?
Oh, Fex, you got to sprint, my friend, down to 4 health. No, don't scope in. Oh! Yeah, I'm not sure. No, he's going to die here. Had he kept sprinting, I think it would have been in, but of course it's a dangerous run. Close, you have to try and allow for, I guess, Corexi to get the res on up on your teammate. So do you hold the ankle or do you just keep sprinting up to hold the ankle? This is going to allow for the rest of them to get back up to 4 alive, and now Eternal Fire finally back on fire. 9 kills with Quet, but down early.
Showing some gusto here, Eternal Fire. And if they can really start putting in the boot against BBL down towards the bottom, I mean, that's just good for MENA in general, MEA, because obviously BBL has done pulled a blinder so far today. Tunnel Fire would love a little bit more. Can they get it? James just holding the angle against Quizzy, trying to shut him down. I'm impressed that Last Day, once again, is getting into the late game scenarios. They were able to finish off their fight for the most part against Lil W and then get this cross going.
Yeah, it's been a good showing on their part, but Quizzy trying to make the most of having been dropped by Virtus Pro a bit earlier, coming back in with these boys and going, you know, we can do it anyway, and clearly they can. Bumble able to get down, get rocks. The nemesis of Lil W has become Last Day as they now creep further forward. 3 alive. Moldog did fall earlier, but once again a 6-point game, top 5 guaranteed. Whether or not they win this match, I mean, this day has been absolutely insane. 75 points on the day. We saw 77 from Primal on their last day of group stages, but this, I mean, this day would have qualified them in group stage almost.
Yeah, they're so close to surpassing that Primal 77 day. You stole the words out of my mouth. I was just waiting for the opportunity as soon as they passed it, mate, but
sorry.
It's understandable. I mean, what a day Primal had, and what a day Last Day is having here. It's not even that last day, but we've got ourselves caught Marco under a lot of pressure.
Exactly. Lyron has to back off. Sheila down. Oh, and you see how open this is. They're at such a disadvantage. Nice reaction there from Baron. Shooting the molly out midair. No reason to let that one fall to your knocked teammate.
No, very well done. Always love to see that. That is awesome. At the same time, Fairy Tail just playing defend the castle.
Yeah. And that's the difficult decision on the side of Fairy Tail, right? How much do you dare to aggressive take out corrects? You tried earlier, you got the double knock, you didn't really get to reap the rewards of it. And now you're kind of locked in because you have opponents on all sides, arguably not straight towards the east because there isn't really a whole lot to play there. But anytime you go outside those buildings, there are at least 2 players that can see you.
There is a parallel between the Rondo Sakura Sensen compound scenario and this one, but Fairy Tail is going to play this a bit more conservative, I would suspect, as at the same time, some of these teams can still see each other quite clearly. So Bombilovo is trying to deal with Corexi, but the shots hit him so hard.
1 HP, thank you. Careful. Level 3 helmet. Able to stay alive through that shot. Corexi will have to do it once again. Does he? Let's see now. Here comes the pull-up. Swings around the corner, and it's Nitro in the vehicle, stepping up as Last Day gets kill number 9. They want to do it. They want to get the 4 in a row.
That would be unbelievable. I mean, obviously the 3P was unbelievable, but also now they've passed that Primal in 1 day points coming on in. Amazing stuff from them, but at the same time, to the north, there are huge threats. BBL, Eternal Fire, Fairy Tail still holding out.
Yeah, the 4-man BBL and the fact that it's going to be Nitro to have to force these fights is the tricky part. Luckily, as I say that, Lyron peeks over. 7 kills for him in this match. Only BBL player with points on the board so far in this matchup. Solid performance on his part. And now we're ending literally on like April. We're ending on the southeast corner of the compound. Last will have to push into it. BBL will have to push into it. It's on Fairy Tail to decide where the fight comes first.
For the 4P to occur, Last Day needs a focus on BBL from Fairy Tail and Fairy Tail to get 1 or 2 knocks at least. And then for them to be pushing aggressive.
Yeah, if both BBL and Last Day ups to wait till the very last second to make a move, Last Day has to go first. BBL, though, has the numbers advantage. They have a chance to, I suppose, wait this one out for a bit. But there's also the chance that they get a bit greedy on this because they know that they have the numbers. So do you go for aggro play early? Nope, it's Last Day to make the first move. They find Sabrilla. That's them inside the compound. Now spots a second as well. April taking out with the last bullet.
That's actually huge. Huge. It gets stolen away to April, though, by Schiller in the distance, but they've still got to do a lot of work here if they want to make this work. They almost blinded themselves as they were coming into this and try and push from forwards, but 10 kills again. Never mind the fact that it was the 3P, but Nitro goes down. But there's 3P into a top 3 scenario with 10 kills, just unheard of. Just amazing stuff. They've gone down here at Fairy Tail. They get 2nd place.
I'm insane. Apple, you know what, BBL? Just die. Give it to them. Nope, not gonna happen. BBL will take the win. Solid 11 kill performance on their part. A lot of those points coming through from Lyron in that match, but 3 wins into a second. I mean, they started off the day with 2 12th place matches with like 3 points combined.
Yep. And a win 10 points, a win 10 kills, a win 10 kills, a win 13 kills, and a second place with what, 10 kills, I think, or something like that. Ridiculous stuff. And do bear in mind as well, BBL started the day out with the win and ends the day with the win. So 5 of our games have been won by 2 teams here in the Last Chance qualifier, which I don't know what we witnessed today. This was a crazy day for the Last Chance.
I knew today was going to be wild just looking at the teams participating, but how much the circles helped making it wilder and just some of the chaos moments we've seen, and with how much is on the line too. Obviously, there's a day to play tomorrow, but we have to remind everyone, if you don't make top 8 tomorrow, not only do you not make grand finals, but you also don't make PGS, and you most likely, because of that, also make PGC. So if you fail tomorrow to make top 8, you might not be playing competitive PUBG at a global potential level before, let's say, maybe April next year, depending on how they do the circuit for 2025. I mean, this is a half year's worth of waiting if you don't do well tomorrow.
Yeah, our off season between 23 and 24 was long, but anyway, right. That does it for us for here. We are going to head over to the desk to break everything down for the day. That last game as well. It's been a day. Whew.
Thanks so much, gents. Toby is right. Everything to play for tomorrow. You don't want your season to end here. That is what's going to be going through the minds of a lot of these teams. Not Last Day, though, who have had an incredible run, and definitely not BBL, claiming their second victory of the day. That's 2 wins for them. Lots of points. Going back to Last Day, though, because Avenger, they are the story of the day. Holy hell, this team just started popping off from Tego, and it didn't stop.
Yeah, if we thought Primal's day in the group stage was insane, then we have to look at this and say this is an outrageous performance for a one-day performance. Last Day popping up, 3 wins, half of the games today. But of course, BBL here to take 21 points and actually take the last game of the day too. Those 2 teams, if you take those together and with FaceClan as well, the amount of points that those 3 teams have gotten alone must be completely through the roof, like unseen before. Like there's just not that many points left for all the other teams, and it's actually going to be super close once we get to the cutoff point tomorrow, because there's just not been enough teams or not points for the teams available here. 82 for Last Day.
This is an insane amount of points. I still think that there is a bit of a chance if you're an Eternal Fire or an Entropic to catch up with FaZe, because FaZe can be inconsistent, right? But ain't nobody catching up with Last Day. That team is just running away with that top spot, which means nothing. Getting in the top 8 gets you to the grand finals, but I do think it makes a statement, Avenger.
If you're a business fan, only 15 points up to Gaming Gladiator as well here, Saga. What do you think?
Yes! Fantastic. 15 points in a day, that's so doable. Not today, of course. Today is a bit of an off day, but 15-point gap can easily be closed. So to be fair, like, yes, it's an absolutely incredible day for Last Day and all the other teams at the top, but like Sam said, it doesn't particularly matter. It's just like a huge confidence booster, and maybe might work a little bit against you in some ways, because then teams will actually start to notice and go, actually, we need to watch out for this team in finals. But for the teams down towards the bottom end, maybe they can still get it done tomorrow.
So one of the teams that in the group stages caught our eye, because they were a team that was sitting in that mid-pack fighting for one of those top 8 spots, was Fairy Tail. Today, a little bit more demure from them. I've now used that word twice during this broadcast, which upsets me so much. But in this final game, we saw them getting into those final fights. Saga, how did they do?
Wow. So they started off in Oasis, which was not ideal for the zone that we had. But thankfully, there is emergency parachutes in the game now. And so they made their way all the way down to Partona, which is also equally not ideal for the zone that we had. But at least it gave them opportunities to use that bridge that Toby and James mentioned earlier that got added. So somebody did use it. Congrats. But this is kind of like the butterfly effect of PUBG, where a decision that that BBL made on phase 1 not to take those shacks and to go and kind of play the four corners in those dips, hiding behind their vehicles, gave Fairy Tail the opportunity on phase 4 to simply drive into the middle of the zone and go, wait a minute, there's nobody here. And then they can just take that position for free. They essentially get a 9 zone directly into their compound, and it goes very well for about 27.5 minutes, Martin.
yeah, obviously there's a next level strategy to PPL playing like that. They wanted to make sure that they were not going to get pushed from all the angles that Fairy Tail ended up being pushed in. We talked about they need this kind of one good game, and I feel like this was the one opportunity that they had. Of course, they got decent amount of points, but this could have been a win if it wasn't for Last Day coming in and destroying that last hope.
So now if we take a look at the top of the leaderboard as we watch the battles unfold at the end, would you say that this kind of played out exactly the way you were expecting it, Saga?
Definitely not, because once I saw the team in Oasis taking an emergency parachute all the way to Partona, I thought, like, this team is stuck on the edge of the zone for the rest of the game until someone shifts away, and we're going to have another 12-minute team focus. Like, exactly the same as what happened to Full Tilt, where it's like, they didn't really make any incorrect decisions, didn't really do anything wrong, but the zone just worked against them. It wasn't the case, because they just got in the car, drove down the road, and there was just a free position right down the middle that just happened to be where the game ended. So definitely fortune was on their side for it, and sometimes that's all it takes to get some points on the board.
Which they definitely did. Now if we take a look at the day overall, because we are at the halfway mark of the LCQ. Avenger, for you, this kind of, I mean, the teams that you said you expected to see at the top, that's where they're sitting. No surprises?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few teams that's a little bit of surprises, right? But still, a lot of the teams that we mentioned, and a lot of the teams that the, I guess, community and the scene in general expects to be in the final, they're up there, they're represented. Some overperformed to what we maybe expected. Some had the kind of performance that we expected them to do. So I think FaZe Clan is up there. BBL did well now that they're not in a hot drop situation for most of the case here. And honestly, the way that the day and the games they kind of played out, they really played out to the advantage of the teams that are more experienced and have a little bit more confidence coming into some of these fights. So you can really clearly tell that they either, you know, had a good team talks before, or they just know off the back of their head, guys, we're supposed to win this. We're supposed to be in the top here in this lobby.
So we've spoken so much about Last Day and their incredible run. Let's find out now from Quizzy, who's in Last Day, what he was feeling after that. Hello, Quizzy. How are you doing today?
Hey, guys. I'm good. I'll just apologize for my voice because I'm a little bit sick, but everything's fine.
I'm sorry to hear you're sick. It didn't show in the server. You played so well. Why do you think it was that Last Day was so strong today?
I feel like it just everything worked out, and we had a pretty good like scrim sessions, and we worked on our details that we didn't like and what didn't work in the group stage, like the default group stage. So we just came in the lower bracket knowing that individually we are pretty strong. So we're just gonna use it and show it what we got.
Fantastic.
Avenger, do you have a
I have a question.
For Quizzy?
Good to see you here. Good to see you in the very top. And actually, congrats. I would say this at this point here, there's no way you don't make it to the finals. And I just want to hear that now that you guys are doing so well with such a new team, and you have everything to do here tomorrow on your last day of the last chance. Like, are you going to continue to bomb out everyone in the lobby, or are you looking to kind of maybe change the strategy up a little bit? Because, of course, it's working for you, but still, this is your chance to also deny some teams that you don't want to play against in the final.
I feel like we're just gonna use the last day as probably as a prep, of course, because as you said, I wouldn't even say like it's a team, because like I would say our team just went as a mix, because we just registered like one day before the quals and started playing together. Right. So we're just like working out and building the chemistry throughout the quals and like throughout the group stage. So like the more we play, and the better it goes. So you don't want to lose the day for it, you know. You just want to build it up.
Yeah, man, that's a crazy fast turnaround for you getting in this team and having such a solid performance. I just want to ask, from your perspective or your opinion, if we look back to the group stages, the teams just outside of qualification slots, Win or Die, Fairy Tail, Gaming Gladiators, yourself on Last Day, all 4 teams only 2 points apart. What is it about the EU East region in particular that just makes the talent pool so deep? So many incredibly talented teams from that side of the region. Just what do you think is the reason for that?
And actually, I don't know, but I feel like just CIS in general, we have a lot of players and a lot of newcomers who are like 19 to 20 years old and who are playing the game like probably like, I don't know, in like 9-10 hours a day, and they're always like playing scrims and stuff. Like you can see it from Navi, like when they got signed in this year and like nobody knew them, but like they literally cracked. And I feel like it just probably like this year it just started that even a lot of like EU rosters want to pick up CS talents and players, but I feel like it's all about the mentality probably, because they're just grinding non-stop. Because like I know that like in my particular experience, the CIS players are grinding and playing much more than you people, you know what I mean? And I feel like it's just more in mentality state, they're just not getting exhausted from the game.
Yeah, just play more PUBG.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was about to say, Saga, there's the answer. Stop making excuses, play more PUBG. Quizzy, thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow for the second day of the Last Chance qualifiers.
Thank you guys, good to see you. Bye.
Likewise.
Bye. I love that though, Saga. That was very much we just grind harder than the rest of you. So
yeah, it's
stop being babies, play more games.
I have to say, from my experience at PGS4 in Shanghai, there was typically very few people on the early team bus. So like one would leave at maybe like 10:30 and then the second one would leave at 1 p.m. Everyone got on the 1 p.m. with the exception of Navi. Navi was constantly going there early, getting a few extra hours of reps in. And I think that really speaks to exactly what Quizzy said. The mindset was just outrageous from so many of the players in that region, particularly the young players, and the discipline is insane to see as well.
And you'll get to see examples of that discipline tomorrow, hopefully, as we get to see the second day of the Last Chance qualifiers and the final opportunity for teams to make the top 8 and qualify through to the PEC Fall Grand Finals. Avenger and Saga will be back to give you all that big brain analysis, and we will break down those 6 matches as well as lead you down the path to determine who our final 8 teams will be for the championships. Thank you so much for watching. There's more PUBG action later, so stick around, but we are heading out of here. Good night.